It's a beautiful morning here at Bells Beach. Thanks for being with us. Check out this view. As we glance over Winky Pop and the car park there, it is just absolutely gorgeous. That fading swell we had yesterday is still lingering around this racetrack called Winky Pop, where everyone's set up to have another big day for pro surfing. This is the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Opening stop, the World Surf League Championship Tour. Canoa Igarashi with unfinished business made it to the final last season. Bella, the defending Bells champ. Brazilian vet Miguel Pupo already set up in round 3. World champ, Bells champ Katie Simmer still yet to surf in this round. And California's Lakey Peterson calls it a second home because her husband Thomas there is a local boy here at Bells. Aaron Brooks representing Canada, last year's Rookie of the Year, is known for some explosive hi-fi surfing, and she's got Lakey Peterson in the first heat of the morning here in round 2. Hi, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Jesse Starling for the morning report. Flick, we got a lot done yesterday afternoon, but a few heats were left over, including this one to kick off the morning. Aaron versus Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, this heat this morning is super exciting. Obviously, you got the Goofy, the regular, and, you know, sort of Lakey's the vet taking on last year's Rookie of the Year, Aaron Brooks. You know, it's going to be a great matchup. But, yeah, I'm stoked we really got through that draw yesterday. You know, it's a little bit of nervous times. We're getting towards the end of the waiting period, but we really ran through it and got through some great heats, saw some great surfing, a bit on the bowl, then made the move to go down to Winky. So, yeah, hats up for the WSL and the broadcast team for making the move.
And we've had to digest a lot overnight. We've lost some of the biggest names of the sport, but also in Bell's history, with Steph gone, Tyler gone. That was huge right in a row there, all due to Lana Silva's performance, Jesse.
Yeah, Lulu taking out 10 more titles in 2 heats here at Bells. So I really loved kind of this storyline of straightaway knockout. You know, these woman-on-woman, man-on-man matchups, they're forcing our surfers to dig deep and know that the stakes are really high from the get-go. And I think it's really creating these great storylines, and I just love and cannot wait to see what unfolds today.
Well, there's one standing from that generation, also Sally out, who has a couple of bells. It's Carissa. She's still in the draw. She's actually hanging out with Von Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. Here with Carissa for the official call. We are on 3 more heats of women's round 2. You're going to be in one of those heats. Winky Pop, what do you make of the conditions this morning?
It looks fun. A little bit of side wind, a little slow, so you're gonna have to be smart with wave choice, but I think there's definitely some opportunity for some good surfing.
That's true. You've got the defending Bells champion, Isabella Nichols, in your heat. How are you approaching that one?
Ooh, I watched her surf out here last year, and she knows both waves, this one and Bells, really well. So I kind of looked at it as like I probably have one of the harder matchups of the whole round. So I would definitely have to bring it.
And I saw you up in the car park before, and people were just gathering around and just so stoked to see you back here at Bells. How's the energy been for you to return to that sort of feeling and that gratitude to have you here?
I feel really blessed as well. Like, I'm really happy to be here, and I really appreciate everybody's positive vibes and welcoming and warmth. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here and have a chance to perform again.
Sun's out, and we look forward to seeing you surf. Carissa, thanks again for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn.
Thank you.
Such a grounded feeling and just positive, calm energy out of one of the most deadly competitors on the planet. Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ. When she won Bells, she ended up going 3 in a row. She's coming up against Isabella Nichols at the end of this round. But first things first, let's kick things off with Aaron Brooks and Lakey Peterson. Aaron representing Canada. That's a first for Canada full-time on tour. Lakey Peterson representing the United States and also Santa Barbara, California, spending majority of her time down in San Clemente just due to consistency of waves, but then loves to get back to her second home here right at Bells Beach. So a really great event for Lakey to kick off this year for herself. A veteran of the tour, she's seen a lot, but in her happy place surfing here at Winky Pop.
Oh, totally. You know, you mentioned it in the arrivals, you know, husband, Tom Allen, you know, he grew up here and just over the hills. So she's pretty much like an adopted local. She spent so much time here and she's going to be so familiar with these waves. But yeah, she's taking on Aaron Brooks, and Aaron, you know, is so much younger than her. I think when I look at this matchup, the fun thing is for me, you know, every generation you sort of have those women that are really pushing the limits. And, you know, prior to Lakey's generation, I think of Mel Butt Bartels as someone who went to the air, you know, really pushing the limits and bringing that progressive style of serving. Then the next generation, Lakey was one of those women. She was, I remember being in high school, and I think she did an air in, it must have been an NSSA final, and everyone was losing it. It went viral. And then the next generation comes through, and Erin was one of those women. So it's cool, you know, you've kind of got those women who are at the forefront, you know, different generations in this heat. So yeah, I think it's a cool little breakdown of this moment.
I like that flick. Melanie Bartels.
Yeah, Mel
wow,
Bartels.
She was one of the most exciting surfers on the planet. Kind of always did it her way, representing the west side of Oahu. Known for big airs, known for even just doing what she wanted. There's a wave, I remember at Snapper Rocks, it was pumping. And she didn't like the way the first turn felt, and so she high-lined the rest of the way. And everyone's like, wait, you're competing? She's like, it doesn't matter. She's doing it her way. What a legend. Mel Bartels rode everything. Bodyboards, longboards, ripped on tour for many years. And then you mentioned Lakey's air in the Nationals. That was the first young lady to do an air at the NSSA Finals. Did it that time, then went to USA Champs and did another one. And it was all about progression at that time for Lakey. She since then became very well-rounded, and I think her signature move now is that frontside body torque wrap that she really put a lot of time in with coaches like Mike Parsons. So she's really developed strong. The fun part about this matchup with these two, Jesse, is Aaron Brooks at the WSL Awards had some beautiful things to say about the impact Lakey's made on her career.
Oh, and there's so many people that have made an impact on Erin's career, and I love that, you know, Erin, she's never going to get ahead of herself. She remembers the people that just had those moments, you know, that really filtered in. I specifically loved in her speech at the WSL Awards saying that John Florence gave her $500 for having good grades at school. I was like, that is so cool to see how many people have impacted her career, especially throughout that Rising Tides. And then now, you know, look forward, and Erin, she's having that exact same impact on that next generation. So Lakey giving Erin one of her boards when she was a Grom. She said it's probably still too big for her to ride, but just holding on to those moments and cherishing them, I think, is really keeping Erin this beautiful, humble competitor.
Erin said it was such an eye-opener for her, you know, going back to when the tour finished at Honolulu Bay on Maui for the women. The stakes were high. Lakey was fighting for a world title. Erin was on the cliff watching the whole thing go down. Caroline Marks was her sparring partner and also going for the same goal of making the USA team for the Olympics. And Lakey lost both of those opportunities, and Erin saw it unfold as a super Grom. And Lakey sees Erin and goes, you know what? I want you to have this surfboard. And Erin said it was so impactful going in the moment of defeat, of missing out on your goal by that much. And gave her that board, and Erin said, now that's why I give away surfboards too, just because of the impact it made on her, and she wants to do the same thing for the next generation.
Yeah, it's so cool, right? I just love the breakdown of this heat and the history that these two have had, and Erin's still so young. I think just goes to show how important those moments are, and what, you know, for Lakey, I mean, how many boards is she getting a year, but how impactful that one little moment could be for someone. And, you know, really what a pivotal moment in Erin's career, really, because I still remember those first, you know, those imagery and video getting around of Erin at Honolulu Bay. You know, there's photos of her with Courtney Conolog, with Stephanie Gilmore, and, you know, that moment in her life was so pivotal because, I mean, look where she is now, you know, and hats off to the Rising Tides program for sort of fostering that moment.
Well, it is Thursday, the 9th. We have till Saturday, the 11th, to crown our champions. Our friends at Surfline have been letting us know what to expect each and every day. Even this little wave to get started. Erin Brooks will take position on the first one, attacking the lip line. Late in the whitewater, she's down. So Lakey will be happy that it's not much of a score. Now she'll have priority to sit where she wants to in this lineup. Sometimes the out-positioning game puts you a little bit off of your mark, but now Lakey is already paddling down a little bit as she'll have first priority. Erin keeping the door open there, Jesse, with that fall on the second turn.
Yeah, and I particularly love, you know, Lakey pushing her deeper there. That was full veteran tactics. Erin had the inside, and you do want the inside at the start. We're going to take a look at this through the Stone and Wood slow-mo. she clicked with this first section really nicely, but then came up to this section, and because of the little bit of wind, unfortunately that lip is crumbling earlier than what our athletes are expecting. And we saw it yesterday at the bowls where a lot of surfers were actually getting to the lip maybe a half beat late. Because of this wind, it just factors in a half beat earlier for our athletes to get to the lip line there. So Erin, we know she's a super adaptive surfer. She'll readjust, but I just love the fact that Lakey pushed her too far up the point. She was deep on that wave there and then paddled straight back down to the proper line-up spot.
Fun start to this heat. Lakey with priority, but like we were saying, our friends at Surfline have been giving us all the maps, the messages with all these different colors on them. Flick, what do we see?
Oh, yeah, I'll break this one down. Well, what I see is I see a lot of red, right? So, which is good news because that means we've had swell all week. I mean, here right now you're looking at winds, right? So wind direction. And this morning, okay, it is offshore, but you have got that little bit of wind kind of fluffing up the face of the waves. So it's not, you know, that clean, groomed offshore, but it still is nice conditions this morning. As you can see, that big purple blob, that means swell. And yeah, look, really what we have been blessed with is a week full of swell. It's just been breaking down. What's the best days on offer today? You can look here, okay, 4 to 6 foot faces. In the afternoon, you know, that's going to hang around. We're still going to have 4 to 6 foot. Right now you can see, you look at the wind, side offshore. And then this afternoon, the wind is going to pick up. So, you know, that could be a potential factor. And the next 2 days though, this is what we've got our eyes on, Friday and Saturday. You can see 4 to 5 foot, you know, trending bigger through to Saturday and just offshore winds. So, you know, this is going to be your traditional sort of Bells Bowl, I'm assuming, and probably the best surf we're looking at for the whole forecast to finish off finals day. So thanks to Surfline there. But yeah, we're going to be blessed at the end here, really. It's just how, you know, how much we can get through today really will sort of play out, you know, what we're going to run tomorrow and through to Saturday.
And we're getting there. We've got a couple of quarterfinals already ready to go on the women's side. Alyssa Spencer. Wow, what a great start to her comeback to the tour, as you see Erin's dad there next to Jake the Snake Patterson. Bright, colorful orange shirt to be used as signaling for position from Snake. And they're both drifting down the line here at Winky Pop. Winner this heat will take on Molly Picklum. That'll be a big one in quarter 3. Alyssa Spencer has Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in quarter 1, and Gabriella Bryan will take on Lana Silva in quarter 2. And Snake still wanting Erin to move a bit. Lakey will use priority and take her first wave of the morning. Nice blast there, well-timed snap. The California vet punches that one out again. Looking for a big third turn and finish, and job complete for Lakey. Erin Brooks on the next one. The Rookie of the Year hits that section hard. Nice end section closeout hammer to drift the fins. A nice battle to kick things off in the morning. Goofy versus regular. The young 18-year-old phenom of Erin Brooks. Tidy little finishing move, Flick.
Yeah, it was nice. You could really see that she pushed it on the last turn there. The turn previous, kind of just like a transition move to get to the last moment. But yeah, let's break down Lakey's first. So this one I really loved. I mean, she really picked a great wave, connects with that first turn. She really goes up into the lip 3 times. I feel like this is going to be a really positive number for Lakey to start, you know, and apply that pressure to Erin. And then what did you make of this one, Jessie?
I actually really liked this wave from Erin. I feel like she's taking that similar approach from Alyssa Spencer yesterday. Maybe a little under, but it gave her a lot of speed to ramp up into that big second turn there. Just kicking that tail, pushing extra hard to give this a real exclamation mark there. She's been down at Winky all week long training with Snake down here, and they've just been trying to figure out that timing of that end section, and that is the reps paying off beautifully for a solid looking second turn there.
Really well done. Lakey and Erin meeting up here to kick off their season. They met up 3 times last year in Erin's Rookie of the Year run, and she beat Lakey all 3 times, so is undefeated over the veteran. From different venues like Rio, Portugal, she just got a jump start on Peterson. So Lakey's got a little payback to deliver at the first matchup of the season, Flick.
Yeah, and Lakey will be keen for this, you know. She's had a lot of time off. I mean, both women have, and I just feel like when you put so much time into place, and she's going to, obviously she knows the history. She knows everyone's keeping score. Everyone knows, you know, what the going rate is here and who's got the one up on each other. So Lakey's put in a lot of time here with her husband, Thomas Allen. You know, she spent heaps of time. And I think she's just going to want to really prove that, you know, and lean into the knowledge that she has. So, yeah, she's going to want to one up the Rookie of the Year here.
Good morning, Kaipo. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing really good, Joe. Thanks for checking in.
Yeah, how's our stage looking this morning?
It's looking good. I mean, right now we're still got a drawing out tide, right? So a little after 9:30, we're going to have the low tide of 1.3 feet. Then we're going to start filling up this area right here with a high tide of 6.9, a little after 4:30 p.m. So what I anticipate is we're going to have a little bit of those doldrums on either side of that low tide, but then hopefully we'll have some pulses this afternoon.
Well, you do the hard yards out there. Weather-wise, you pretty warm at the moment, Kipes?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, check in with me in about 4 hours or so. But right now, we're beginning the day. We had a beautiful sunrise, and just a comment of what I'm seeing here from the water. What's happening is a mix of horizontal surfing that you need to do to get down the line, but also fitting that vertical surfing in at the same time. So it's a bit of a juxtaposition, I think, right now, because these waves do have sections and they're moving pretty fast down the line.
What wetsuit are you wearing right now?
This is my Rip Curl Dawn Patrol, and it's kind of the value suit from Rip Curl, but it just proves that the value suit is actually good to go. It keeps me warm, and it's been very, very durable doing all these hard yards out here, all these hard hours out here on the ski.
He's loving life out there. Good man, Kaipo. Thanks for the breakdown. We'll be catching up with you throughout the round here. Remember, men are called on hold as well. If conditions stay rippable, we could see the men finish their next round, which has some big matchups and a lot of Aussies, though, out of the mix. George Pitar trying to carry the charge. For the history of this event, usually we find Aussies make their way to the final. So George is going to try to carry that torch.
Yeah, I mean, we had some big names go down. I mean, I think for me, the biggest one, and George took him down, was Ethan. We had friendly fire for Australia, and, Ethan Ewing, a past Bells champ, and, probably put on one of the best performances we've ever seen at the Bowl last year. My fantasy team has taken an absolute hit. As I'm sure as a lot of people's have. My bracket, oh man, that's another story too. Absolutely shocking. Better luck next time at Margie's Flicky. But yeah.
Yeah, if you missed out on the bracket, you get another chance at Margaret River. It's a whole new addition to the whole fantasy outlook this year. It's really fun. I thought it was going to help me have a really amazing fantasy team, but we're all getting smoked. But we're not giving up. Stop number one. Lot of surfing to watch this year.
It's a long year, and also I think for a lot of those athletes who have maybe lost out in these earlier rounds, it's just a reminder that our world champion last year, Yago Dora, lost elimination round in Pipeline last year. So for him to go from that and then to win a world title, it shows that anything is possible with a full season ahead of you.
Well, scores in from that back and forth. Lakey got priority because Erin took the first wave, fell on her second turn, and that helped Peterson go right into a 7-point ride on her first wave. Just warmed up, ready to compete. Erin was on the wave behind and got a 6.33 for her combination of turns. So Lakey winning that back and forth exchange. Erin out in front because she has the low score of the 1.83. For Lakey, she won the U.S. Open a long time ago, which was a CT-rated event. That was her first. Now we'll go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo to watch this effort flick.
Yeah, it was beautiful surfing, especially on the opening wave of the heat. I think just the 3 clicks up into the lip, pretty well timed here from Lakey too. You know what the interesting thing for me is when I watch this, Stone and Wood slow-mo, is you start drawing comparisons to Erin's 6.33 and Lakey's 7, right? And you're trying to, okay, this is where the judges' brains are at. Erin's 6.33, look, she did get 2 turns, but really the strength of that score is coming just from that solo last turn, because her first turn was essentially a setup. It was just a down-the-line click, right? And the judges are really appreciating how aggressive she was in that one turn, because majority of the points are coming from that, right? You can compare it to Lakey's 7. Beautiful surfing, but that was 3 turns. So if they're really appreciating just how hard Erin went off really the strength of the one turn.
Yeah, it's cool when you just look at a scale and you realize a 10's possible on one major. If it's that big and that radical, it's not about quantity anymore like it used to be in surfing history. It's about quality turns. And both these surfers know how to push the scale wide open. For Erin Brooks, she felt that winning feeling really early in her career as a wild card coming into Cloudbreak. Upset Bryan early in her world title dreams and went all the way to a victory. She was able to get on tour, and knowing that she has great events, even in the Aussie leg, that we have to look forward to. I mean, the groundbreaking backside barrel ride she had behind the rock at Snapper is still one of the best rides we've had at that event.
It was a 10-point ride in itself. It was such an incredible wave. It was absolutely pumping Snapper as well. And I was actually chatting to her about that wave not too long ago, our Winky. And she says, you know, I actually don't know how to do the rock off. And I was like, well, how did you get behind the rock if you did do rock off? Because the sweep was crazy that day. She's like, I just put my head down, got behind the rock, and then got that big 10-point ride. Actually got it under Isabella Nichols' priority. And so, you know, Erin, to go from that and then to go into her first ever championship tour event over in Fiji and then win, there's such a short list of people who have won events as wildcards, but won events for their first ever championship tour. I mean, we think of Steph Gilmore, Moana Jones-Wong. It's not a very long list of people. So Erin joining this incredibly elite group and, you know, didn't get a win in her rookie season last year, but with her talent, you know that it's coming.
Having a look just up and out is Lakey Peterson, as she'll look to reposition now. Erin Brooks holding priority. Wanted to ditch a 183. Lakey looking inspired potentially. She'll let it roll through. Yeah, Lakey got the winning feeling early, then took about 6-7 seasons to finally win again and put herself in the world title race when she started taking over the Gold Coast. Had a good rhythm with her coach Mike Parsons at the time, and it was a really inspiring time for Peterson. She went through a couple of back injuries that took her out of competition, but she has so much to be proud of in her career, including making a great movie that was called 0 to 100, which really just explained how fast she became a pro surfer, you know, starting at 12, which kind of feels late, you know, these days. But she was so good at it. All of a sudden, she won nationals, had sponsors, went on the QS, qualified. It was like, hang on, we gotta figure this out.
I loved that movie. I used to watch that religiously, Lakey Peterson 0 to 100, and there's so many incredible moments in that. And they speak to, you know, in her early stages, she had a big rivalry with Sally Fitzgibbons. She was this hurdle that she just could not get over. She constantly couldn't beat her. And now, even later in her career, she's got this new hurdle, this phenom, Erin Brooks. Like you mentioned, it's a 3-to-1 ratio head-to-head, and it goes Erin's way. Not to, you know, say those heats weren't competitive, and every single one of those, there was less than 2 points separating these surfers. But Lakey, she's had such a incredible career, including quarterfinal, semi-final appearances right here at Bells. We'd love to see her crack the final again, though. She is so good at surfing this wave, and to have a family feeling somewhere that's across the world from where you grew up, I think that is a massive leg up for Lakey Peterson.
Under priority, Lakey finding a little wedge to kind of fade the takeoff, and now starting to drive down the line. Creating some space here, drives into the lip line. Right back into the open face, throws that hack down and shuts it with a clean closeout finish. The Channel Islands crew loving it. Her husband applauding. Leandro Dora, her coach this year, stoked on that performance. Leandro's had a great event as a coach, having some great wins in the early rounds, and Lakey putting herself in a good position to maybe get her first win off her career over Erin Brooks.
Far out. That was good. That was under priority. That was good. It was really good. You could just see visible on Erin's face. She was turning around looking in like, oh no, did I just make a mistake? I mean, this is good. I mean, look at it right here. You can see Erin kind of having a look, but Lakey just sneaks underneath her. Erin's not interested. Lakey says, thank you very much. I will roll the dice here. Yeah, it was pretty fast and stretched out. Potentially not the kind of wave Erin was looking for on her backhand, but Lakey, you know, kind of making Erin pay for this moment here. The transition for me from the second to third turn was really beautiful. There was no downtime, and yeah, you can just see this is just veteran status, you know, just really making your opponent think about the choices that you're making here, and just inching away ever so slightly, you know, putting a bit more pressure on Erin here, and she's going to capitalize on this situation with this score. So variety here, and that's the moment, just this clean transition from that second to third turn. Yeah, no baurbling, no two staging. It was just straight up into it. It was really nice.
Trusting her instincts and the veteran knowledge of knowing how to create a moment for herself underneath Erin Brooks' priority. That was clear right there. It's a 5-5, a crucial score, has the lead. Erin now needs a 6.18. And just having that fun down the line speed at Winky Pop. I loved your clip you dropped, Jesse Starling, of getting fun waves out here. But even before you do your first turn, Winky just gives you that joy of going, I've got a wall. I'm going to go as fast as I want to go. And you could see Lakey going, here we go. I'm loading up.
Yeah, it was considering how slow this heat has been as well. You know, we've only seen 4 scoring rides, and that's with a 1.83 as one of them. That was really smart from Lakey, just to get that score, apply pressure. There was a good amount of time between that 5-5 from Lakey to that last wave, which was the 6.33 of Erin Brooks. So just considering taking that into it, knowing the lineup of the knowledge that Lakey has out here, I think that really just kind of put a bit of a flex on Lakey Peterson's name.
Lakey representing her generation, trying to do it for the vets in this one. Erin Brooks with priority needs a 6.18 as Nadia Erostarbe prepares for Caitlin Simmers. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
We're here at the first Rising Tides of the year, Bells Beach. There's been some epic waves, the girls ripping.
We've had 19 girls go on to make our tour.
I got to do the first ever Rising Tides. I'd look up to like Carissa, Lakey, Steph.
Erin Brooks, she was at Rising Tides when I was doing the Rising Tides, and now she's on tour with me.
It was really fun. I love seeing all the girls and stepping at the prize. We're doing this thing with Rising Tides where I'm able to give someone a custom loft surfboard. The person that we're giving it to has made an impact on the community.
Oh, it was a big wave, but you crushed it.
The older surfers are passing the baton to the younger kids. It's the most important thing in our culture. It's a perfect path for them to follow.
I see the future right here. First ever fully integrated Rising Tides with a parallel voice program.
Oh, it was so sick. Everyone's catching some good waves. It's pretty cool to get pushed in by all of them.
Give them the opportunity where they can paddle out, be with the world's best, and getting cold in the waves.
Whatever it is, this is your time to ask, don't be shy.
Favorite wave? Probably Fiji, Tabarua. You always remember when you were like a little kid, it'd be like your dream to surf with like the guys on tour. Yeah, had a sick session, massive success, and a lot of smiles.
Really enjoyed the WSL Rising Tide session here at Bells, presented by IC. Erin Brooks, a product of that program, is up now with someone who helped her get waves when she was in the Rising Tides. Lakey Peterson's right there. This is an important wave for Erin. Her dad likes it. Canoa clapping along with Snake. So their reactions telling us maybe they feel like it's enough for a lead change. And we'll give you the whole thing in just a moment here. Erin on her second season on the championship tour, representing Canada, has moved all over this planet, surfed some great waves in her young lifetime. Jessie Starling, what do we see here?
I love how she got into it straight away. Not once, but twice, just finding those steeper walls. You can really tell she knew what wave she was looking for here. Whippy fast finishing turn as well for Erin Brooks there. So 3 big turns, only looking for a 618, but I just think the wave selection, that really offered 3 steep sections, and for a goofy footer at Winky Pop, that's all you're chasing. It is a bit of a bowl bending back towards you there.
And you can see here with this advantage of her size, being probably the lightest competitor in the draw, and her boards just fit into the pocket so well, this size of Winky Pop, Flick.
Oh, totally. It was so zappy and fast. The speed and acceleration she was getting out of the lip was pretty impressive.
Scores in, not enough for a lead change, 4.83. So Lakey's hearing the announcement now from the tower. Voices of Sean Doherty, Reggae Ellis, True Starling, doing a great job relaying all the information and the numbers to all of our competitors in the lineup. And Erin will have to reset now, knowing she doesn't have priority, and that was not enough, and she'll look to her coach Snake for some feedback.
It's been such a short list of goofy foot winners here as well. You know, Frida Zambo is a big one that stands out, but it's been over 25 years since we've had a goofy footer ring the bell, which is on the women's side of the draw, which has been a really long time. And I was actually chatting to Chelsea Hedges, previously Chelsea Georgeson, who competed out here, and she said for a female to take the win here, it's all about commitment, understanding the lines that it takes and exactly where to place your turns. Or she said, learn how to do a big backside full rope like Yago, and then you might be able to ring the bell. But it is a real recipe to take a win as a goofy footer here. It's been so long since we've seen that.
Chelsea Hedges, one of the all-time greats. What a great human as well. We ran into her recently in Fiji, taking some Grom surfing. She was known for a very fearless approach, hard-charging surfer on tour, but with like the raddest style that you could ever imagine.
So good.
I have images in my head of her at Honolulu Bay when it was 6 to 8 foot, just crushing sections. What a legend. And whenever she's given back, you want to really pay attention to her words. The goofy foot kind of curse is an interesting one at Bells and Winky, you know. The guys seem to have changed that around, you know, with the Wilco, Italo getting in the mix, Cole Hauschman, you know, and I think now with maybe even more representation from the Goofs on the women's tour than we've had in a while. There was times when it was just like Paige Harrop, you know, maybe one other, you know. Now it's like Erin Brooks is coming. We've got Nadia Erostarbe, Alyssa Spencer looking great, and you know, Caroline Marks is out of this event. She started with a 3rd here in her rookie year. I thought she would be one of the first goofy foots to get that bell back for the right foot forwards on tour. 7 minutes to go in this one. Let's break down the GWM recap. Lakey versus Erin, and it's all about Lakey Peterson starting off with a bang. Still the best number of the heat so far at a 7-point ride.
Yeah, Lakey's had great wave selection, and that's to be expected. She's put in a lot of time out here. 3-turn combo, fetches a 7. Erin then answers straight back, and really, I mean, nice one tap here, but it's a lot of those points, 6-3-3, are coming from that last turn. She just hit it so aggressively. And Lakey got this wave here. This was one under pressure. So really, I mean, these 3 turns, the variety here, she fetches a 5-5, and she really just puts that pressure back on Erin. Erin fought back and, you know, smaller little inside wave, got the 3 turns, and she got the 4-8-3, but she's still chasing at the moment. So she's still searching for the 6-1-8. And look, it's not a tall order for her because really she's already fetched a 6-3-3 for 2 turns. 6-1-8, as we see a set rolling through. Lakey looks to be interested in it.
Fun looking wall for Lakey. Gets to her feet, set up work out of the gates, and now lighting up that first carve to get down the line. Nice section to hammer there. Drives into the pocket, a little bit steeper there, 2 for 1. Bonus finish for Peterson. Making no mistakes here. Erin's trying to force that one. Hard punch down the line, backhand float. Wants a strong finish, and there's that quick vertical. And she'll take the step down and get out of there. So solid battle continuing. Lakey Peterson still looks Very, very strong, Jesse.
How good's a two-wave set? And getting both athletes just teeing off back-to-back. These two ladies are so competitive. Look at Lakey kicking to get back out here. We know the head-to-head matchups. There's so much history between these two. Lakey is putting everything on the line here. Just love that textbook swoop from Lakey to kick it off. And then again, she's just carrying her speed so well down the line here. This 2-for-1 to get back off the bottom with that little downtime into still a vertical end snap was just all class from Lakey Peterson. And then Erin Brooksy tags it on that first one. That's a pretty hard turn to do, and I feel like it slightly just put her off guard. Her speed unfortunately got wiped off a little bit for it, so it felt like slightly mistimed on that end turn. It still had that really zappy whip that we love from Erin, but I just think maybe could have high-lined and then really drove up and belted it like we saw in that 6-3-3.
So much zip and zap in her surfing.
much.
That's perfect words to describe.
All I want to do is onomatopoeia when she says like, "Wapa!" Like, it's just so fast.
And it works perfectly.
It does.
Every time she hits the lip. As we have a little dance to start with the Simmers family.
Twist and shout.
What a good way to warm up for your heat. What song are they dancing to? That, I mean, everyone should start their morning like this, right? Whether you have a heat or not. Katie waxing up a couple of Sharp Eye surfboards this morning.
Ooh la la.
Just quietly. We'll see what she takes out for her heat against Nadia Erostarbe. Winning a bell, winning a world title already for the USA. Before it was Courtney Conlog representing the USA, one of the all-time greatest at Bells Beach, winning a few times at this venue. Going back to the first for the USA, Linda DeVoli won this contest back in 1981. That was the first for the United States. Linda from New Jersey is part of the East Coast Hall of Fame. First woman ever to surf G-Land in pumping conditions, and was an advocate for women in sport and pushing to have more events on the calendar. What a legend. She's got to be so thrilled of what she's seeing today in pro surfing. Also, Kim Merrick won a bell, and that was a big impactful moment when Lakey Peterson got to see Kim at Rincon in Santa Barbara. It was like Tom Curran winning, Kim Merrick was winning. Santa Barbara had a lot of wins right in Lakey's backyard. She was inspired by that. Still enjoys some catch-ups with Kim and the legends that were around her home break. As we look at 2:30 on the clock, Lakey getting a little bit closer to her first potential win over Erin Brooks. It's 3-0 in Erin's favor. All those heats were last year in Erin's rookie season. But Lakey having that home court advantage, being her adopted home. Looks very comfortable in these running rights. A 7 and then built to a 7-3-3 on her 5th wave.
Yeah, for me, it's wave selection. You look at the face of her waves that she's rode this morning. It's been really clean. It's been really evident where you're going to hit it. I think, Jesse, you spoke to it. Erin's last wave was super difficult to surf, you know. Lakey pulled the trigger and she had priority, right? So she went that first one. The second one just had some funny, it looked like the wind was really playing havoc in it. Had these funny little rivets, you know. It's not a dead straight offshore this morning. So this potentially a fat boy right of the heat, the 7-3-3. Let's have a look at it one more time. Just really connected with it beautifully. You can see here what I'm talking about. It's just a nice smooth wave face. And, you know, when you get a nice clean wave, you're like, okay, this wave here, this is an A+ ride. You know, if I just tap these sections and, you know, really do what it's asking for, I'm going to get a great score. And Lakey did just that. Erin's wave, on the other hand, was really tricky to surf, as we see potentially Lakey pulling the trigger again.
Lakey will take this wave. Key thing for Lakey, keeping Erin off of it, and let's see if she can push a score into the X-zone range. Big open face hook. Nice snap off the top. Lakey pushing hard with the fins out and will shut it down. One of the most complete performances from start to finish. But Erin's on the wave behind. A solid wall. Nice decision making there, and an kind of a light airdroppy finish. And that was one of my favorite celebrations for Snake. It was like a nervous sort of double fist pump, hoping that it was enough. So we have some surfing to watch before we walk away from heat number 6 of round 2.
Oh, again, I love a two-wave set. This is exactly what we want to see in the dying stages. Both of our ladies getting one last opportunity. Lakey went huge on this wave. Just absolutely draw that one down the face. Connected really nicely on the second one. I actually think this is probably Lakey's best wave. It was a bigger size wall, had so much speed, so much grunt behind it. And then this one flick from Erin was just insane.
Oh yeah, bigger set wave. This is what we've been waiting to see from Erin. But you know what? Thoughts immediately. Lakey's improved. That means Erin's chasing even a bigger score, right? I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, a more front-on angle from Erin's wave. It's so hard to tell when it's that down-the-line angle, just to see how critical those turns were. But, you know, the reaction we saw from Snake was to indicate that it was, you know, it did look really good from that front-on angle. But, yeah, thoughts straight away, Lakey's improved. Erin was chasing an 8 prior to Lakey's last wave. However, I think that score is going to be quite a lot higher.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think Lakey's going to drop that 7, and then she's going to really ramp that score up for Erin. But when you kind of look at the two compared, maybe Erin's could go there. If it needs to be a 9.5, maybe it won't go there. But I think it is going to be an excellent score for Erin Brooks.
What a way to finish off this heat. We enjoyed the 7s from Lakey, then turns in an 8.5. As I see those scores dropping in, even a 9 from the panel. That gets thrown out along with the low score of an 8-point ride. Left Erin chasing a 9.5. Numbers locking in for Erin Brooks. It's an 8.9. Not enough. So close. Look at the numbers. 15+ totals to kick off the morning at Winky Pop. And Lakey officially gets her first win off the grommet. It's now 1-3 in one-on-one heats. Lakey starting off her season in a stellar way, beating the Phenom for the first time in her career.
That was a really, really good heat. You know, there's some, you know what it says is there's great waves on offer. And I just loved, to your point, Jesse, we just saw, you know, that 2-wave set. We got to, you know, see the contrasting styles and approaches of both the goof and the regular. And hats off to Lakey for getting the job done. And yeah, defending her spot off that Rookie of the Year, Erin.
Lakey's going to have a blast with the world champ Molly Picklum in the next round, as we have Katie Simmers and Nadia Erostarbe in the next matchup. We'll bring in Rondog and Rick for the call. Be right back.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by
Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
By Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League.
What a way to kick off the day. Lakey Peterson, Erin Brooks both putting up huge numbers, but Lakey breaking through to get her first win over the phenom, Erin Brooks, who fought hard right into the dying stages. We're setting up for some more big heats here. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the great Richie Lovett for the call. Rich,
Morning, mate.
What a way to start the day.
Oh, big one. Huge one, actually. I think a lot of people would have pegged Erin as getting up over that one, especially given the conditions. But Lakey, you know, she's an adopted local down here, and just with some solid power surfing, got it done over the youngster.
Yeah, and Lakey has spent a whole lot of time in this lineup at Winky. Looks super comfortable out there as we get set for yet another big clash. Looking forward to this one. Heat number 7, round 2. Caitlin Simmers, a world champ, a Bells champ, taking on Nadia Erostarbe, a true rookie this season. Got the call up as a replacement surfer last year in the first half of the year. But really, she's having her first full tilt run at the championship tour. But this one during the break, Katie Simmers wasting no time in dropping a score here.
Wow, beautiful combination there. Just looking so zippy and light on her feet. Board looks fantastic. Just got a glimpse of a little Sharp Eye logo there for Katie Simmers. So a change up of equipment there, and it's looking good under her feet.
A lot of surfers looking for a fresh feel this year. Katie, of course, rode Chris Bor's equipment to world title success. She claimed 6 CT victories on those boards, but just mixing things up. The 2024 world champion, who just came on so strong and was right up there at the top end of the ranks again last season. 3 years on the CT, a couple of 4th place finishes and a world title. Not a bad effort.
The resume looks pretty good, doesn't it, so far?
It's remarkable. She is just so strong, especially where you look at where she's had her event win successes. Really impressive. 6 victories, a couple in Brazil, Abu Dhabi. She got the win at the wave pool over there. But then she won in her title year a couple of the big ones. The Pipe event and also the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Also had a couple of runner-up finishes at Pipe, and also won in Tahiti, sorry, and won at Pipe. So, you know, just sort of tells you how well-rounded she is as a competitor. And I guess that's going to be the challenge for Nadia Erostarbe in this one, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, at 20 years old, Katie has racked up some incredible results. And the list of achievements that you rattled off there are so well-rounded. The versatility is there. It doesn't matter what the conditions are. It tells me that she's adaptable, whether it's at 2 to 3 foot winky pop or whether it's at 10-foot pipeline. So Nadia comes into this as the underdog here, new to the tour. This is a new experience coming up in a man-on-man situation, surfer-on-surfer situation here on the bigger stage. You know, she's had success at the Challenger Series level, but it's almost like graduating from junior school into high school, or you know, primary school into high school. It's a different feel. It's a different vibe. Everything's bigger. The expectations are bigger, and certainly in surfing, the turns need to be bigger. So that's what she's going to have to do here if she wants to get up over Katie Simmers.
And in this instance, Nadia is graduating, and the bully is 5 years younger than her, and has already racked up a lot of titles. But you know, it's going to be a real challenge. But Nadia, I think in the opening round, showed glimpses of just a different approach in her heats. She got caught on a hillside rail coming out of one of the bigger turns that we saw on opening day over on the bowl. Not going to find that kind of punch and height in the wall down here at Winky, but she does need to attack a little bit more if she's going to match it with Katie, who dropped a 5.67 on her opening ride.
Yeah, and that it actually looked like Katie did that quite easily with that smooth, zippy sort of style, real fast, clean rails that she has out here, and she'll do that for the rest of this heat. And then she'll start just turning up the dial a little bit. One thing I did notice just about Nadia's approach in sort of her opening heats was her willingness to attack, was her willingness to commit and actually put it on the line. And I think that's what she needs to do. She's shown that she will surf up. She's shown that she will commit. And that's exactly what she's going to have to do here, especially as we've got a goofy foot v natural footer matchup here. So she's going to have to put her brand of surfing on show, and that's going to be that vertical attack. It's going to be difficult to do in these smaller conditions, but if she can find those sets, and just wave choice is going to be very important for her today in this heat. If she can get herself on the best waves and really square up, and by that I mean bring that vertical approach and try and almost outpower Katie Simmers a little bit.
Well, just under 27 minutes remaining here. We can see Nadia Erostarbe almost looking up towards the Bell's Bowl there, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the first part of surfing, Ron. You need a wave. And so she's looking up there to the Bell's Bowl because that's going to be your indicator. I've noticed it's taking about 30 seconds, you know, from a set hitting bells to formulate over here at Winky Pop. So when it's when there's these big lulls, priority is going to be important, that play, but also wave selection and just readying yourself for when that opportunity comes. And so you can see Nadia, she does have the eyes up the coast there, taking a look at if any sets are coming through here.
Kipes, you're a goof. You stand on these rights with your back to the wave. What's Nadia got to do here to get the jump on Katie, who's so strong and has so much variety on the back, on the forehand?
I think you got to mix horizontal surfing, making it down the line, but stabbing it vertical at the same time. Now, it sounds like I'm contradicting myself, but I feel that's what the mix is. Making sure you clear the sections, and when the opportunity presents itself to go vert, hit those vert backhand hangers. So I think it's a little bit of brake pedal as well as gas pedal all at the same time. Or a clutch in there too, yeah.
Yeah, I can see exactly what you're referring to there, and we've seen some greats down here at Winky over the years. The great Bobby Martinez had an incredible approach here. He had that ability to just power down the line, rip big backhand carves, but when the opportunity came, man, he could square up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens with a goofy foot that grows up on a right-hand point, right? They know how to read it and just put together the entirety of the wave. That means sometimes going around a section for the opportunity to hit the vertical section that's on the other side of that.
Thanks for the insights out there, mate, and I can see a couple of waves sort of capping in the distance, so hopefully we do see some action here in a moment and see Nadia up on her first wave. Interesting to note, you saw the graphic come across the bottom of your screens before. She is a rookie, but she's got the benefit of a few runs in this opening stage of the season. Having gotten the call up as a replacement surfer last year, she only took a couple of ninths from those couple of experiences. She got a ninth at Pipe and a ninth at Bells last year. But Nadia wasn't really prepared for those call-ups. In fact, at the end of the 2024 season, she was dealing with a lower back injury. It really stalled her momentum on the Challenger Series. To her credit, she got really close to earning a spot on the CT anyway. But she came into those first few events of 2025 really underdone. And she said right now she's 100% fit. She's ready to go. She's just come off a strong Challenger Series campaign where she broke through for her first victory. We know how hard that is when you look at how stacked the CS ranks are. She got that victory over in Bolito, and she also quarterfinaled at the US Open. So she's back to her best, and she's going to need it here because you spoke about it earlier, Rich. This is a new level. You know, I think a lot of these competitors, they have dreams of reaching the championship tour, and you know, that is a big enough dream to take up enough of your mental space just to crack through to the ranks. But it's a big reset required in just a short amount of time, just a little under a month to get set for your first proper run at the championship tour.
Yeah, and to actually reprogram your mind and to fill yourself with enough confidence so that you can take on these big heats and these big established competitors, it takes a lot of work. I can talk from experience here. You know, when I made the tour, I was totally awestruck, and a lot of the heats that I had with you know, Kelly and Sonny and you know, Damien Hubman, these more established tour veterans, I was already half beaten before I hit the water because I didn't do the mental work to go, you know what, I belong here. I've got the weaponry to really take it to these competitors and try and find a way to win. And a lot of the time, you know, my confidence was, you know, glass half full. It was half empty, actually. It should have been full. The cup should have been full. So that's Nadia's challenge. I'm sure she's done a lot of the work to kind of reprogram herself and take that into these heats. But she needs to go into this going, I can actually win this one, rather than, oh, how am I, you know, I know Katie's just going to wallop me.
I can only imagine how daunting that would have been coming onto the ranks with a bit of fluff on your chin and an earring. Coming up against blokes who have world titles and hairy shoulders. That would have been very scary. But right now we've got just on 22 minutes remaining here, and we've got so much to look forward to at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, the 63rd edition. Can you believe it? Have a look at some of these round 3 matchups on the men's side.
Amazing stuff. We'll kick it off with Miguel Pupo and George Pitter, the lone Australian sitting there at the top of the draw. Jordi Smith into Barron Mamiya. That's going to be an amazing frontside matchup. The 2 Americans, that will be a spicy one as well. Alejo versus Canoa, and then we'll see the current world champion hit the water again against Marco Mignon. All good matchups. Filipe Toledo against Leonardo. Filipe was one of the standouts yesterday. And then, Ronnie, how about this for an all-Brazilian matchup here? The 2 world champs, Italo Ferreira and Gabriel Medina, will go head-to-head. And then we'll round things out with Rio Ueda and Samuel Pupo. That's a really spicy matchup as well. And they are going to be potentially hitting the water very soon. Beautiful conditions down here at Winky Pop. And Katie Simmers, she's out in front with that 5, 6, 7. She surfed that well. Might key up another replay of that ride again and just break down just some technique and just see how Katie got that one done if we can. Yeah, that'd be great to see, because like you said, it came relatively easy for Katie. You could tell she wasn't really trying to over-surf the wave. She just really fit in with the sections provided. But you know, that can be a dangerous sort of benchmark for Nadia Erostarbe there, where, you know, Katie's kind of cruising her way to a 5, 6, 7. Also an opportunity, though, to win that opening exchange and apply some pressure. We know how crucial that is against these big names as we go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Rich, at your request, clean style and creative lines as always. Yeah, beautiful slice to start things off. You can just see a little bit of back foot movement where Katie shifts it forward, then puts that foot right back against the kick on the tail pad. So here she gets a bit of flair, drifts it, but keeps that momentum moving down the line. Doesn't overcook it. And again, this beautiful style, similar to some of the other greats, where she tucks that back leg right in tight, gets it nice and low to the board. It allows her to get from rail to rail really easily, but super smooth. And, you know, almost like a seamstress, really just stitching those maneuvers together just so beautifully. All right, just over 19 minutes to go. Still just the 1 score on the board for Caitlin Simmers here, but putting up a couple of hefty numbers in that last heat. Vaughan, Lakey Peterson on a tear and a close one.
Yeah, here with local legend, Lakey Peterson. Mate, that was a great heat. Congratulations. So good to get out here at a wave you know so well and lay down some big numbers, some big turns, especially up against a rival that has got you 3-0 up until that point.
I know. I had that in the back of my mind. It was pissing me off. She got me 3 times last year, and I was like, okay, Grom, here we go. But no, she's so deadly. Like you saw on her last wave, I was like, oh no. I knew there was 2 waves in that set, and I was looking at the first one like, this is a good wave, so you have to at least go, just knowing that's a great one. But yeah, stoked. I felt like I just knew where I was out there and pretty sure-footed, and I've surfed so much out here. So yeah, I just felt calm and enjoyed it. Nice, the wind went around for us a bit, and it got a lot cleaner, so that was cool. Yeah, it did. What sort of waves are you actually looking for out there on a day like this? A couple little secrets there I won't give out. No, I think you just want the ones that let you turn. It's pretty easy. Sometimes you can get winky and they'll be too fast and you kind of are always chasing it. You don't want those ones. But the ones that have the real nice pace to it and a little, you know, double up in them, I think are the best waves to surf. So yeah, and I just felt like anything that could give you a big moment, that's what the judges really like to see. So I was really just looking for those ones that would let me do one big turn or a couple big turns. But yeah, and then positioning's pretty straightforward, I think. So yeah. Nice one. It's great when you have an opponent who's up for a big fight like that. And what does it do for your confidence when, you know, you're really going toe-to-toe and you get the win? Oh, it's insane. I mean, that's what you want, really. Like, Erin is so talented and so good. And I actually stayed with her in Hawaii this year. We were surfing a lot together. And yeah, she's obviously going to do great things in the sport. She already has. And I think the whole time I never felt comfortable. Even in the end when she needed an 8, and there was 2 minutes to go, I was like, she could so get an 8 if a set comes now. So it feels good to win those heats because it makes you just rise to your best level, and she certainly does that for me. And yeah, I hope she holds her head high, because her last wave I turned around and I was like, oh no, she just belted it. So yeah, but really, really stoked to finally get one up on her.
And you've been competing here and living here obviously for a long time. That bell, it must just be there right at the top of the dream pile, just waiting to be rung.
I mean, yeah, that would be a dream for sure. I've been doing this for 14 years now and I've never gotten it. So yeah, it would be amazing to have that on the mantelpiece. I've definitely thought about it a lot, but don't want to get too far ahead of myself. It's yeah, a lot of work to be done, but it's definitely, yeah, it'd be pretty cool to ring that thing. I don't think I'd ever stop ringing it. I think every time I came in the door, I'd just give it a little ring.
Yeah, pretty much everyone who's got one does exactly that. Congratulations, you know, so great to see you just really open up, and looking forward to seeing the next one as well.
Thanks so much. Thanks everyone for watching. We'll see you soon.
Lakey Peterson, super impressive. You know, I think just the dream of getting that Bells title, I think Lakey's made that mistake of looking a little too far forward at this venue, and you could see that she's lost focus at stages during heats, but not in that one, you know, and that was a really difficult draw. I mean, the free surfing clips that have been dropping of Erin Brooks in the lead up to this season getting underway has a lot of people saying, performance-wise, this is the best surfer in the world right now. So to get the jump on Erin there is a massive confidence boost.
It's almost the opposite of what we were talking about before, in that you get these rookies who come in and they need to reset and get their mental game prepared for taking on these big names. In contrast, Lakey would have been just going, you know, I've got you here, Grom, and she needs to be able to take confidence in her game and what she can produce against these phenoms that are coming onto the tour, you know, because they're showing zero respect for their elders. Most definitely, yeah. It's been awesome to hear from many of the rookies, with Kaipo and Joe getting through some interviews with them. Nadia Erostarbe, she caught up with Joe just prior to the season getting underway. Obviously, everyone got a look at the bracket and saw what their road may look like as they move through the contest. Nadia knew she was going to take on Katie. She said she was very excited about the opportunity to compete against her. She's a huge inspiration. And Nadia recognising her as one of the best surfers in the world. So a huge chance for her to realise the dream of overcoming one of her big inspirations. And the full conversation with Nadia Erostarbe, Meet the Rookie, will be dropping soon. So make sure you check it out. But Nadia travelling with her boyfriend, Guille Gutierrez, and also I'm sure her family is tuned on to the broadcast at the moment. Eon, her father, watches all of her heats, and a lot of big things happening in the family for Nadia. Her sister's getting married next month, I believe. And yeah, that is a tough one for Nadia, because they planned the wedding around the CT schedule. And that was just after the J-Bay event, but then before the J-Bay event moved. And unfortunately, it's going to fall in that Raglan event window. So she's going to be working on delivering the ultimate wedding gift in the form of a CT victory over there at Raglan. Oh, wow. Well, I guess too late to shift the plans and have the wedding over there. But, you know, that's the commitment that you make as a World Tour surfer. You need to be prepared, excuse me, to make those sacrifices in pursuit of your dreams, really. Here we go, Katie Simmers. Katie Simmers chasing the dream of a second Bells title here, hammering down the line. That wind is strong. She's just looking for her first opportunity to place a turn. Didn't look like there was a whole lot of face to work with, so a bit of a flyaway there. 13 minutes remaining here. Katie still hanging on to that lead. Nadia Erostarbe, she is waiting for her opportunity on the outside. We'll take a quick break and be back with more right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Nowadays, it's a new film from Red Bull Media House, bringing 6 of the most influential surfers in the world right now together. The film premieres globally on Red Bull TV and Red Bull Surf YouTube on May 1st. So don't miss it. Looking forward to that. But right now, we're going to see Nadia Erostarbe rip into her first wave here, up against Caitlin Simmers. And it's a clean, flowing ride for Nadia, representing Spain from Zerats, and she has strung together a nice sequence of turns. Her good friend Isabella Nichols watching on, taking notes. But Nadia is going to reply nicely against Katie's opening ride here, Rich.
Yeah, no, that was a good series of manoeuvres there, and Nadia Erostarbe looked settled, looked confident, and mate, she'd waited about 25 minutes for this wave. You can see streaking down the line, driving for speed until the wave starts to slow down. Now she can go to work. A nice, beautiful backhand stap and a second. The third one, very, very important that she got to that finishing manoeuvre. And here we go outside, Katie Simmers. So there was 2 waves in this set, the big layback hack, but just the one turn, creative.
Yeah, Katie's wave during the break, 3.33 for that one. So the requirement's hefty. But Nadia, just be happy that she finished on her feet. You know, with that strong breeze blowing, there's a danger of you push too hard of getting a little caught up. She placed those turns really well. Been working with Darren Hanley for about 4 years now, and starting the tour for Nadia in Australia is giving her the chance to really refine that equipment as she gets set for the biggest year of her life.
Yeah, absolutely. Boards are looking good. DH, obviously a master craftsman. Got countless world titles. Obviously led by Mick and Steph. But yeah, good-looking wave for Nadia Erostarbe. I liked it. And you mentioned about this wind. It has picked up for sure just since this heat started. So, you know, the surfers need to be mindful that they don't go too high on the wave now. They need to almost bring it down maybe 6 inches where they would normally perform that turn up the top of the wave. Because what that wind does, it blows the wave down, blows the top of the wave away from you.
Kaipo out there in the lineup. You can feel it, Kipes. I thought Nadia placed those turns really well considering how much it picked up that wind.
Yeah, you guys talked about the wind, and it's true. And it's coming through in gusts. Like, it's offshore, cross offshore, and kind of calmer now. But when the gust comes, it blows right through. So that's adds a challenge, right, with that stiff offshore wind. And then earlier we talked about the backhand approach, right? Nadia, she made sure she made up some ground before placing her turn, made sure she made it down the line. I feel that's exactly the kind of surfing that you need as a goofy foot right now in these conditions.
It's a little overcast today, Kipes, and that sunrise is well and truly over now. But, you know, is there a chill factor to this wind, or is it a warm one?
There's a little chill. Here goes Katie.
All right, Katie Simmers. She is looking to extend her lead here, trying to get rid of a 3.33. Nice combo on the outside. Not a whole lot of room to move, but does well with that.
Yep, 2-term combination. And, well, we've got a score drop here for Nadia Erostarbe. The 5.43, so she's just about matched Katie Simmers' opening ride there, so job done. That was the intent there, was she needed to get in the game. She's been super patient. Obviously, not a whole lot of opportunities, but she's converted on the one opportunity that was delivered. So she's handled the pressure. She's put down some good surfing. It's really going to come down to this backup score, Ronnie.
Tommy Whitaker watching on. He's been working with Katie Simmers since she came onto the tour and formed a formidable partnership there. World title glory and a couple of 4th place finishes to go with it. But this is the replay of Katie's last ride.
Yeah, zippy little snap to start off and then up for that closeout re-entry. It all happened in a very short, compact space. But I think she will get rid of that 3.33 and she'll make the requirement probably up around a mid-range score for Nadia with just under 6 minutes to go now.
So Katie getting prepped for the heat. Just has a real relaxed vibe about her with her mum Ali on the steps. I'm sure her dad Jesse's watching. Her brother Timo, who last year won an under-18s USA Surfing Championship.
Wow.
Great surfer himself, and they've been on some, you know, magic explorations together, chasing good waves. 5.53 for Katie on that last ride. Pretty impressive in just that short amount of space. She almost matched her opening ride, which was a long extended wave. So, you know, the indication is there from the judges. If you can get those bigger, high quality combos happening at the start of your ride, you may not have to milk it all the way through to that inside. Sure, if the wave's providing that opportunity down the line, you're going to chase it. Just means you can turn a heat in a short amount of time. Nadia's right in this, though.
Yeah, she's right there. She's only got the one wave to date and is sitting there with priority, so she's in the box seat for the next set that rolls through, and it will be an important decision that she needs to make on choosing this next ride.
Reflecting on what you've seen so far in this heat, Rich, we know that errors often compound and can be your undoing at this level. It just feels like both competitors have been relatively mistake-free at the moment.
I think so. I was just, you know, Nadia's been patient, that just the flow and rhythm of priority and the sets has meant she's only ridden that one wave. Katie's converted on the two waves, the two decent rides that she's gotten. So yeah, there's really been no mistakes. I think Katie's competed within the boundaries of what she should have in terms of execution on the waves. I don't think she should have or needed to push any harder at this point. So yeah, it's been really mistake-free surfing from both the girls at the moment.
And the willingness for Katie to take some smaller waves and chance being able to convert them into scores is just based on the fact that Nadia's held priority. So
exactly,
you know, it's shaping up to be an interesting finish here. You know, if Nadia can keep her cool, find a quality wave, and again finish on her feet, she's got a real chance here against an event winner and a world champion, which is huge.
This is the moments that she would have actually been dreaming about as we watch the GWM recap. And it was Katie Simmers who started us off with this long ride. Just a series of beautiful turns down the line, showing us that variety, some beautiful carving hacks. And in particular, that final move, just the big power wrap. And then Nadia, she found a nice wave as well and got this, this brand of backhand power surfing on display. The backup score, the two-turn combination for Katie Simmers. You can see there is just a speed element to her surfing that is noticeable. With everything that she does, she travels really quickly across the wave. Here we go.
Crucial ride here for Nadia. Erostarbe needs to convert. Only 2.5 minutes remaining. First turn, strong, belts it again, climbing up over the roof. A great combination. It's all she's going to get out of that ride, but she doesn't need a monster score. 5.77 is what she's after. The comparisons will be made to Katie Simmers' opening ride.
Yeah, I think the comparisons will also be made to her opening ride as well. It was a three-turn combination on the opener.
Well, she needs the best wave of the heat. That's why I mentioned that first ride for Katie. And, you know, Katie's opening ride, even though it was a bit smaller, I love the speed and just how drawn out her moves were. So even though this is a bigger wave, it's going to be really interesting to see where the judges go with it, Rich.
Nice clean snap to start off, and the second. So two beautiful snaps, and then the third little closeout. Everything was down the line. So here's the first ride of Nadia's. This is the 5.43. So a bit more committed on the rail from what I can see, and a bit more power in the first turn. The rails were a little cleaner. The transitions between the turns were a little bit cleaner and faster. So just based on that alone, I'm feeling that the score may not go there. And again, you referenced Katie's opening ride, which in reflection could probably have gone into the sixes.
Yeah, well, the numbers are rolling through now. And it's not going to be enough as we go to the IC score update here. 5.13. Surfed that wave very well. You know, you've got to give it props, but the judges were asking for more. You know, and on these medium-sized waves, the standard had kind of been set by Katie Simmers. She has the 2 highest scoring rides of this heat so far. And I think the real difference, Rich, you touched on it before, has just been Katie's speed.
Yeah. I just wonder whether if Nadia had taken a higher line through that second part of the wave and actually generated more speed for a bigger, more dynamic finish, then maybe that exclamation point may have tipped the judges in favour.
There's a fast twitch nature to the backhand approach of Erin Brooks as a comparison. And just the way she whips that board through her turns. Nadia doing brilliant, clean, flowing surfing. But some of that punch, some of that fast twitch work might really work in her favour when it comes to upping these scores a little bit. So this one is about to come to a close. And with priority, Katie's got to be careful here. Well, she does get that wave before the hooter. And now she's hammering down the line, a clean canvas to work with, and goes to town. Big layback jam to get started, climbs the roof. And this is on its way to improving her heat score total, but with a fall, unlikely it'll go there. But Katie looking very switched on. And I think just with the slower conditions and the increased gusting wind there, it kind of kept that heat very level, but Katie's held on for the finish.
Yeah, it's a decent showing for Nadia Erostarbe. She was right there against Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah, and yet another heat, Rich, decided by less than a point. Big props to Nadia Erostarbe there, pushing the 2024 world champ, a former Bells champion as well, in that clash. And Katie Simmers is powering on through to the next round. One more heat to wrap up round 2.
Woke up in space, I say hey girl again. It hit me in my face and I wonder what she's cooking. She's a spaceship troubadour. How could I ask for more?
Viz Victoria, every bit different. And Bells, Jirac, we know it's an hour drive from Melbourne. Good place to come for surfers, foodies, wildlife lovers, culture enthusiasts. Those looking to unwind, relax, take a hike, ride a bike, have a hit. But more importantly, come down there and watch this iconic event unfold. And we've got 2 icons hitting the lineup here. 2 former champions at Bells Beach. And Carissa Moore's successful return to the championship tour has been fun to watch. This is, of course, a hydrolite heat to watch. Isabella Nichols is going to have her hands full here. And Carissa, we spoke to her earlier today. And she was giving Isabella props on the way she surfed on her road to victory at this venue last year. A massive moment for Isabella. Ooh. And she was awestruck and just overwhelmed when we caught her at the event after party, Rich. She couldn't believe she was a Bells champion and had added her name to such an unbelievable list of surfers. Here goes Carissa Moore, the veteran, back on the CT, and this one's going to run away without her. The surfers both sitting pretty deep at the moment.
Yeah, that was what priority set now for this heat. Carissa taking off on that wave, so instantly hands priority to Isabella Nichols, so she will be in the box seat to put the first decent number on the board. And that last heat, a little slow for sets, so generally speaking, the next heat sometimes produces better consistency in the sets. Carissa, 3 times Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion, so she is very accustomed to being the successful surfer here, but coming up against last year's champion, it's a great matchup, Ron.
Unbelievable heat. What are the weapons for these two, Rich, and who's got the edge?
To be honest, both fairly similar in terms of their key maneuver is that big open face wrap. I'd say that Isabella stands a little taller when she performs hers, and Carissa, I say, probably has a little bit more variety in how that front side snap to hack is performed. Both very powerful. Carissa with the nod in terms of weight slightly. I think Carissa's around 5'7", Isabella about 5'9", so 2 inches in height. And again, as I mentioned, I think Isabella stands a little taller. But yeah, Carissa I think, has a slight power advantage as well. As we see her just having a look at this little insider one, Ronnie.
Yeah, loading up. She's looking sharper and alive and ready to ignite here at Winky. And it's a nice drift on the tail. Clean combination in a short amount of space here. So under priority, taking a chance on a smaller ride and converting is going to be a good score.
Yeah, well, if it was a little mistake at the start of the heat to take that set that ran off, she's cleaned it up and just found that inside runner, and she'll put a score on the board. But look at the intent on the paddle. She looks invested into this comeback. And been enjoying herself down in Victoria. She's a new mum, showing the family. They've been in the water, they've been surfing, they've been trekking up and down the Great Ocean Road as we look at the replay here. So Carissa, just a clean snap, and then the closeout re-entry. And as you mentioned, Ronnie, a little bit of fin drift. Just gets the tail free for a very fast moment, but does well to generate a lot of speed. Carissa been working with Matt Biolis for a long time, and it's a great relationship. Carissa just trusts, and Matt delivers.
Isabella surfing in her 6th Rip Curl Pro here at Bells Beach. Carissa Moore surfing in her 13th. When you look at these two, they're really kind of at opposite ends of their careers. Pretty remarkable. How many finals do you reckon Carissa Moore surfed in at the championship tour level?
At Bells or just in total?
I'll tell you that she's equal with Steph Gilmore for how many finals they've surfed in total. Over
how many years? Lots.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 10 10's 100 minus a couple. I'm going to say 67.
Well, you went a little hard there, but it was 50 finals each. Carissa surfing in her 16th year on the tour. Steph Gilmore, almost a couple of decades. Katie Simmons coming up the stairs.
Looks so sharp.
I felt so good. I was like, I just want a good wave.
Started to open up on her.
Yeah.
And that last one, like the high line, it was like J-Bay-esque in the big car.
The sun was reflecting off the wave so hard. And I was like, it was just like pretty.
The slowness of that heat was so painful. I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait. There was like 5 sets of bells too, and I'm like, they're not coming. They're not coming. You did the job though. That was perfect.
Yeah,
Took the opportunity at the start, which set up
glad
the
I
whole...
did that. I almost didn't.
No, well, you said you were going to do it.
No, I did. I was like,
Backed it.
definitely.
Crushed it. But it was scary that if that one wave bomb came.
Well, yeah,
through,
it's like, I was like, this could be the worst decision of the heat, or it could be
Was
the
it one
best
at the end?
decision.
Was it
No,
all-
the beginning one.
That was good because
I
of all,
was like,
because of all the sets in the last heat.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like,
Get that quick 5-5 out of the way, and get your feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well done. 2-10 combo 5 something to put it a little bit further out of reach was good. But yeah, excited to get some waves. Maybe have a surf at Bells in a couple of hours before it gets too high for tomorrow. If
you
you're
think
up for
it'll
it.
be at
If
Bells
not-
tomorrow? Really?
Yeah, they're thinking. Just gonna wait.
Breaking it down, and we touched on it in the booth. They're really mistake-free, both competitors in that last heat, and you know, made for a great close finish. Caitlin identifying that things were slowing up, and after a flurry of sets, often there is the ocean takes a bit of a breather. She got the lead early and shut that one down. Out there in the lineup at the moment, Carissa Moore. She's kind of going about her business the same way. 5.33 on that last ride ridge, short amount of space, and well, in the last heat, those mid-range 5s were keepers.
Yeah, absolutely, and smart decision to even take that inside wave, and she converted on it. She surfed it up, and the 5.33. That's not a bad number to have in your scoreline at this point in the heat. Isabella will look to at least match that score to stay, you know, toe-to-toe with her and really stay in touch.
Well, a bit of history between these two. 4 previous head-to-head clashes. They all have gone the way of Carissa Moore, and every time they've met, Carissa's put up extremely healthy heat score totals, gone excellent a couple of times. But Carissa, she was the spoiler in Isabella Nichols' first ever championship tour final. That was in Newcastle back in 2021. She was absolutely ruling at that stage. And Isabella, just going off the fact that it was her first final, settled pretty comfortably with a second place finish. I don't think she settles on those results anymore after a couple of CT wins now.
No, and again, you know, just at that stage of her career, a final would have been like a huge achievement for her. And again, you know, that mental adjustment of expectation going into every single event now should be, I'm going to win this event. And she did it. She got the win here at Bells last year, and I feel like that was another step in the evolution of Isabella Nichols to go, you know what, now I'm actually someone who competes for a world title and competes to win at every single stop on tour.
No easy heats at this level, Kaipo, but this is a good test for Carissa Moore, isn't it? Isabella victorious at this venue last year.
Yeah, I mean, for me, these are a couple of my favorite surfers. You know, Isabella and I are teammates on Bonsoy, but Carissa and I are both locals. We share a home break at Key Wallows. So shout out to all the folks over at Wallows. So it's really hard for me to pick one of these surfers right now. So you know what I did? I think I put Isabella on fantasy, but I think I have Carissa to win the bracket. I don't think that's a super logical way to play fantasy, but that's how I had to do it.
How's Carissa's surfing been in the off-season? Because there's been a lot of chatter about just how sharp she's looked coming back to the CT.
Yeah, she's rad, right? And she would actually switch up, you know, having a serious kind of shortboard warm-up or session, and then sometimes she's taking the soft top out with her daughter and her husband and just keeping it light and keeping it fun. And here she goes.
Yeah, she's been gifted ultimate perspective with the arrival of her first child, and she is now taking off, trying to solidify that #1 position here at the moment. What a combination on a waist-high wave. Carissa shows her strength and just how in tune she is at the moment with a really dynamic combination there.
Oh, that was great competition surfing there from Carissa Moore. Just nabbing that little wave under Isabella, and this is what happens with priority sometimes. You start waiting for waves that perhaps are not going to come. You need to get your heat underway maybe a mistake here for Isabella Nichols, letting Carissa go on there. She's going to make her pay. Drives down the line, stays nice and low. Goes for the little layback snap with the flare. A little adjustment snap here on the second turn, and again, almost a repeat of the opening manoeuvre. But watch the compression, the lower body and the extension here. So drives into the turn, and then the full weight adjustment from front foot to back foot. And a little check snap for the second one, and then again, this third one. See how low again. That back leg nice and tucked in, just compressing and driving. That's adding power to the turn. Whenever you get that low and you're driving through the back half of that turn nice and low onto the board, it's energy that's just harnessed in there.
That was so impressive. A 5.83, so, you know, on a smaller ride, just with that little bit of extra room to move, Carissa flexes the repertoire. 5.83. She has the opportunity to equal Stephanie Gilmore and Lisa Anderson with 4 bells titles if she can go on and get the job done here. Isabella Nichols, she can join some esteemed company herself with 2 bells wins. Sally Fitzgibbons, Tyler Wright, Kim Merrick, Fred Azamba. So, yeah, there is obviously a massive goal in mind for both these competitors coming into this huge head-to-head clash. One of our hydrolyte heats to watch. Clean ocean. It's actually something that we've spoken about a lot through the earlier stages of the contest. You know, you don't win bells usually competing in the same conditions on your run through the bracket. You know, you're going to have to adapt to all kinds of conditions if you want to get that trophy. And our competitors are seeing a different kind of lineup here today. They've taken on that onshore bells lineup on the bowl. And now the move to Winky. Yesterday it was onshore and junkie, really groomed. And as a result, we're seeing some really clean flowing surfing and some really sharp work on some different equipment from Katie Simmons there, Vaughn.
Thanks, Bronny. Hi, Katie.
Hi.
How you going?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Last time we spoke was at the WSL finals. That was a long time ago. And in the time off, we know that you sort of like really took the opportunity to just go out and do other things and sort of disconnect a little bit from the surfing life that you've been experiencing for the past 4 years. But what was it like to get the Rashi back on and connect with that winning feeling again?
Yeah, it was definitely the longest time I've been off of competitive surfing for probably since I was like 13 or 14, which is pretty wild. So I guess it was really nice to like see what life was like if I'm not doing like a contest every other week. But and like, I don't know, I definitely was really excited to kind of surf another heat. And then I don't know, it kind of went super slow after my first wave, and then I kind of was like, had to get used to like just being in my head for, I think that was like the weirdest part, is just like sitting with my thoughts for like 20 minutes or something and being like, what do I even think about? Like, what did I think about last year in my heats? Like when there's nothing going on, like that's kind of the hardest part of surfing heat, I feel like sometimes, if you have a heat like that. So I don't know, I was just trying to think about, I was definitely going pretty quick, thinking about a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what they call heat rust sometimes, where, you know, you can't quite remember what that feeling of competing is like, but obviously winning feels great. You're so good at it. What did it feel like to sort of come in after, you know, Nadia put up a pretty strong fight?
I think, I mean, it felt nice after I got like a first wave, and it's nice to just have, like, getting that first wave. It was kind of like a pretty average wave for the heat before, kind of had like really perfect little set waves, and so I think I was like, just don't be tricked by that heat, because of my free surf, I like actually didn't stand up on a wave like properly. So I was like, I kind of just wanted to like surf a wave, and so that's why I went on that wave, and then I'm glad I went on it, because then it ended up being my best wave of the heat. But sometimes the oceans just doesn't really I don't know, give you some set waves, and you kind of just have to like surf some small waves, and I like small waves, so that's good for me, I guess.
Yeah, I think a lot of the field can relate to that. Yesterday was a really tricky day to try and find the sets and get in rhythm with the ocean, but just watching you on the waves was really joyful. Like, you know, there's moments where you aren't rushing your surfing, you're just sort of highlining. I actually heard you and Tommy talking about it, where it's like, man, that little highline was like J-Bay. And you find moments of joy, which we know you love surfing, but being able to find that in a heat, like that's kind of unlocking the magic of winning in the right way.
Yeah, I think I do just like surfing, and that's kind of what keeps me here. So kind of just try to keep doing that, even if I'm in a heat, I guess. And yeah, I think, yeah, it's just nice to go surfing, and that's just what I love to do, so.
Yeah, we love it when you do it too. Just finally, the boards, we noticed a sharp eye there. We know that you're still getting boards and surfing with Chris a lot, but what was the sort of intention behind that?
I think it's just being like a surfer and wanting to, I see it as like when you're surfing, you're kind of like creating moments, and sometimes if you like ride the same thing for a long time, you kind of get stuck in the same motions, and just wanting like new feels out of my surfing and just seeing how that goes. But yeah, I mean, Chris still makes like the best boards in the world, you know, and it's just like trying a new feel, and that's kind of, it's been really good. Like just just like slight different movements when you're going on a wave, and sometimes it's nice to have something new, I feel like, and that's kind of what the idea is. And
that's real cool. Nice to chat.
But yeah, thank you, Sharp. Or I thought I had my board right here because it's not here.
It's not there. The wind was going to blow it into
there.
the
But yeah, it was working really good. It was really quick and nice. So yeah, thank you. Thanks, Sharp Eye.
Good on you, Katie. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking sharp, and I think that little hiatus that a lot of the surfers enjoyed is the biggest break departure from competition surfing they've had. Like Katie said, maybe since she was 13 years old. So she's come back looking inspired, looking fresh, different heat. This one to what we saw. The last was slow for those set waves. Isabella Nichols, she dropped anchor, but she did get the benefit of connecting with maybe the best wave we've seen here at Winky in 2 days of competition. And man, she surfed it well, as we see the IC score update there. 8.5 is the average from the panel. And let's have a look at it again, Rich. What a beautiful ride.
Incredible looking wave. She drives down the line, picks the moment, gets the big open face carve with a little shimmy at the end of it. Beautiful snap on the second, and then the big closeout hammer to round things off. And the water angle here, you'll just see the tilt on the board. Really gets that that heel side rail buried through that opening carve, and that transition from that second to third maneuver, just silky smooth. So you can see there, that back arm just bringing it down with the motion of that turn, holding the power all the way through it. That was a faster snap there. And the wave bottomed out underneath her, so she did well to reconnect with the fins and then get straight back up onto that closing maneuver.
It was the start and the finish that got her the score. It was an excellent wave, and she surfed it to an 8.5, and then Carissa, she got a decent number of her own. Similar, you know, and easy for the judges to make the comparisons there, and you can see why Isabella got more than a point on the spread there.
Yeah, the opening card between the two surfers, I think Isabella's was a little longer. She held that rail line just for a split second more. Beautiful technique from Carissa here. Then she gets that second snap, very similar, where the wave drops out and then quickly gets up onto that final turn. But I feel like Isabella's final turn just had a little bit more impact. The wave had more height. There was a slightly more critical element to the final hit.
There's the IC score update on Carissa's average there, 7.17. I actually prefer Carissa's opening turn, but Isabella's wave was bigger. And as a result, you know, it just allowed her to draw that move out a little more, but she definitely had a more high impact finishing move there. Well, this is turning into a great heat. Just over 13 minutes to go. Isabella chasing a 4.5. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The GWM Aussie treble, the best in Australia.
The double favorite.
Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia.
Tank 300 is good.
Welcome back to the show. We're seeing some of the cleanest conditions we've had during the event window here at the 63rd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. We're down at Winky today. Clean, shoulder-high waves, and our surfers are really putting on a show. Some good numbers for our competitors out there in the lineup at the moment. A couple of former Bells champions, Isabella Nichols, the defending champ, going up against a three-time Bells champion in Carissa Moore. Isabella, she's got the big number at the moment. Her patience with priority paying off. 8.5 is the benchmark for this heat so far. But Carissa with a 5.83 for a medium-sized wave that she absolutely decimated, and coupled with a 7.17, a set wave of her own, has the lead at the moment. But the requirement, it is not a number that's going to make Isabella Nichols uncomfortable.
No, she'll be absolutely stoked with that number. I mean, she really extracted every point out of that ride. And, well, Carissa, she went to work here. She put the tool belt on, she built the house, she got the roof. Isabella still with a little work to do. Now, let's do the comparisons here. So you can see Isabella, there was a little bit more length to the opening turn. I'd say there's a little bit more flair and speed in Carissa's opening turn. The second snap, very similar. And then you'll watch as the third hit here, Isabella gets a little higher. There's a bit more projection and speed, a bit more theatrics and impact into the final turn. So that's where the difference in points, just over 1 point between the two. But again, very similar rides. And back to the point, the roof is still missing on Isabella's house. She needs to find that second wave, and she doesn't need a big score, only that 4.5.
What about your mindset, Rich, when you come up against, you know, someone who is, you know, renowned as being one of the most dominant surfers in the history of the sport? You've been there, and you get yourself in a position like this with 9 minutes to go, and the requirement, even if you're in second place, is a mid-range score. I mean, that's executing the plan, right?
To an absolute T. You know, you want to, against these big rivals, and mate, Carissa is in vintage form right now. Like, her surfing is so on point. So Isabella's had to get the best wave of the heat. She's done that. She performed on it, almost surfed it up to an 8.5. Done that, so got excellent. Now she just needs to wrap this up and make sure she doesn't get caught needing another wave. Carissa's going to start trying to build the veranda on the house.
Here she goes. Plenty of speed for this first turn, and it's a big one. Kicks hard on the tail a couple of times. Only trying to improve on a 5.83. I just love the venom in those strikes, Rich. That extra push on the tail. That's a medium-sized wave under priority. Is it going to push the requirements so high that Isabella's going to get flustered? Not really, but any extras she adds will certainly shake up the mindset. But a lot of speed in this first move.
Drives down the line. That's her trademark backhand snap that she does, and she does it so well, and comes... her ability to coil up, get the layback snap, and then get straight back on that toe side rail. The speed in which that happens is remarkable.
The question is, how high will the judges be willing to go now that there's those bigger scores on the board? That's an unbelievable hit. So there'll be some credit for it. But I just think with a couple of big set waves rolling through, or bigger set waves rolling through in this heat, there's going to be it's going to be hard to break up into the mid 6 point range. But you know, maybe she surfed that well enough to get there.
Both surfers are on here, and the result of this heat may eventually be dictated by the flow of the ocean and the flow of the sets and how they're delivered in this 35 minutes. And at the moment, Isabella's found herself on the best wave. Carissa stayed busy. She is just looking so connected, and she has added a little bit more to it.
Yeah, 6.07. It's still just a warning for Isabella just to be careful what she passes up here with priority, but this is a no-brainer. This is a good-looking wave for the Queenslander, who rips into the first turn herself, has a whole lot of speed. She'll get down the line here and, just catches a hillside rail on her approach to the lip there. And these small mistakes you can be punished for. Carissa, though, caught one of those winky waves that we heard Lakey Peterson talking about earlier, that stretched out, and just she didn't want to find herself chasing it down the line and getting on the wrong side of priority, so she's bailed out.
Yeah, smart decision there, and that's experience coming into play, just knowing the situation. She'd have to assume that that Isabella got the score, so she wanted to make sure that she got back out and establish priority so that she could at least have a crack at turning back the heat.
There's a question mark on whether Isabella's wave goes there, though, because that was a glitch on that second move. We're waiting on the scores to come through at the moment. Just over 5.5 minutes to go. Let's get an update on what's coming our way this morning with Jessie Starling.
Yeah, guys, as you can see, we've just hit dead low tide, which is unfortunately making the ocean slow down a little bit here this morning. So the officials have made a call. We're going to go on hold, and we'll come back at 11:15 to see if we'll keep running through competition here.
Oh, thanks for the update, Jessie. What a heat we got on our hands here, Jessie.
Woohoo, let's do it. I'm not going to lie, I've loved watching Carissa Moore in person here. It's pretty cool.
Unbelievable. Yeah, she's got herself the lead. Thank you, Jessie. So we'll be going on hold for a moment. But Carissa's holding on to the lead. We're still waiting on the numbers to come through for Isabella's last ride. I'd love to see it again, Rich, because she had the wave, started it pretty well, but there'll be some real focus on what happens with this second turn here.
Okay, drives down the line, gets that opening snap, does that well, and she had to get on the speed, and she just gets caught on the hillside rail. She tidies up with the final hit, but the judges will really notice this second turn. It's almost like she got caught between thinking, do I just do the one turn here? Yeah, just catches on the bottom turn.
A little wobble off the bottom, through her timing on that top turn. That was the wave to turn the heat, and Isabella's going to know it, but she turns in a 4.5. And now, after a mistake-free start, she'll be feeling the pressure. She's got that dreaded situation where she's got no priority. She's going to have to try and sell Carissa in a slow ocean here to get an opportunity to fight back in the final 4 minutes.
Oh, she will be reliving that in her mind right this second, just going, oh, if I just had cleaner rails on that second snap and executed, she would be now sitting here in the lead.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate for Isabella, because she had a nice section of water standing up, and you could see what she was thinking. But something happened on that bottom turn that threw her timing off, and she had to almost just redirect out of the move, so there wasn't really a second turn in it.
Now, 4.74, Ron, is not a big score. We've seen Carissa on these little inside waves. She's going to have a crack at it now.
Yeah, Carissa's managed to surf up some of these medium-sized waves, and Isabella's going to have to do it now herself. A huge opening move on her way. That's better timing, a huge combo, and she's only chasing a 4.74. Our feeling would be that she's already got it, but on the outside, Carissa with a set here. And a clean carve to get started. What a heat. And the three-time Bells champ being pushed, and she pushes back on the final section. A nice finish there for Carissa, trying to improve on a 6.07 to likely get the lead back, because Isabella's wave, it was dynamic, it was super clean. Any little hiccups she had on her previous ride were eliminated then.
Gee, she did well to bounce back and clean that up. That's Carissa's husband, Luke. Not looking overly confident in the situation. Isabella has that 8.5. That is a significant advantage at this point.
Well, this has been my favourite heat to watch on the women's side so far. Two former champs duking it out. This was a great correction from Isabella on this ride.
Oh, the pace of this wave just slows up perfectly for her. Gave her all this open face to work with. 4 turns, connected right to the finish. Didn't oversurf it. She knew at that point, by the time she'd done the 3rd turn, she had the number. Carissa outside. Big, powerful snap to start off. We know she gets that 2nd turn. I love this 3rd one. So committed and powerful. Gets a little bit of flair and drift in the tail, so some commitment to innovation there for Carissa on the final turn.
Kaipo, how did that look from the water? It looked incredible from the top of the point here.
What an exchange, right? What a way to end this heat. There was so much tension building up to that set, and there was a 2-wave set. Both women just went off, and I'm actually got one eye on them and one eye on my Apple Watch just to get an update on the scores. Looks like we're still waiting for scores, but Carissa Moore's got priority in this last minute 15.
Massive benefit to Isabella Nichols, having put more than a point in the differential between their best rides prior to this exchange. So anything she can add here could leave Carissa chasing a pretty high number in the final stages.
Oh, you got it. She does. She needs it right now. She needs a 9.1. Looks like it. Just tuned in here on the Apple Watch. So Carissa Moore with priority, needing a huge number.
Yeah, well, she's still got that score on the way. Is it going to go to the 9.1, Rich?
Oh, wow. It's a big requirement that she needs. The final turn had a lot of energy and sting to it. This has been such a good matchup.
This is a different looking Carissa Moore in this situation. You know, I think she's really making a concerted effort to enjoy her time on tour, her return to the championship tour. That was an amazing exchange. Isabella Nichols had to be looking at this heat on paper and thinking, wow, I'm going to have my hands full here. But she was so rock solid in the opening stages, holding priority, waiting for the best wave. She knew that was going to be the key to getting the jump on Carissa. She made a mistake on her 2nd ride, which could have turned the heat, but she replied and dropped a 7.77. Carissa responded with a 7.9, as we see the IC score update there. It's not going to be enough for Carissa, but still a stunning return to the championship tour, despite the fact Isabella's marching on.
The thing with that final decision for Carissa was she was damned if she didn't, damned if she didn't. She actually knew that there was a 2-wave set. She identified that. She said the 2nd wave of the set's better. And as the scores dropped, she actually got a better score than Isabella on that 2nd ride. So she made the right choice waiting. But she couldn't do anything about Isabella taking that 1st wave. And credit to Isabella Nichols, you know, dropping 2 very, very good scores and cleaning up what was potentially going to be a losing mistake. Bounces back under pressure, gets it done over the 5-times world champion.
Unbelievable stuff from Isabella Nichols. A lot to look forward to from Carissa Moore in 2026. Even though she's bowed out here, I think the performance would suggest she's going to have a great year.
The form's there, undeniable. As I mentioned during that heat, it is vintage Carissa Moore that we're seeing here. Almost a little bit of added salt and pepper on there. There's some spices that she's added. I love it, and you know, this will be this will sting a little bit for her, but still, you know, having a family waiting to greet her, it will be somewhat of a consolation prize.
So good to have our world champs back on both the women's and the men's CT. We got the Stone and Wood update show coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Well, welcome to this Stone and Wood update show here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. We know we are going on hold till 11:15 a.m. for a call to get competition potentially back underway here at Winky, but we have just witnessed, I think, one of the heats of the event so far. It was a great heat on paper, one of our Hydrolite heats to watch. Isabella Nichols, Carissa Moore, a couple of Bells champions, duking it out. Carissa looks so sharp. We welcome Richie Lovett, Felicity Palmatier to the update show, and Flick, that was just a great seesaw battle.
Oh, yeah, it was incredible to watch. I just think, to your point, Rich, I heard you say it kind of looks like Carissa has come back exactly the same form, but maybe even a little bit extra from what we saw Isabella really push her, and I just saw, you know, Carissa rise to the occasion, and I just love that it was sort of a seesaw battle, and yeah, there was some great waves on offer and some really good surfing going down.
Yep. It was interesting, Rich, in the earlier stages of this event in junky conditions, you know, sitting out there patiently and trying to pick the two best waves was very difficult. You almost had to take a chance. It was a bit of a lottery. What's going to, you know, develop on the reef, on the Bells Bowl, at Winky when we had onshore conditions. Today, you could kind of play that game of going, all right, I'm going to be patient. I've got Carissa Moore, and Isabella played it perfectly. And despite one little hiccup, it was a great performance.
Yeah, no, she held a nerve, and it's a different Isabella Nichols that we're seeing today than a couple of years ago. She's full of confidence. She knows she deserves to be there. She knows she can get up for these big heats against the champions and take them down, and that's what she did. And to your point, you know, we saw heats this morning where staying busy actually worked. And then in this last heat, being patient actually worked. So it was really about getting in flow with the ocean and feeling that rhythm. And, you know, Isabella did it well against Carissa.
She did extremely well, and she's making her way towards her coach at the moment, Jay Thompson.
Sure.
So stoked.
Held your nerve so well at the start.
I thought I butchered it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, I could have gone and gotten a 5. And then she got another one, and I was like, oh. But I'm so glad. If she had had priority for that wave, it would have been all over. That wasn't mine.
Yeah.
That was like one jam that came through.
Yeah. There was actually quite a few waves in that heat.
There was heaps of waves, yeah. And then there was a couple underneath that she got like 6 on, and I was like, fuck, I need a 4.7. Like, why did I not go that? But I knew that there'd be more. I actually was looking up at center side.
Yeah.
And I saw some bombs coming.
Yeah.
And I let that wave go, and I was like,
yeah.
Risky business.
There was a little bit, probably, the only little, would say, like, with the tide pushing in, there was a couple that you pushed a little bit, because you know, you went, after you got your 8, you went straight out to her, and there was one slipped under, was probably...
There was one that she went, I just, like, if I started paddling for it, I would have lost priority.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I could get it from where I was.
Yeah.
And then she got it, and I was like, damn, that's a 4.7, but...
Yeah. But geez, you did well to, like, recover after your 4.7. Like, you lit that.
Yeah.
It was really hard.
It's actually better not to have priority out there, because, like, I let so many go with priority, and I was like, I just got to do the same thing to her that she did to me.
Yeah.
And just, like, get a little one under.
I know.
And as soon as I saw it coming, it split wide. I was like, this is a good wave.
Yeah, it was such a well pace.
And then I saw her do that Larry on the end, and I was like, I don't know what she did before that, but I'm screwed.
Nah, it was, well set. It was just, I was glad that the judging all stayed even, because the first, like, mid-range 5s compared to your last one, like, the scale was right there, because I was a bit worried that they were maybe going to compress your score because you had the 8.5, which is such a clear good wave. But the judging was great.
Boggled on that second turn on the 4.5, and I was like, they're going to crucify me for that. Like, if I had done a clean turn, that second turn, and then finished it, it would have easily been the 4.7, but that set came through, I would have needed more anyway, so it is what it is. Stoked.
The knee held up.
Fuck, the knee's fine. How good is adrenaline?
Yeah, well done.
Thank
Good
you.
Battle.
Stoked.
Isabella Nichols just breaking down a really great heat, and we had been hearing some whispers of a knee injury. We didn't want to speculate about it, but she said that her knee held up fine there. So she's dealing with a strain of some sort, but man, as she said, how good is adrenaline? She just powered through that heat. Her serving looked as sharp as it did last year when she won the event, Flick.
Yeah, I just love the analytical breakdown. They just went through absolutely every moment in that heat. And it's just such a testament to, you know, as a professional surfer, at every single moment in the heat, you're always asking yourself those questions, you know, okay, like, where I am, what do I need, you know, and it just... Yeah, just like a true testament to what being a professional athlete is about, and just the breakdown was so in depth. And yeah, I liked, to her point, I think what I saw in that heat is that Isabella just really knew what she was up against. You know, 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist, and also, you know, rang the bell multiple times. It's like, I needed to be on those best waves. That's why she stuck true to that like priority and just really waiting for those bigger ones. That was pretty clear to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was quite entertaining that normally the coach plays the breakdown role, and Isabella was pretty much breaking down that whole heat. You know, obviously Bottle had some really good insights as well, but you could tell she was still fizzing from that adrenaline. Oh, yeah. And yeah, she did tweak a knee. We did find that out, that up at the pool, just a little minor tweak, but obviously the adrenaline kicked in. It does wonderful things and can eliminate pain.
Yeah, one of those heats that Isabella's not going to forget, because much like Kelly Slater on the men's side, Carissa is that athlete on the women's tour. You know, one of the true goats of the sport, and that was a really convincing victory and a close battle as well. We saw a couple of big heats to kick off the day. Lakey Peterson, Erin Brooks. We're also excited to see Erin surf this year, just based on the free surfing clips and movies that have been dropping about this young athlete, this teenager. But Lakey Peterson's got so much experience down here in these waters, and it really came to the fore today, Flick.
Yeah, it totally did. You know, the funny thing coming into this is that Erin actually had the jump on Lakey in head-to-head matchups. I think it was 3-0. You know, every time Erin had got the jump. I mean, Erin had a couple of beautiful moments where she was tagged it so aggressively. I think this was around a 6. And but yeah, Lakey's wave selection for me, and just real veteran sort of approach here, the maturity in her surfing. She's obviously spent so much time here. Husband grew up here, Thomas Allen, just over the hill, and it's going to feel good for Lakey to get the jump over, yeah, the rookie out there today.
Rich, you and I spoke about Lakey Peterson. You know, maybe the key to Lakey's success here is kind of not reaching for the trophy before she actually gets to the final. She just hasn't been herself in previous performances here, but today, no, it's the Lakey that we're kind of used to seeing.
Yeah, I'm liking it. You know, she's just staying in the moment. I know, as cliche as that sound, it really does mean something for her, because the performance today looked settled to me. It looked like that she was just really digging into the turns, and she did have that power advantage against Erin, and that's what she was eventually the thing that got her out with the win. And, you know, healthy heat scores from both of these girls. 15.83 eventually for Lakey Peterson.
All three heats we watched today separated. The competitors were separated by less than a point, so great battles are unfolding, and the ocean a little bit more organised, just giving them the platform to really go head-to-head properly.
Oh, totally. I think today, you know, you spoke about it, Ron, is that we've had those kind of little bit onshore days. It's been really hard to read, but today it was just groomed and it was offshore, and it's like, you know what a good wave looks like when it's coming towards you, and I think the scores reflected in that. You know, that last exchange in that heat with Erin and Lakey was pretty incredible. You know, Erin actually dropped an 8.9. It wasn't enough to get her over the edge, because Lakey dropped an 8.5 and increased her total too. But yeah, it just goes to show when you get a bit of offshore on it, and just really easy to identify what wave is a good wave.
So many great heats, matchups head-to-head. Another one we saw today, Nadia Erostarbe, a championship tour rookie, got some call-ups as a replacement last year, but she wasn't fully fit. Now she's in great condition. She came up against Katie Simmers. For set waves, it was a slow heat, Rich, but the surfing was big.
The surfing was great, and Katie opened up with a real bell ringer, really so much spice and speed. And then Nadia, she only got 2 opportunities in this heat, and she handled the pressure well, put in some really good backhand surfing, great snaps, but Katie Simmers, she surfed her way into rhythm in this heat and just kept building.
Searching for a fresh feel, experimenting with some sharp eyes, Flick. They look so good under her feet. Definitely looked like she found a bit of extra spark.
Yeah, I'd say so. She was looking really fast. I think I just love her style, right? Like, the moment I see her on a wave, she does, you know, we speak about it so much, but she does draw, you know, those sort of different lines. I mean, you can look at the scores here, the totals, obviously a lot less than that previous heat and the next heat we're about to talk to as well. But yeah, just a little bit of a slower heat. This one was super, super close, and you got to give it to her, because Katie held her nerve in what was a really close finish.
Yeah, sometimes in those situations, you kind of say, are they reserving those bigger scores just because of the size of the wave a little bit too much? For me, I don't really mind, even if it's a medium-sized wave. If you get as drawn out and as smooth as Katie Simmers did. I think most people would look at it and go, well, I don't care how big the wave was. That was excellent surf.
Amazing surfing, yeah. And I think that's an important element to the judging criteria. It shouldn't always just be deemed on, okay, you got the biggest wave of the set, so that's automatically an 8. You've obviously got to produce on that. And, you know, there's these surfers that come through our tour who can surf waves up, and they can add an extra point or two to a smaller inside wave. The greats can do it, you know, Medina, Mick, Slater obviously as well. And on the women's side, Katie's one of those women that can do that.
Well, in that last heat, both surfers got the benefit of showing us what they could do on some bigger set waves, and as a result, it is our Boost Mobile heat of the round, heat of the day. And yeah, I think it's my favourite heat so far on the women's side. Fleek, Carissa Moore, Isabella Nichols, both just came to really set the standard.
Yeah, I think you know, when Carissa came back on tour, she made the announcement that she was coming back. We were just hoping for matchups like this, and that they both surfers, that newer generation and then Carissa, the older generation, would both push each other equally, and that's exactly what we saw in this heat. You know, Isabella, you know, you got to take your hat off to her, because she waited a long time while Carissa was kind of getting waves like this underneath her, under priority. And yeah, Bella waited a long time for this wave, but really made it count. The board looks so good. I got to mention the DHD again. Just really smooth, connected surfing. Bella always looks good on the fast-moving right-hand point break. So yeah, this heat really delivered. For me, my fantasy once again is taking a massive hit with Carissa, you know, not getting the jump here. But I loved how this one came right down to the wire. You know, it came down to the last exchange, and both surfers just going to town.
Yeah, just the dynamics of those final turns for Carissa with that layback approach and just adding that little bit of flair and slide of the tail. I really love what I'm seeing from Carissa, and like, it's official. She is back.
Yeah, and she's going to be heading to the west, a place that really suits her style of surfing. So I look forward to seeing how she rebounds. But Isabella Nichols, what a monster victory, Vaughan, coming up against one of the absolute titans in the draw and getting the W.
Yeah, what an amazing performance. And I guess what's most satisfying for you, Isabella, is that you had a strategy, first of all, that you stuck to, and then you backed it up with some outrageously good surfing. How good is it when you know, it all goes to plan?
Oh, rarely does it ever go to plan. Like, there were still moments there where I was like, man, this is not how I thought, like, this is not to plan. I let a couple waves go when I needed like a 4 or 5, and I was like, yeah, she got a 6 in that. I probably could have got a 4 or 5 maybe. But I don't know, like, it's been the best off season, and just looking at the bracket that came out when Sawyer and Carissa were head to head, I knew I was going to have like a really tough draw. So for me, it was never like I need to go 80%. It's more like I just got to like full throttle 100% this heat, which is actually sometimes like almost better, because you know, you just can't make mistakes, and especially with how slow it was out there, you really had to pick the right waves, which I actually find really enjoyable because it's like part of the chess match. So it was good. Like, me and Reese had a great chat out there, and before the event started, before I even saw like the draw, I was like, I really want to have a heat with Reese, because she's my idol. What she's done, like having a baby and coming back, is just so inspiring for females, for mothers, for anyone out there that, you know, you can put your career aside for a couple of years and come back, and she's freaking ripping. So yeah, props to her.
Last year when we spoke after the final, you said, man, I can't believe my name's going to be on those stairs. I can't believe I'll probably see photos of myself around the comp site. What's it like to come back as the defending Bells champ and have those things actually there in real time?
It's wild. There's just big photos of my head everywhere around the comp site. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to ever get used to this, hey, but it's such a novelty, you know, like in the competitors area, there's like a 20-foot big banner of me and Jack holding the bell up, and I'm like, this is mad. Like, never in my wildest dreams did I think that this would happen, and to be able to come back and try and defend the title again and have some really fun waves, it's been a dream. Like, whatever happened this event, like, I was just so stoked to be here, and you know, like, it's been a long off season, as everyone knows, so we've had all those emotions building up, and for everyone, we've already like surfed our heats 10 times over. So I'd already rehearsed that heat in my sleep through the day. Like, now it's, I think, day 9 of the event window, and I've only just chucked Igarashi on. So yeah, that heat, I'm glad it's over.
Yeah, I was just so impressive. You know, your surfing looks so sharp. and powerful, and you've locked into what you had last year as well. Just give us a little insight into what's going on with your knee. We heard a few rumours through the week. We even heard you talking to Bots just then, saying that it held up nicely. How did that happen, and sort of what's the state?
I forgot there was, microphones everywhere.
Watch out.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Like, I tweaked it a couple of days ago. I haven't been surfing at all. I kind of had a little hit out on it yesterday, and I definitely wasn't surfing great. And I was a little bit concerned at that point just because I had a lot of swelling on it. And it just felt kind of awkward to, like, bend into. And, when it's small, like, our knees get into some funny positions. And but yeah, I woke up this morning. I'm so thankful that we got called off yesterday afternoon. It was like the biggest blessing for me. Like, sometimes weird stuff happens and it's just meant to be. And I took that as a sign. I think I was like, okay, this is a good thing. One more day's rest. Been icing, compressing. I've had like amazing support behind me, helping me with the knee, a couple physio treatments a day, and got it strapped up and ready. But yeah, adrenaline is a wild thing, it really makes you feel nothing. I'm sure I'll feel something later on this afternoon, but luckily, I think it sounds like we're not surfing again, so I'm pretty stoked that the knee held up. And yeah, I mean, it's all go from here. Now I know that I can push it to the limit, and it's holding and stable, so bring it on.
Well, congrats. That was a clash of the Titans, and you delivered, and you're well on track to defend your Bells title. Congratulations.
Legend, thank you. Stoked.
Thank you, Vaughn. Great to have a chat with Isabella, get the update on the knee. The rest, it was welcome, and she looked like she was just back to event-winning form in that last heat, so I don't think it's going to concern her moving forward. As we have a look at the quarterfinals bracket here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach on the women's side, great matchups established.
Just like that, we're into the quarterfinals. Top half of the draw, Alyssa Spencer against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. That's an awesome matchup, Goofy versus Natural. And then another one, Gabriella Bryan versus Lana Silva. A bit of two natural footers going up against each other. Gabrielle being sort of noted as the most powerful women's surfer in the draw at the moment. So if we do get some swell, look out.
And then back on to the back half of the quarters, you got Molly Picklum, Lakey Peterson. Obviously, I mean, look, Molly surfed incredible yesterday afternoon, but you think to the forecast where we might be back on the bowl. So Lakey's obviously put a lot of time in out there, but Molly's looking in good form. And then quarter four, I'm interested to see how this plays out. Katie Simmers, Isabella Nichols, they've obviously both rung that bell. Katie drawing different lines. Isabella looking like she's tapping into that great form that we saw her in last year. So shaping up to be cool quarterfinals bracket.
Someone in the top half is chasing their first Bells title, and in the bottom half we got a couple of former winners, and it's heavily stacked. So it is going to be an epic showdown to crown our champions. But we have seen some great surfing here this morning. The Mophie Power Move contender that we identified is Erin Brooks, turning in almost a 9-point ride on her last wave.
Amazing surfing on the backhand. You can see this final turn, she just connects with it so well. And for me, it's just the speed that this young lady brings to the tour. She's a little phenom, unfortunately out of the draw, but geez, the surfing is undeniable, isn't it?
It sure is. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see how she rebounds. We know as a rookie, she took her losses really hard last year, but I think she's sort of getting more comfortable with that feeling. It's something that every competitor faces, even the world champs.
Yeah, it's losing is not good. It doesn't feel good at all, but it's how you bounce back, and that's a true testament to your character. She'll bounce back.
Oh, she'll bounce back. Marky's is the next event, and I don't know if you saw those warm-up clips from last year, but wowzers on the backhand on the right. She'll be just fine.
Yeah. Looking at the Surfline forecast, Rich, we know that onshore wind's going to continue today. It was basically the bottom of the tide, which kind of killed us there.
Yeah, well, we're just going to go on hold for a little while, Ron, and just keep an eye on this wind. It's howling offshore at the moment. And then we'll keep looking at the forecast into tomorrow and the next day. There's definitely swell coming, so we'll just hang around.
And on the men's side, we've got some unbelievable matchups established. Jordi Smith, Barron Mamiya, we can look forward to that. And then also another big heat in that third round. It doesn't get any bigger. Italo taking on Gabrielle. That is huge. Everyone's pretty excited about that one, but we are going to be on hold. 11:15 a.m. we'll be making another call here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. So tune in then, and we'll see if we can't get competition back underway.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.
We're back. Jurac, Bells Beach. For me, there's not a better place to spend Easter.
That mid-season cut is looming, and we're seeing performances being pushed because of that.
The horn just went off. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs.
For over 60 years, Bells has been a mainstay. It holds a special place for the competitors.
Gives you chicken skin when you start to think about those moments, and you could be potentially a part of history like that. It's a big deal.
This is one of the best performances in the Bells Bowl ever, hands down, in the history of surfing.
Second wave always, mate.
You ask any surfer on the tour, what event do you want to win? And I guarantee you 90% of them will say, we want to ring that Bells Bowl. It's that iconic.
I understand it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
You look at the honour roll and it just magnifies the prestige of this contest.
The legacy of winning Bells, it's like you're remembered forever.
History will be written.
Good morning once again from Jurac. We're here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, the 62nd edition. Can you believe it? So much history has been made here.
I just don't think we overthink it as in like overhead high.
Nah.
Anything head high is you're going.
Yeah.
Pride yourself on how solid you are, dude.
Yeah.
Delivering on just 2 chances.
Ethan Ewing chasing his second Bells title on this forehand has just proven so deadly in the past. What about that opening turn? Unbelievable. Floating to get transitioning down the line with plenty of speed to a big finish.
Holy, I'm blown away. That was some really, really amazing surfing.
Ethan rips through that carve, again bringing the board right back into the power source and leaning into that final move, just 2 turns, but the second one so strong. Oh my goodness.
Ethan Ewing's entered the water. Are you kidding me? He's looking absolutely on fire. Like it does not get better than this.
And Ethan getting the jump into the round of 16.
Ethan, do you have any flashbacks to your win back in 2023 out here at Winky Pop?
For sure, yeah. It was kind of similar conditions, pretty small and lully, but really good win. So
Ewing out front, looking for the bell. And remember, his mom won this contest 40 years ago. And how sweet that would be to join his mother's name on that staircase.
You are going to be on that perpetual trophy with your mom forever.
it's been my biggest goal in my career to win this, and just all my heroes have won this. Joel, Mick, Kelly, and then my mum back in '83. It's an honour to compete here, and put my name up there with hers it's really special. Tell your mum you love them, because you never know what life throws at you. So thank you.
Absolute legend. Let's hear it for Ethan Ewing.
Ethan Ewing is one of Australia's next hopes to win a world title. Quiet, unassuming guy, and really lets his surfing do the talking.
His technique is the best. Truly incredible and an honor to watch, really.
He's the guy that the sort of the old power mongers sort of look at and go, that's surfing. That's what good surfing looks like.
The style's there, the flow, just the power. He seems to accelerate through the turns, where other surfers sort of go through and then hunt for speed as they come out.
Ethan's in the perfect position this year. Without John and Gabriel, probably becomes the power surfer of the tour. Yeah, I think he's the guy to beat.
Ethan's performance throughout 2025 so far has been really consistent. You know, he's right up at the top of the ratings.
but the win has been a little bit elusive for him. You feel like there's a point to prove here at Bells Beach. He wants the win.
Man, he's one of the most hard-working surfers on tour. He puts everything he has into his craft. However, he's not putting himself in the spotlight. He's not really telling those stories of heartbreak.
My first few years on tour, I really struggled with self-belief.
Ethan Ewing is putting on a display of power surfing we have yet to see here at Lowers. The fact that he'd broken his back 4.5 weeks ago, and now he's surfing at this level. He's a Superman.
Incredible job, Ethan Ewing. Second in the world in 2023.
He won't stop until he accomplishes his goal. He might not sing us a song about it, but I think that's probably one of those dangerous things that you can have. Like, what is he hiding? What is he working on that we haven't seen yet? And he's definitely saving it for the water.
I think I'm at a much better place now with believing myself and believing that I can win a world title.
Luck, Ethan.
Thank you.
Tell him you don't believe in luck. Don't sit out too far.
Yeah.
These guys let some nuggets go.
Yeah.
So you paddle out to them easy.
Yeah.
But the ones that are going underneath are still sick. Trust your ability and smoking.
Yeah.
Go enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll be looking in.
All right, but.
Ethan Ewing chasing a second Bells title up against Conor O'Leary. Ethan on the outside gets started with a big float as Conor brings it through to the inside, takes a fall. Ethan on his way to winning this opening exchange. Bit more work on the outer section. And this wave, it's carrying its height all the way through to the inside now as Ethan gets forward over that final section.
It's effortless, the way he goes about these turns.
That set with Carb was huge.
Ethan Ewing starting with a 9.33 for his opening ride. And he's also backed that up now, an 8.5 for this one.
Two-turn combo out the back was insane. And then again, just finishing with that layback.
So Conor O'Leary, he's going to pull the trigger on this one. Blitzes the lip. And again, just gets upside down. A great combination on the outside. 3 huge turns.
12 o'clock, Duna.
It's got to be neat.
Conor O'Leary.
He's somewhere up there.
Have a look at this wall for Ewing, who responds with a bit more aggression after Conor drops an 8.67. Ethan knows he's within reach now, and he's putting it all on the line. Full release, total commitment. He just vaporized that wave.
This is a new version of Ethan again, like he's pushed it even further.
This has been tidy work from Ethan. Some of the best forehand surfing that we've ever seen here at Bells.
To see him in absolutely pristine conditions at the Bells Bowl, that's just such a great marriage.
Thank you.
That's a really good job.
Yeah.
Holy good surfing, dude.
Thank you.
Holy I loved it. Wow.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Yeah,
good
worked
job.
out well. The start and everything.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, he was
Only a couple
surfing as
weeks
good as
ago,
I've ever seen anyone surf out here.
insane.
Like, it was crazy.
I've seen some demo jobs in that Bells Bowl over the years, mate, but none more sublime than that. That was one of those magic performances that will just echo through eternity.
Yeah, that was such a fun heat. Just feels good to be surfing out here with the crowd here and everything. It's just at the top for us in this sport.
What Ethan Ewing delivered at the Bells Bowl was just nothing short of extraordinary. You know, the way he attacked those waves, he really rewrote the blueprint for how to surf Bells Bowl. This is a moment in history. It will be etched.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch.
It's his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
Griff just so sure-footed, perfect launch pad off the lip there.
The last few events have just like broken me open emotionally.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
You're watching Inside Pro Surfing, and we're back at Bells. With a slow start to the season, Griffin Colapinto hopes to turn things around with a round of 32 matchup with Matt McGillivray.
What do you think for the start?
It'll just catch the rail there. So just over 11 minutes to
Cheers, boys.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch him not crack through this round.
And it looks like Griffin moving into position here. Deep on this one, he'll drive around that foamy section, climbs up onto the lip, and a beautiful rotation to kick things off.
Griff just so sure-footed, perfect launch pad off the lip there.
Griff just cruising into it, off the bottom, big tail blow, reverses it. Another big air rev.
And here he goes, good size wall for Matty. He's gonna have to turn this one with a single ride, and it's a big number he needs, 9.23, that'll help. Huge rip into the face, and attacking the bowl once again. Needs one of those big finishes. Doesn't really get a clean combination to finish. Behind him, Griffin Colapinto.
Beautiful opening turn. Connects with the lip, goes for the big tail slide, and he tags that finishing turn as well.
Griffin Colapinto through to the round of 16 for just the second time this year.
Really good surfer. You know me? Sick surfer. Attack.
This year's been a tricky one. It's been really hard to like trust that everything I'm doing is going to pay off at some point. Cheers, brother.
Away from the ocean, Griffin Colapinto finds his focus on the fairway. A welcome reset during a rocky start to the season.
Might be here a while. Yeah, boys.
We've been here since 6.
I love it. My whole life, I've just done the over the top, and slice, slice, slice. So working on the inside out draw. I've been really like tried to get way better at something besides surfing. You know, I really am trying to like figure out how I can improve. Usually I've only done that with surfing, so I think it's healthy to do that with something else, another activity. Couple of bogeys, huh?
Yeah, I don't think
we didn't even get one par. That's sad.
Griffin Colapinto is not able to find a wave right now to respond. It's going to be the rookie taking down a big name.
Griffin's start to the season, a beautiful mess is probably what you'd call it.
He's had his worst run of results, his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
A tough blow for the Colapinto camp. He really needed to get a keeper as Colapinto shakes this one off.
He's getting good scores, but he's coming up against surfers that are laying down some big numbers, and he's just not getting through heats.
I'd say no, but he made it exciting. He tried, though.
As a surfer, that's a really hard thing to deal with mentally.
It's a fun learning curve for him to, to have to adapt to those situations.
He doesn't want to face the cut deep in the 20s on the rankings. Last score for Colapinto is not enough.
Close heat, though, and Griffin surfed great. I mean, that's 2 events in a row.
I mean, a little slow start to my season, haven't cracked the finals day. It's the first time I've had that since my second year on tour, so yeah, it's just a good test for me, and it's going to shape me to who I am. And
the evidence is there. You're missing something. You've got to step up.
I felt like I wasn't too deep or anything.
We went where we know we can go.
As a competitive surfer, it's hard to break out of this losing rhythm.
You started. It's looking better. Yeah. It's just to get everything lined up is so hard.
So hard.
Yeah, I want to see.
Yeah.
Next. 6 iron.
Looks better.
100 yards. My last 2 years have been so good. So good, but also coming so close to winning a title, but then not.
Last of blue, 7.0, it's Italo into the final action!
The bar's set pretty high, so there's definitely a little bit of a pressure of wanting to perform better than the year before. Even if you fail, the failures are good because it's just pointing out your weaknesses, your flaws. If you can notice that, figure it out, get better at it, and then come back stronger, over time you're going to end up where you want to be.
Good morning once again from the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Our quarterfinalists are gearing up to hit the lineup Griffin Colapinto, Samuel Pupo fighting for a spot in that second semi-final heat.
You've got to trust all the research and all the knowledge you have on the spot.
Yeah.
Right?
How about the start? I'll just do what I've been doing. I'll push for deepest and see how he reacts to that.
Yeah.
It's going to take that breakout result here to get yourself up those rankings, out of the cut line. Both of these guys are looking for blood.
Well, here we go. Griffin's going to swing on this one.
Connects with that first section.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
Griff into this one. There's a big section here in front of him. Just attacks it. Griff is absolutely attacking this thing and sticks the last one.
He's loving it and really starting to tap into the emotion.
Griff, a 9.43.
Sammy Pupo now chasing a two-wave total of 17.36, and there is an aggressive tail slide. They'll get a big end section to attack here. Sammy Pupo just answered back a big 8.83, and here comes Griffin Colapinto.
He has just been on absolute fire this heat.
But Griffin Colapinto still alive, moves through to the semi-finals.
This is nowhere close to done.
Team.
Let's go, team. I got to make smart selection and make the right moves.
That was huge.
Thank you.
You know, his performance has been good up to date.
Taught you everything you
As
did,
the results come with each round that he goes through, he seems to grow bigger and stronger and larger. Griff's coming back in a big way.
Who's still got a shot at ringing the bell. Gabriella, Bryan, Isabella, Nichols up next.
Gabby Bryan, now the new world #1. Can see how that feels. I think it'll be really real for her when she's in bright yellow. Right now, though, she's just focused on a bell.
Drives up into that first turn, big snap.
Get ready for it. It's quarterfinals time here at the Rip Curl Pro. Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. One of these competitors could potentially be 3 heat wins away from ringing the most iconic trophy in the sport.
We had some major upsets. We had world #1 go down, Katie Simmers to Sally Fitzgibbons. We had Caroline Marks go down. We had Molly Picklum go down. We're talking women who are consistently in that top 5 conversation, but that opens up the door for other women to jump into that place.
The ledger's been evened by Lana Silva into the quarterfinals for the first time in 2025.
The quarterfinals begin with Lakey Peterson, a proven vet, up against rising threat Lana Silva.
At this point in the season, the thing on every competitor's mind is the cut. Lana Silva is ranked number 14, so well below that cut line.
Lakey Peterson, a real slide down the rankings up until this point.
So both of these women are hoping to find themselves inside that cut. This is a great matchup.
Definitely. Well, Luana's going to get things started.
Tricky little wave. She really scratches into it hard, tries to engage that rail, does well to work this one over. Does she find this connection? Beautiful right there.
Lakey Peterson picking off a bomb.
Yeah, under priority, taking this first wave of the set. Hammers that one.
This next wave for both the surfers is going to be a real defining moment in the heat. Lana just attacks that first section. Second section here, just absolutely tags it. 3 explosive maneuvers on one of the biggest sets we've seen in the last hour.
7.67.
Disappointment for Lakey, you can see it. She knows this one is all over.
Lana Silva into the semi-finals for the first time in her championship tour career.
This event is so historical. I've watched it ever since I was a little girl. It's just a dream come true, and I really can't believe it, and I'm really happy.
Good luck. Thank you.
Kill it. Good job.
Watch for the towel, yeah?
Yeah.
Second wave, second and third wave, sure.
Let's go.
With a shot at the semifinals on the line, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson faces off with one of the sport's fiercest veterans, Tyler Wright.
She's proven she can win anywhere. This event for a period there was more important to her than a world title win. She wanted to win this contest more than any other.
Tyler Wright has done it in back-to-back seasons.
It is more than a win. It's the only event that I've ever really wanted to win. I'm pretty over the moon.
She's won out here twice before, and she has an amazing connection to the bowl. I think she's really hungry for a third bell.
History will be written in this seat. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson taking on Tyler Wright, Hawaii versus Australia. One of the younger names on tour, taking on an established veteran.
Here Tyler goes, lays that board on rail.
Winds up and finds a nice section to attack. 7.0. Now Betty Lou on the next one. Puts it up.
Wow, big turn out of the top of the lip. This is going to be giant.
On the end section, has time to celebrate on the way back down. Betty Lou got a 7.73. Both surfers turning in great rides back to back.
Whoa, coming in hot.
Look at that. And they're actually battling for priority. This is insane. And it's going to go to Betty Lou. Wow. Tyler under prio, whips one quickly. Throw that last cut back into the pocket. End section, she hits up really clean. Pocket sevens now in first.
Betty Lou should have kept Tyler off this one. Betty's on the wave behind, jams it there, but just a bit too much.
Had to settle for one maneuver, and I think Betty Lou's gonna feel that. Tyler still has a chance to win her third bell.
Felt like back and forth the entire time. Great battle off the ski.
Whoa, coming in hot.
Honestly, that stuff is just entertaining. Like, that's so fun, but I'm really happy with my competitive mentality in that heat.
Yeah?
You did so well.
Thank you so much.
I was here. Can I get thank you?
Gabriella Bryan's rise continues, but Isabella Nichols is no stranger to playing spoiler. They meet again in a high-stakes quarterfinal.
See one with two, even a bit deep.
Yep.
Go for it.
Okay.
And then just see where you end up after that, get into the flow of it.
Okay.
Gabriella Bryan is performing at the highest level right now. Fresh off the win in El Salvador, where she was absolutely ripping.
Oh! Gabby, the queen of Punta Roca.
It's undeniable. She's the most powerful surfer on the women's tour.
Gabriella Bryan taking on Isabella Nichols. A rematch from what we saw in the final at Punta Roca in El Salvador. Huge one. Running down the line with Gabriella Bryan. Big whip in the pocket, solid start, right off the top again. Nice connection on the forehand, and Gabriella Bryan rides away and will, in fact, take the lead. Drops a 6.0. Great start for Gabby Bryan, your new world number one. Isabella with priority is waiting to answer back.
Go bow, go bow. Nice wave choice, nice clean face, places that first turn in the beautiful section of the wave, jabs it up there with a second one.
Big finish, Bella, don't cut back, hit it.
Let's see the finish she gets. Just nice projection out of the lip there.
8.77 for Isabella Nichols.
Putting the pressure on Gabby.
You can tell her headspace is clear and she's ready.
Bella getting to work, just putting that board on rail. Surfing beautifully here. She's trying to drop the 2, 6, 7. Wow.
Another great ride from Isabella Nichols.
Backs it up with the 717.
Isabella Nichols takes out world number one.
I've been coming here since I was 15. I just feel like I've got such a good crew around me now. I've got my family, friends. I just love this place so much.
What a run for Isabella Nichols. She will be into the semifinals here at Bells Beach. Gabby will be moving to the Gold Coast.
Canoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing. Speaking of fights.
Let's do this. Ethan putting down some of the best power surfing we've ever seen in Bells. Wowza.
The real key is putting pressure on early.
Oh, Noah's back to his samurai sword.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad. Speaking of fights, this is going to be a great one. Canoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal number one. Ethan's never beaten Canoa in a head-to-head battle.
Wow.
Oh, I want to see a good battle, you guys. There you go. Let's go, brother.
Canoa Igarashi. There's a huge fin drift. No recovery time needed. Great control. Gets back up into the pocket. And a good reply for Igarashi.
4 strong maneuvers on that wave.
At the back, we've got Canoa.
Oh.
The real key is putting pressure on early, and that's exactly what Canoa did, and Ethan just unraveled. Ethan Ewing's got work to do. He's after an 8.4.
Here we go.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad.
3, 2, and 1.
There's just nothing there for him to really open up on, and
good battle.
The heat score totals are solid, but Canoa Igarashi too strong, and he's on his way to the semis for the first time ever here.
Good job, Grasshopper.
Fresh off a win in El Salvador, Jordi Smith is a favorite as the quarterfinals continue. He'll be going up against wildcard Morgan Siblick, who's out to prove he still belongs among the best.
Morgan Siblick is back, coming in as a wild card to this event, but we know that Morgan has the ability on the championship tour. We've seen him there, but he's dropped off and he's trying to get back, and he's back in form. And he's pressure-free, so that's a real dangerous thing for his competitors.
I think these kind of these middle ones you can turn on. These guys have been caught side like 3 times now.
Morgan on his first wave, but he needs to hit the cymbals hard.
he threw everything. The kitchen sink, the little bits of lettuce that gather in the kitchen sink, it was all at that last turn.
Paddling into this one, Jordi Smith.
Cuts it short so he can get on top of this section. It's a good read for the opening combo. Kicks that tail. Trademark stuff from Smith. Behind him, we've got Morgan.
Oh, this is good stuff. Both surfers really shine during these rides.
A 7 for Morgan Siblick. He jumps into first. Jordi Smith chasing a 7.43. Only a minute and 20 seconds to go here, and Jordi Smith drives into this first section, hammers it. Big layback jam to get started. Now goes to the rail. Smith, a foamy section to deal with, gets a finish, pumps the fist, has a flex.
Wow, a great finish.
What do you reckon? Yeah, give it to me, give it to me. Give the big dog here. Give the big dog here. Come on. It was a good run for him, but give it to me.
The numbers are rolling through.
Jordi Smith dropped in at 7.4.
Okay.
And he's going to fall just short. Morgan Siblick is on his way to the semi-finals.
Came here in the trials and didn't even know I was going to get in the comp, and then all of a sudden I'm in the semis, so I'm frothing, and it's going to be a good day tomorrow.
Well done there, bro.
The quarterfinals continue with Jake Marshall taking on Jack Robinson. The Australian is still searching for that breakthrough performance this season. A win here would finally put him back on top of the podium.
For the Aussies, you know, Jack has proven that no matter what venue he's at, he can challenge for a victory.
The thing that Jack Robinson has is an incredible mental game. The strength of self-belief in this guy, I think, is probably unmatched on the tour at the moment.
Will it be Jake Marshall or Jack Robinson? Jake doing his best surfing in a CT jersey here at Bells this year. Looking to get the jump on Jack.
That was a beautiful maneuver right there, just drifting through that float.
Here goes Jack, though. Gets a little swamped in the face, but the attack, it will be rewarded. Out onto the open face. There's a great carve. Nice little tweak on the tail to finish this one. 8.17, an excellent score drops. Things shaping up nicely here.
You're going to see Jack Robinson take off on another wave and really up the ante, and here's that opportunity.
Big, long, drawn-out bottom turn. Spreads the wings and glides through that first carve.
Jack Robbo lines it up, the big drop ball and finish.
Oh, 7.77. Wow. So Jake's after another one of those mid-range 9s that he had earlier in the event. Now if he's going to turn this might be his last shot at it. Positive, stylish start to this one as he hammers off the bottom out onto that open face. Needs a very exciting finish here if he's going to get the number he needs. That's a massive floating re-entry. Really well executed. Did he do enough work on the outside?
8.5, Matt.
And there it is.
Good job. You got it.
8.07, so now
Yes.
Jack Robbo semi-finals here at Griffin Pro.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot more. I feel like just doing what's needed, you know, and locking it down at the start and just focusing on myself a lot.
Jack Robinson's performance through this Bells event has been clinical. You know, all of a sudden he's in the semi-finals, a shot at a final and a shot at the bell for the first time for this guy.
Two surfers that were just on fire throughout this event, both reaching their personal best result. Into the countdown. How about this moment? It's a giant win. A timeless trophy.
Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion.
Semifinals time here at Bells.
Tyler Wright has owned this stage before, but Isabella Nichols is one win away from her first Bells final.
Tyler Wright, two-time Bells champ, coming into this with the most experience in the field. Isabella Nichols fading, holding her rail, fading a little carve. Isabella will tap that one off the top.
Well, at the back, Isabella Nichols on her second wave.
Picking out a gem of a wave. So much time to enjoy this rail work. And now locking in a beautiful snap.
Go Bam!
Really impressed with how she's adapting to these conditions while Tyler's still waiting for a decent opener.
1.5 minutes remaining.
Tyler hoping to turn this one around. She's got the white water just tackling her on the takeoff. Isabella just eliminated one of the best at Bells. And she makes it into back-to-back finals on the championship tour.
So close to owning a bell a couple years ago, and regardless of if it's the grande or the small size, like, I'm gonna have a bell at home now.
Go. Let's go again.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
All right, starting the timer.
Isabella Nichols is here to prove she belongs.
You got a feel for Isabella.
Really is heartbreaking not to be making the cut.
Sucks. It's part of my journey. A lot of people fall off tour and come back on again. It's fine.
She's been on the fringe edges of the tour and fought her way back.
Isabella keeping her hopes and dreams alive here.
This morning was I thinking about falling off tour. Now in Final Five, you know? The goals have changed.
Isabella Nichols is your Margaret River Pro champion.
In primary school, we'd have like class excursions, and so we'd drive down and we'd go watch the Snapper Pro, and it's so clearly in my memory of me getting a photo with Steph, and I was 14 at the time. That was a point for me where I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to perform and entertain all of these people.
And now lining up a big hollow pit, Bella Nichols, how you feeling?
I'm coming into this now, like lowering expectations, having more fun, just really trying to open up and attack and surf my best. And I feel like the last few years I've started to try and turn the dial up a bit.
Look at this thing. Wow, big hack off the top right there.
It's incredible to see these surfers that have been in the conversation of the mid-year cut, and to see Bella now find her potential, essentially, make back-to-back finals.
Your women's runner-up, Isabella Nichols.
I'm ready to push myself. I'm ready to overcome any kind of fear that comes my way.
The red's through there, arms in the air.
This year, I'm just gonna show up, be Bella, try and do the best surfing I can on the waves that I get, while also having the most fun possible.
It is time for the final. Lana Silva taking on Isabella Nichols. We will have a new Bells champion this year.
Isabella is making back-to-back finals. She's arguably had the hardest run through this event, and you can tell that she's feeling very connected.
Let's start this final. Lulu gets the first wave. Wide open section for her to drill right there. Punching out the whitewater. Really impressed that Lulu got that opener, but Isabella might just be thinking, I'm waiting for something better.
Go.
Patience paying off. First wave for Isabella Nichols, drawing a beautiful down carve, and then punches out the lip. What a combo. Lulu's on the next one.
Nice arcing turn there, cuts right back to the source. That wave really makes her work for it.
Last score for Lulu, 6.67. But the timing and the precision surfing from Isabella Nichols was certainly excellent.
An 8.33 for first. 8.33.
Luana really is on the ropes at the moment. We're seeing Bella in her absolute prime.
Ding dong, Bella.
Lulu's got some open face to play with. Almost goes down, but she recovers. Timing the finishing move. She goes down. Isabella's still swinging behind her. Isabella attacking that section.
She really throws it up there into the lip really late.
Wow.
Really late.
A 7.93 to go with an 8.33 for Isabella Nichols. It's a giant win. The bell belongs to Isabella Nichols.
So proud of her, man. A lot of ups and downs, but this is why she does it, like these moments, you know?
In her first final here at Bells, put your hands together for Isabella Nichols.
To be carried up the stairs by my dad and pretty much most of my family and friends here, like, it's an emotion that I can't describe in words. Like, you can just see it on my face, and this is the best day of my life, for sure.
With the win, Isabella Nichols moves up to 4th place. Gabriella Bryan takes the yellow jersey, and Caitlin Simmers is in 2nd.
Men's final.
Jack is probably Australia's best chance at a world title at the moment.
Of course, he'll be going up against Canoa Igarashi.
Canoa just tags it. He is feeling it, mate. Jacko again, big searing top turn, and look for a big finish here.
Trigger on this one, and he does.
Welcome back to the show, the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And we have the semi-final stage set. Canoa Igarashi, of course, one of the megastars on the championship tour. Morgan Siblick looking to win as a wild card. Canoa Igarashi is going to get things kicked off for us. Good control, drives up into the pocket again, mixing things up. You can hear cheers from the crowd. I think Morgan's working on a wave behind him.
Connects with that first section, keeps that momentum running down the line. Stands up again. Oh, a little slip on that cutback. Just not looking as sure-footed as he has done in previous heats.
Canoa will try and up the requirement, get a bit of flair out of that section. And Morgan is up behind him. We'll go to Morgan. He's taken a fall. The wildcard's run is going to come to an end. We are going to see Canoa Igarashi into the final.
You get another crack at it, brother, for the bell. Woohoo!
Griffin Colapinto preparing himself mentally for a huge clash with Jack Robinson, and they are climbing over one another to try and get back into the final 5 picture.
Enjoy it out there with him, yeah?
Yeah, that's good.
Thanks, guys.
Scrambling to get into position because Griffin Colapinto. Griffin swings the tail on that first turn. He's been doing some great big finishes, and he gives us another one there.
Meanwhile, Jacko out the back.
A little layback hack. Beautiful bottom turn into a ferocious carve.
And just hangs on to that last turn. Griff Colapinto again. There it is. Just a savage snap. Griff's finishing up.
Jack Robinson looking for a 6.84 at the moment. And he's now going to lean into a couple of those big calves and looks to build speed again for the big finish. This might be the number he needs. He gets a clean hit on the final move.
Still waiting on that last score.
Come on, give it to him.
There it is, last of blue, a 7-1-7.
Jack Robinson getting the victory and moving into the final.
Come on!
Griff, we're really good friends, and we're going to push each other a lot. I thought it would come down to the best waves. I felt like he got the best waves, and I kind of had to scrap for it a little bit. Finally got it in the end, so just a little bit of adversity.
Good battle, man. Yeah, you have 2 on me, huh? I had to get you back. I know, you. I knew you were thinking like that.
Jack Robinson falling out of the sky, backsided pipe. Let's go! And comes out! How did he do that? Are you kidding me?
For Jack, you know, he's competed for the world title a couple times already, but he's been off to a tough start. He was devastated when he lost at pipe to Al Cleland.
It's over. So Alan Cleland holds on, defeats Jack Robinson.
I feel for him now, bro. He did so good, just didn't get an opportunity.
He did well at the pool in Abu Dhabi, you know, made some heats in Portugal, but he just hasn't been in that winner's circle all season.
Some guys go their whole careers and don't win an event, and have done it 7 times. It's not all just based on just a result. It's based on how you bounce back from things, how you rebuild yourself.
Jack has proven that he can put together a season consistently. He's probably Australia's best chance, I think, at a world title at the moment.
I have high expectations of myself, but so much pressure on my shoulders for sure.
What the man?
I truly believe that it's building up for a special moment.
If Jack can get in that final 5 picture at Cloudbreak, I think he's the favourite for the world title. A win here at Bells is crucial in his campaign to get to that situation.
Coming up next, men's final.
Wow, Jack Robbo making his way down to the beach, and the Groms. Everyone just loves this guy. Of course, he'll be going up against Canoa Igarashi, an amazing surfer in his own respect.
Yeah, Canoa's going to grab this without priority. First wave of the set, up through the lip and drifts the tail. Big first turn, second section here, and just nails it. And it looks like Jacko is going to be on the one behind. Big searing top turn. Now, Jacko again, waiting for it to stand up. There it is, another big figure 8 out of the lip. And look for a big finish here off the bottom, and Jack Robbo nails it.
Scores in for Jack, 6.37. Canoa locks in a 6.7.
Here we go, Canoa's grabbed this on the inside, up and over it, just tags it, drops in again. Another big hit. He is feeling it, mate.
Canoa Igarashi just linking beautifully on the outside.
He was absolutely fanging through the inside there. Last red at 7.17, so it now means, Jacko, you are chasing a 7.5 for the lead.
Pull trigger on this one, and he does.
Puts a lot into that. Redirect in the pocket, almost a little stumble, but he still got his rail. Just S-ing his way back into the whitewater section. Jack's now moving towards a layback finish. He'll ride away. Hits the jackpot with a 7.77 and takes the lead off Canoa.
3, 2, 1.
The bell belongs to Jack Robinson, his first win of the season, his first trophy at Bells.
Far out, man. It's just a surreal feeling. It's really special. There's so much history here, and it's been a special week. I've had my whole family here.
Get ready to ring it. Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion, Jack Robinson.
For Jack, everything changes. All of a sudden, he catapults to number 3 in the world. That's a spot in the final 5. Everyone wants to see what he could do at Cloudbreak. Jack Robinson, your champion. First win of the season, his first Bells trophy.
On the next Inside Pro Surfing, it's time for a big Bonsoy beach party, the Gold Coast Pro.
We're back. Durack, Bells Beach. For me, there's not a better place to spend Easter.
That mid-season cut is looming, and we're seeing performances being pushed because of that.
The horn just went off. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs.
For over 60 years, Bells has been a mainstay. It holds a special place for the competitors.
Gives you chicken skin when you start to think about those moments, and you could be potentially a part of history like that. It's a big deal.
This is one of the best performances in the Bells Bowl ever, hands down, in the history of surfing.
Second wave always, mate.
You ask any surfer on the tour, what event do you want to win? And I guarantee you 90% of them will say, we want to ring that Bells Bowl. It's that iconic.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
You look at the honour roll and it just magnifies the prestige of this contest.
The legacy of winning Bells, it's like you're remembered forever.
History will be written.
Good morning once again from Durack. We're here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, the 62nd edition. Can you believe it? So much history has been made here.
I just don't think we overthink it as in like overhead high.
No.
Anything head high is you're going.
Yeah.
Pride yourself on how solid you are, dude.
Yeah.
Delivering on just 2 chances.
Ethan Ewing chasing his second Bells title on this forehand has just proven so deadly in the past. What about that opening turn? Unbelievable. Floating to get transitioning down the line with plenty of speed to a big finish.
Holy, I'm blown away. That was some really, really amazing service.
Ethan rips through that carve again, bringing the board right back into the power source and leaning into that final move. Just 2 turns, but the second one so strong. Oh my goodness.
Ethan Ewing's entered the water. Are you kidding me? He's looking absolutely on fire. Like it does not get better than this.
And Ethan getting the jump into the round of 16.
Ethan, do you have any flashbacks to your win back in 2023 out here at Winky Pop?
For sure, yeah. It was kind of similar conditions, pretty small and lully, but really good wind. So
Ewing out front, looking for the bell. And remember, his mom won this contest 40 years ago. And how sweet that would be to join his mother's name on that staircase.
You are going to be on that perpetual trophy with your mom forever.
it's been my biggest goal in my career to win this, and just all my heroes have won this. Joel, Mick, Kelly, and then my mum back in '83. It's an honour to compete here, and put my name up there with hers it's really special. Tell your mum you love them, because you never know what life throws at you. So thank you.
Absolute legend. Let's hear it for Ethan Ewing.
Ethan Ewing is one of Australia's next hopes to win a world title. Quiet, unassuming guy, and really lets his surfing do the talking.
His technique is the best. Truly incredible, and an honor to watch, really.
He's the guy that the sort of the old power mongers sort of look at and go, that's surfing. That's what good surfing looks like.
The style's there, the flow, just the power. He seems to accelerate through the turns, where other surfers sort of go through and then hunt for speed as they come out.
Ethan's in the perfect position this year. Without John and Gabriel, probably becomes the power surfer of the tour. Yeah, I think he's the guy to beat.
Ethan's performance throughout 2025 so far has been really consistent. You know, he's right up at the top of the ratings, but the win has been a little bit elusive for him. You feel like there's a point to prove here at Bells Beach. He wants the win.
Man, he's one of the most hard-working surfers on tour. He puts everything he has into his craft. However, he's not putting himself in the spotlight. He's not really telling those stories of heartbreak.
My first few years on tour, I really struggled with self-belief.
Ethan Ewing is putting on a display of power surfing we have yet to see here at Lowers. The fact that he had broken his back 4.5 weeks ago, and now he's surfing at this level. He's a Superman.
Incredible job, Ethan Ewing. Second in the world in 2023.
He won't stop until he accomplishes his goal. He might not sing us a song about it, but I think that's probably one of those dangerous things that you can have. Like, what is he hiding? What is he working on that we haven't seen yet? And he's definitely saving it for the water.
I think I'm at a much better place now with believing myself and believing that I can win a world title.
Good luck, Ethan.
Thank you.
Tell him you don't believe in life. Don't sit out too far.
Yeah.
These guys let some nuggets go.
Yeah.
You paddle out to them easy.
Yeah.
But the ones that are going underneath are still sick. Just your ability and smoking.
Yeah.
Go enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll be looking in.
All right, but.
Ethan Ewing chasing a second Bells title up against Conor O'Leary. Ethan on the outside gets started with a big float as Conor brings it through to the inside, takes a fall. Ethan on his way to winning this opening exchange. Bit more work on the outer section. And this wave, it's carrying its height all the way through to the inside now as Ethan gets forward over that final section.
It's effortless, the way he goes about these turns.
That set with Carb was huge.
Ethan Ewing starting with a 9.33 for his opening ride. And he's also backed that up now, an 8.5 for this one.
Two-turn combo out the back was insane. And then again, just finishing with that layback.
So Conor O'Leary, he's going to pull the trigger on this one. Blitzes the lip. And again, just gets upside down. A great combination on the outside. 3 huge turns.
12 o'clock nooner.
It's got to be neat.
Conor O'Leary.
He's somewhere up there.
Have a look at this wall for Ewing, who responds with a bit more aggression after Conor drops an 8.67. Ethan knows he's within reach now, and he's putting it all on the line. Full release, total commitment. He just vaporized that wave.
This is a new version of Ethan again. Like, he's pushed it even further.
This has been tidy work from Ethan. Some of the best forehand surfing that we've ever seen here at Bells.
To see him in absolutely pristine conditions at the Bells Bowl, that's just such a great marriage.
Thank you.
That's a really good job.
Yeah.
Holy good surfing, dude.
Thank you. Holy.
I loved it. Wow.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Yeah,
good
worked
job.
out well. The stars and everything.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, he was
Only a
surfing
couple
as
weeks
good as
ago,
I've ever seen anyone surf out here.
Insane.
Like, it was crazy.
I've seen some demo jobs in that Bells Bowl over the years, mate, but none more sublime than that. That was one of those magic performances that will just echo through eternity.
Yeah, that was such a fun heat. It just feels good to be surfing out here with the crowd here and everything. It's just at the top for us in this sport.
What Ethan Ewing delivered at the Bells Bowl was just nothing short of extraordinary. You know, the way he attacked those waves, he really rewrote the blueprint for how to surf Bells Bowl. This is a moment in history. It will be etched.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch.
It's his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
Griff just so sure-footed. Perfect launch pad off the lip there.
The last few events have just like broken me open emotionally.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
You're watching Inside Pro Surfing, and we're back at Bells. With a slow start to the season, Griffin Colapinto hopes to turn things around with a round of 32 matchup with Matt McGillivray.
What do you think for the start?
It loads of catch the rail with him. So just over 11 minutes to
Cheers, boys.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch him not crack through this round.
And it looks like Griffin moving into position here. Deep on this one, he'll drive around that foamy section, climbs up onto the lip, and a beautiful rotation to kick things off.
Griff just so sure-footed. Perfect launch pad off the lip there.
Griff just cruising into it. off the bottom. Big tail blow, reverses it. Another big air rev.
And here he goes. Good size wall for Matty. He's going to have to turn this one with a single ride, and it's a big number he needs. 9.23, that'll help. Huge rip into the face. And attacking the bowl once again. Needs one of those big finishes. Doesn't really get a clean combination to finish. Behind him, Griffin Colapinto.
Beautiful opening turn. Connects with the lip, goes for the big tail slide, and he tags that finishing turn as well.
Griffin Colapinto through to the round of 16 for just the second time this year.
Really good surfer. You know me? Sick surfer.
Attack. This year's been a tricky one. It's been really hard to like trust that everything I'm doing is going to pay off at some point. Cheers, brother.
Away from the ocean, Griffin Colapinto finds his focus on the fairway. A welcome reset during a rocky start to the season.
Might be here a while. Yeah, boys.
We've been here since 6.
I love it. My whole life, I've just done the over the top, and slice, slice, slice. So working on the inside out draw. I've been really like tried to get way better at something besides surfing. You know, I really am trying to like figure out how I can improve. Usually I've only done that with surfing, so I think it's healthy to do that with something else, another activity. Couple of bogeys, huh?
Yeah, I don't think we didn't even get one par.
That's sad.
Griffin Colapinto is not able to find a wave right now to respond. It's going to be the rookie taking down a big name.
Griffin's start to the season, a beautiful mess is probably what you'd call it.
He's had his worst run of results, his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
A tough blow for the Colapinto camp. He really needed to get a keeper as Colapinto shakes this one off.
He's getting good scores, but he's coming up against surfers that are laying down some big numbers, and he's just not getting through heats.
I'd say no, but he made it exciting. He tried, though.
As a surfer, that's a really hard thing to deal with mentally.
It's a fun learning curve for him to, to have to adapt to those situations.
He doesn't want to face the cut deep in the 20s on the rankings. Last score for Colapinto is not enough.
Close heat, though, and Griffin surfed great. I mean, that's 2 events in a row.
I mean, a little slow start to my season, haven't cracked the finals day. It's the first time I've had that since my second year on tour. So, yeah, it's just a good test for me, and it's going to shape me to who I am. And
the evidence is there. You're missing something. You've got to step up.
I felt like I wasn't too deep or anything.
We went where we know we can go.
As a competitive surfer, it's hard to break out of this losing rhythm.
We started. It's looking better. Yeah. It's just to get everything lined up is so hard. So hard. Yeah, I want to see. Yeah. Next 6 iron. Looks better. 100 yards. My last 2 years have been so good. So good, but also coming so close to winning a title, but then not.
Last of blue, 7.0, it's Italo into the final action!
The bar's set pretty high, so there's definitely a little bit of a pressure of wanting to perform better than the year before. Even if you fail, the failures are good because it's just pointing out your weaknesses or your flaws. If you can notice that, figure it out, get better at it, and then come back stronger, over time, you're going to end up where you want to be.
Good morning once again from the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Our quarterfinalists are gearing up to hit the lineup. Griffin Colapinto, Samuel Pupo fighting for a spot in that second semi-final heat.
You've got to trust all the research and all the knowledge you have on the spot.
Yeah.
Right?
How about the start? I'll just do what I've been doing. I'll push for deepest and see how he reacts to that.
Yep.
It's going to take that breakout result here to get yourself up those rankings, out of the cut line. Both of these guys are looking for blood.
Well, here we go. Griffin's going to swing on this one.
Connects with that first section.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
Griff into this one. There's a big section here in front of him. That's a taxon. Griff is absolutely attacking this thing and sticks the last one.
He's loving it and really starting to tap into the emotion.
Griff, a 9.43.
Sammy Pupo now chasing a two-wave total of 17.36, and there is an aggressive tail slide. He'll get a big end section to attack here. Sammy Pupo just answered back a big 8.83, and here comes Griffin Colapinto.
He has just been on absolute fire this heat.
But Griffin Colapinto still alive, moves through to the semi-finals.
This is nowhere close to done.
Team.
Let's go, team. I got to make smart selection and make the right moves.
That was bad. That was huge.
Thank you.
His performance has been good up to date.
Taught you everything you
As
did,
the results come with each round that he goes through, he seems to grow bigger and stronger and larger. Griff's coming back in a big way.
Who's still got a shot at ringing the bell. Gabriella, Bryan, Isabella, Nichols up next.
Gabby Bryan, now the new world #1. Can see how that feels. I think it'll be really real for her when she's in bright yellow. Right now, though, she's just focused on a bell.
Drives up into that first turn, big snap.
Get ready for it. It's quarterfinals time here at the Rip Curl Pro. Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. One of these competitors could potentially be 3 heat wins away from ringing the most iconic trophy in the sport.
We had some major upsets. We had world #1 go down, Katie Simmers to Sally Fitzgibbons. We had Caroline Marks go down. We had Molly Picklum go down. We're talking women who are consistently in that top 5 conversation, but that opens up the door for other women to jump into that place.
The ledger's been evened by Lana Silva into the quarterfinals for the first time in 2025.
The quarterfinals begin with Lakey Peterson, a proven vet, up against rising threat Lana Silva.
At this point in the season, the thing on every competitor's mind is the cut. Lana Silva is ranked number 14th, so well below that cut line.
Lakey Peterson, a real slide down the rankings up until this point.
So both of these women are hoping to find themselves inside that cut. This is a great matchup.
Definitely. Well, Luana's going to get things started.
Tricky little wave. She really scratches into it hard, tries to engage that rail, does well to work this one over. Does she find this connection? Beautiful right there.
Lakey Peterson picking off a bomb.
Yeah, under priority, taking this first wave of the set, hammers that one.
This next wave for both the surfers is going to be a real defining moment in the heat. Lana just attacks that first section. Second section here, just absolutely tags it. 3 explosive maneuvers on one of the biggest sets we've seen in the last hour.
7.67.
Disappointment for Lakey, you can see it. She knows this one is all over.
Lana Silva into the semi-finals for the first time in her championship tour career.
This event is so historical. I've watched it ever since I was a little girl. It's just a dream come true, and I really can't believe it, and I'm really happy.
Good luck. Thank you.
Kill it. Good job.
Watch for the towel, yeah?
Yeah.
Second wave, second and third wave, sure.
Let's go.
With a shot at the semifinals on the line, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson faces off with one of the sport's fiercest veterans, Tyler Wright.
She's proven she can win anywhere. This event for a period there was more important to her than a world title win. She wanted to win this contest more than any other.
Tyler Wright has done it in back-to-back seasons.
It is more than a win. It's the only event that I've ever really wanted to win. I'm pretty over the moon.
She's won out here twice before, and she has an amazing connection to the bowl. I think she's really hungry for a third bell.
History will be written in this seat. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking on Tyler Wright, Hawaii versus Australia. One of the younger names on tour, taking on an established veteran.
Here Tyler goes, lays that board on rail.
Winds up and finds a nice section to attack. 7.0. Now Betty Lou on the next one. Puts it up.
Wow, big turn out of the top of the lip. This is going to be giant.
On the end section, has time to celebrate on the way back down. Betty Lou got a 7.73. Both surfers turning in great rides back to back.
Oh, coming in hot.
Look at that. And they're actually battling for priority. This is insane. And it's going to go to Betty Lou. Wow. Tyler under prio, whips one quickly. Throw that last cut back into the pocket. End section, she hits up really clean. Pocket sevens now in first.
Betty Lou should have kept Tyler off this one. Betty's on the wave behind, jams it there, but just a bit too much.
Had to settle for one maneuver, and I think Betty Lou's gonna feel that. Tyler still has a chance to win her third bell.
Felt like back and forth the entire time. Great battle off the ski.
Whoa, coming in hot.
Honestly, that stuff is just entertaining. Like, that's so fun, but I'm really happy with my competitive mentality in that heat.
Yeah?
You did so well.
Thank you so much.
I was here. Can I get thank you?
Gabriella Bryan's rise continues, but Isabella Nichols is no stranger to playing spoiler. They meet again in a high-stakes quarterfinal.
See one with two, even a bit deep.
Yep.
Go for it.
Okay.
And then just see where you end up after that, get into the flow of it.
Okay.
Gabriella Bryan is performing at the highest level right now. Fresh off the win in El Salvador, where she was absolutely ripping.
Oh! Gabby, the queen of Punta Roca.
It's undeniable. She's the most powerful surfer on the women's tour.
Gabriella Bryan taking on Isabella Nichols. A rematch from what we saw in the final at Punta Roca in El Salvador. Huge one. Running down the line with Gabriella Bryan. Big whip in the pocket, solid start, right off the top again. Nice connection on the forehand, and Gabriella Bryan rides away and will, in fact, take the lead. Drops a 6.0. Great start for Gabby Bryan, your new world number one. Isabella with priority is waiting to answer back.
Go bow, go bow. Nice wave choice, nice clean face, places that first turn in the beautiful section of the wave, jabs it up there with a second one.
Good finish, Bella. Don't cut back, hit it.
Let's see the finish she gets. Just nice projection out of the lip there.
8.77 for Isabella Nichols.
Putting the pressure on Gabby.
You can tell her headspace is clear and she's ready.
Bella getting to work, just putting that board on rail. Surfing beautifully here. She's trying to drop the 2, 6, 7. Wow.
Another great ride from Isabella Nichols.
Backs it up with the 717.
Isabella Nichols takes out world number one.
I've been coming here since I was 15, and I just feel like I've got such a good crew around me now. I've got my family, friends. I just love this place so much.
What a run for Isabella Nichols. She will be into the semifinals here at Bells Beach. Gabby will be moving to the Gold Coast.
Canoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing. Speaking of fights.
Let's do this. Ethan putting down some of the best power surfing we've ever seen in Bells. Wowza.
The real key is putting pressure on early.
Oh, that was back to his samurai sword.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad. Speaking of fights, this is going to be a great one. Canoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal number one. Ethan's never beaten Canoa in a head-to-head battle.
Wow.
Oh, I want to see a good battle, you guys. There you go. Let's go, brother.
Canoa Igarashi. There's a huge fin drift. No recovery time needed. Great control. Gets back up into the pocket. And a good reply for Igarashi.
4 strong maneuvers on that wave.
At the back, we've got Canoa.
Oh.
The real key is putting pressure on early, and that's exactly what Canoa did, and Ethan just unraveled.
Ethan Ewing's got work to do. He's after an 8.4.
Here we go.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad.
3, 2, and 1.
There's just nothing there for him to really open up on, and good battle.
The heat score totals are solid, but Canoa Igarashi too strong, and he's on his way to the semis for the first time ever here.
Good job, Grasshopper.
Fresh off a win in El Salvador, Jordi Smith is a favorite as the quarterfinals continue. He'll be going up against wildcard Morgan Siblick, who's out to prove he still belongs among the best.
Morgan Siblick is back, coming in as a wild card to this event, but we know that Morgan has the ability on the championship tour. We've seen him there, but he's dropped off and he's trying to get back, and he's back in form. And he's pressure-free, so that's a real dangerous thing for his competitors.
I think these kind of these middle ones you can turn on. These guys have been caught side like 3 times now.
Morgan on his first wave, but he needs to hit the cymbals hard.
He threw everything, the kitchen sink, the little bits of lettuce that gather in the kitchen sink. It was all at that last turn.
Paddling into this one, Jordi Smith.
Cuts it short so he can get on top of this section. It's a good read for the opening combo. Kicks that tail. Trademark stuff from Smith. Behind him, we've got Morgan.
Oh, this is good stuff. Both surfers really shine during these rides.
A 7 for Morgan Siblick. He jumps into first. Jordi Smith chasing a 7.43. Only a minute and 20 seconds to go here.
Good morning once again, everybody. Went on a brief hold and contest is back on. Men's round 3 action. Miguel Pupo hanging out with Adriano de Souza, his coach, and getting prepared for Australia's George Pitar. Wave still looking fun, still offshore, getting past the bottom of the tide, and George Pitar will have his country on his shoulders. Last man standing, representing this great country of Australia. Looking to give him a shot to maybe ring the bell and keep this big trophy at home. Thanks for being with us. Look at this glorious day that we have. Went on that hold because of the bottom down tide, but we had some big heats for the women to set up their quarterfinals, and now we have the same thing planned for the men this morning. Finish the round, set up the quarterfinals, and put us in a good place to finish this event through the weekend, Saturday being the last day of the waiting period. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, short hold, but anticipating some fireworks, especially in this first matchup. Pupo versus George Pitar with a lot on the line.
Yeah, this one's going to be fun. Obviously, you've got Miguel Goofy on the backhand, taking on George. Australia's last hope to ring the bell here this year. And I like the matchup because 2 contrasting approaches, obviously. I think it's cool. It gives judges something different to think about and 2 different ways to approach Winky. Winky's, you know, typically that down-the-line, fast-moving wave and, you know, lends itself to more forehand surfing. But if you can pick the right wave out there on your backhand, we saw Erin Brooks do it this morning. She turned in, you know, the highest wave of the morning on her backhand. 3 big belts, the 8.9. So definitely doable for the Goofs. You can square up, get nice and vertical in the pocket. So this is going to be a great matchup.
Big matchups to look forward to. Jordi Smith, who'll have Baron Mamiya. That's a fun clash. You know, you always look at Baron to be the favorite at slabs. You know, he beat Jordi at Pipeline a couple of years ago in the quarters. That made sense. Jordi got Baron in Portugal. That's 1-1. The All-USA battle has been the talk of the town. Jake Marshall turning in his best combined heat total last year at Bells. Griffin's been in the final out here before. Now they find themselves going head-to-head in round 3.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that. Jake's in my fantasy surfer because, like, you know, last year what we saw from him, I mean, he put together some incredible heats. Obviously, Griff as well. You got heat 4, Alejo taking on Canoa. Canoa made the final out here last year. Was it final or semi-final? Final against Jack. So that's going to be a cool matchup. And then then you got Heat 5, the world #1, taking on Marco. This is his second go at the World Tour this year. Heat 6, Leo taking on Felipe. You got Felipe who's rung the bell before, obviously multiple world champ. And then Heat 7 is the clash of the Titans, Joey.
Unbelievable. I think people are just in two minds going, how do we even pick a winner in this world champ seat? Both goofy footers. Italo's the one who does have a bell. Gabriel's the one who's already one of the all-time greats with 3 world titles on his comeback to the tour. But the energy is always lifted here at this event. Longest running event on the calendar with one of the most iconic trophies in the game. Let's take a closer look.
It sits there like an artifact. Cold brass pulled from another lifetime. The bell. Not given, earned. You don't lift it. It lifts you. Every surfer who ever touched this metal had to carve their name in water first, had to absorb the Southern Ocean, embrace the raw wind, and when it's finally in your hands, there's a pause, a breath, that moment before the world hears you ringing. Inside this trophy is every fun, every roar, every Easter swell that ever hit this coast. It's Torquay mist, it's old stone, it's legacy shaped into something you can hold. When you pull that rope, when the sound breaks open, it doesn't ring out to sea. It rings through time.
Thanks for celebrating with us 50 years of the World Tour, having so much history, so many world champions that came down here for the awards, and also a specialty heat to celebrate what's happened in the past and also to break open a new chapter. Imagine what's next. Miguel Pupo, George Pitar going head to head here in round 3, and it's a big one for George. He remembers everything. Last year it was Miguel Pupo. That was the last person he saw at the midseason cut at Margaret River that knocked him off the tour completely. So now they get to have another matchup again. George said how emotional that was to be sent to the minor leagues and was able to get his spot back through steady results and consistency through the CS. But one of the most consistent surfers on tour, Miguel Pupo, always putting himself in a place to requalify, putting himself closer towards the top 10 in recent years, and looking really comfortable this season, and knowing that his younger brother's still in the draw. They feed off each other, and they'll try to meet up in the final later on this event.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. They're in opposite ends of the draw, so it's definitely possible. And we've seen some pretty crazy battles, you know, with these brothers over the years. I mean, my heart breaks. They go back to the one in Margie's, you know, with Sammy and Miguel right there, and it was, you know, who was going to make the cut or not. And it was just there was such an emotionally charged heat. But yeah, this time around they've got a crack at potentially making the final together. So, you know, we'll potentially see Sammy coming up later today, you know, if the conditions hold. So bring it on.
Yeah, some great matchups to look forward to. Sammy went to the air a bunch, and his opponent did the same to make it this far. Rio Waida is solid with some 2-turn combos, especially some big full roads at Winky Pop. George is a weapon in these conditions. He can really have a lot of range with that kind of slingshot wrap he's got. He puts a lot of torque into it, which will be a key point of difference against the Goofy Foot on this platform today.
Yeah, I touched on it before. There's 2 different approaches to the wave. We're going to see Miggy go, you know, square up off the bottom, and we're going to see these big wraps from George. You know, this is going to be really interesting to see how this plays out and see how the guys tackle this. Obviously, we saw the women earlier this morning, and yeah, I mean, we saw both approaches sort of fetching big scores. I brought up Erin Brooks. She dropped the 8.9 on the backhand for 3 big belts. But generally, yeah, Winky's fast-paced moving, so you're going to want something that's going to slow up where you can really square up. It looks like maybe someone's having a look here.
Getting things started is Australia's George Pitar. Setting up the first turn as we're back into round 3 action. Nice blitz there, moving quickly. Little wrap back to the pocket, but keeping that speed down the line. Approaches the lip and an aggressive snap to slide. Pupo streaking down the line, hustling to make this section. Lines it up well, nice vertical off the top. Carved a snap with the tail release, and we are underway. Both surfers ending up in the same spot, so George knows that the paddle battle is on to get priority. We can see Miguel maybe taking a different line since he knew George got a jump start on him. Taking the deep breaths. Miguel on that JS Industry surfboard. He's got a nice looking quiver for Bells Beach. And George Pitar, part of the Channel Islands program, like he has been for a long time.
Wow, the way George opened up on that first wave, you know when you can see by the moment someone takes that first pump that they're on. I had that feeling as soon as George stood up, it just felt like he was connected. This board looks incredible under his feet. If you look at all the acceleration that he got out of that first turn, for me, it's the speed he's carrying throughout this whole wave. If you just kind of single out one point, I mean, it was great surfing for sure. It was the speed, and then behind him, Miguel. Obviously, this wave just reeling off down the line, and on the backhand, just streaking. He does such a good job to get around this first section. You can see it slows up, so he gets to tee off a couple of times here, square up on the backhand. He really pushed it super hard on that second turn, knowing that he probably wasn't going to get up there a third time. So nice little exchange there, but yeah, back to, for me, it's the speed that George is carrying on his wave that for me, I'm just, wow, okay, he's looking really on.
Great start for these guys. Mentioning that George is the lone Australian remaining, and we had a pretty healthy looking heat draw with Australian representation with surfers like Liam O'Brien, Oscar Berry, Dane Henry, lethal as a rip curl wild card, had one of the heats of the event. Callum Robson, who's made the final out here, was expected to kind of repeat that performance. Xavier Huxtable representing Torquay and the local board riders went down in a close decision in the rematch with Italo. Miguel looks, holds back under Prio. Also Joe Vaughn, Morgan Siblick, who is a dangerous wild card of this event last year. There's a lot of promise for him to go deep in the draw. And then Bell's champs like Jack Robinson and Ethan Ewing upset very early in this contest.
Oh, the Australian field's been decimated. Pretty crazy, right? But it really opens up the door for potential new Bells winner, which is cool as we see
Miguel Pupo representing that Brazilian Storm. He was a big part of that whole, well, name being titled that when he won lowers over Tanner Gudauskas in what we called a QS 10,000 rated event. That would basically be like a Challenger Series event these days. For George, we talk about the meaning of him being the lone Australian because it's been Australian domination in all of Bell's history, going back to 1962 with Glenn Ritchie winning. 41 times we've seen an Aussie ring the big bell on the men's side. For Brazil, it's just happened 3 times, and it's been started with the guys that are here. De Souza, who's a coach now, Felipe Toledo, Italo Ferreira. That's the story for the current Brazilian Storm that still owns pro surfing on the men's side.
Oh, totally. I mean, even, you know, you just talk about this Brazilian Storm as we see Adriano there, 2015 world champ.
And 2013 Bells champ in that final with Nat Young. Waves were solid. It was on the Bells Bowl. Talked to Nat Young after that final because Nat was a new rookie, goofy foot from Santa Cruz, and it kind of made sense. He felt comfortable in the colder climate at Bells, and a nice Wright growing up surfing Steamer Lane. Said he closed his eyes and he needed a wave to come, and he's like just imagining the biggest set possible to come through to compete against De Souza. A giant set came through. He manifested it. It was too big though. It just washed through the whole lineup, and he had to duck dive the whole thing. But it was really a good start for De Souza to get even closer to his dream of becoming a world champ. Medina got it first for Brazil to create history, but then it became infectious. They shared the wealth. It wasn't just one surfer that broke the code to becoming a world champ. Medina, then to De Souza, which was very impressive. Italo, Toledo multiple times. Now Iago Dora puts his name in the mix.
You know what I will say from Felipe's opening round heat? You know, obviously he had that 1 year off a couple years back, and you know, he had made his return last year. He did final. He and got the win over Julian on the Gold Coast. I just think this year he's back and he looks even sharper. I don't know, it's just some takeaway from that second round of men's as we see George.
George Pitar did open with a 7. Great start, and just blows the tail out on that hack into an aggressive body torque wrap in the pocket. Third turn, snap off the lip line, blow tail reverse to finish. The man from Manly Beach is inspired to do it for the Australians today. And he is fired up, Flick.
I love to see the emotion like that. It's so cool. That's 2 completed waves, and he's shown us something different on both of them. Obviously, a little bit of variation there at the end. He wanted to be a little bit more progressive and really brought it. So, yeah, he's going to put the pressure on Miggy at the moment and a bit more separation. He's going to put Miguel into, you know, a soft combo here, but let's have a look. So, takes off. I just love the way that this Channel Island surfboard is looking under his feet. Just so much whip and acceleration through all the maneuvers. For me, speed is just the word that comes to mind when I'm watching George Pitar right now. And at the moment, he hasn't put a foot wrong. And you see this beautiful drone shot here. You can just see the winky reef underneath. And it's actually a really forgiving reef. You walk out over, it's quite soft and slimy, and you can really see it's so clear and beautiful. It's such a beautiful day out there. You can really see all the bits of seaweed like moving in the direction that the wave's flowing. It's pretty cool. But yeah, look, it's an awesome day out there. Just groomed, pristine, and really nice offshores. And yeah, Georgie capitalizing on that wave.
First wave 7. Second wave for George Pitar, a 7.83. Already putting Miguel Pupo in a combination situation on his first 2 waves. Just so alert, fired up, and flaring to kick off this matchup here in round 3. I see the scores dropping there, and there's all of our regions represented on the judging panel. A few of them calling that wave excellent. Well done.
It feels good when you open up with a couple of 7s, right? I mean, one's a high 7, almost pushing up into that excellent range, and it's the ultimate start to the heat, right? And now he can just sit back and he can look. Obviously, he hasn't got priority, but the next wave he takes off on is really, you know, he's going to be wanting to improve on one of those 7s. So you're thinking he's going for excellence now, knowing what he is already locked in. So that's exciting.
George just owning the start of this heat, but Pupo will sit with priority. He's had a lot of experience. His 10th start here at Bells. And in those 9 previous, he's just made the quarterfinals 1 previous time, so hasn't been an easy road in his Bells history. But he's had scores into the 9-point range. And one thing that we learned about Miguel, it doesn't really weigh in on all the past results if he has a special feeling at a spot. Thinking about his Chopes win as we look at George under prio, just staying loose and warm. When you're feeling this good, just why not keep surfing? A couple of nice, beautiful hooks. This one's going to be a throwaway score, but George is just feeling the moment. That's his corner right there on the rocks.
You know what? This is the other approach. It's either you sit and you try and improve on the 7s, or you kind of start asking questions of Miguel and you get busy under priority, especially when you feel so on it. It's really hard not to just catch waves, I feel, too. You just kind of want to potentially he's wanting to keep that momentum going, knowing how clicked in, how, you know, on he's feeling right now. So this one under priority, look, and he's just, yeah, it's exactly what he's doing. You can see he was watching out the back, took a little look over his shoulder to make sure, you know, is there another set coming? Am I making the right decision here? Knew there wasn't anything, so he's like, right, let's just keep this momentum going. I like it. It's a cool little strategy. He's really, really applying pressure.
Just love his loose, just radical style. He's definitely the new Rubberman on tour. Richie Lovett's old nickname. He was on the top stage in professional surfing. Miguel Pupo has to get involved. Nice clean sweep to start. Blowing some water off the tail of that JS, and now into his 3rd hack. Wall just continues to have a nice pace for the goof. Drills it off the lip line, tries to go more straight up to finish and slips on the end turn.
He's still going to fetch some good points for that. it was, yeah, that was nice timing. Obviously the fall, it's not what he would have wanted either. I mean, he really was on his way to a good score there. But yeah, the timing for me on the backhand there. And he also picked a great wave for a goofy out there right there. You can really see it's evident that wave, the pace that it was moving was quite a lot slower than the ones that George has been picking. And that's what you've got to do if you're a goofy out here today. But yeah, for me, the timing was impeccable there. Surfed it really well. Slower pace wave, good choice being the goof. Just tees off multiple times and really places these turns beautifully. But yeah, he'll be kicking himself, and he's going to know that, you know, like you said, this is his 10th Bells showing. So Miggy is a seasoned professional.
So for Miguel, if he wins this heat, he'll match his personal best result at Bells. Jumping on the JS Industries program in the last couple of years. George for CI. Remember, there's been an update to our Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by Vea this year, where Shapers are now counting their top 2 finishers. So you think of smaller stables that might have 2 guys on the team, you could maybe go for a title this year. This whole format's been completely owned by Matt Biolos of Lost Surfboards. Flick Red So Sports. You look great on them, by the way, and it's just been total domination. You only get points if you get to the quarters or better. So you think about Miguel for JS. He's got George in this first heat. Canoa Igarashi will be riding a JS Industries surfboard against Alejo Muniz in heat number 4. Marco Migno on a JS in heat 5 as well, trying to get some points for their squad. Sammy Pupo as well on JS Industries down in heat number 8 of the contest. So they've got a solid squad this year and trying to give Matt Biolos some competition in 2026.
Yeah, well, at this point, they really are, and absolutely bringing it, you know. Even, I mean, we saw they're not in the draw anymore, you know, but Callie Vast, another JS team rider, new onto the tour this year. So JS and Jack Robinson as well. So it's and, you know, Ramsey as well, been a long time JS rider. So really bolstering up his team this year as we see George having another look.
Brother George looking to better a 7. And starting to load up now. So smooth, covering so much of the open face with that forehand wrap. Then goes to a snap. Well done with variety. Punch out on the lip and gets there in time for the finish. This man is on a heater. Pupo crushes that first section. Needs a big answer here. Chucks the tail out. Risky business for Miguel. De Souza likes it. Showing off his backup board for us. He's got a Monster that he likes, a Golden Child in a different type of construction. He's peeking into his car this morning in the Winky Pop car park as he was checking the surf. He looked comfortable, relaxed, Miguel did this morning. Talked about how fun it is being a dad. 4 kids he's got. He said he's very busy. He only's found 1 gray hair so far.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Here's George's on his last.
I can't but help, when I see that wrap, I mean, obviously the styles are slightly different, but there's like ever so slightly shades of Ethan through that wrap. I think, you know, I also remember a couple of years back they had that heat, you know, when George was that wild card. And yeah, he's just surfing so good. And then behind him, this wave bigger, Miggy teeing off on a set. I love the acceleration, almost poked the nose there, but then this moment here, that's not an easy turn to go for on a section like that, especially the closeout, but he just kept that acceleration nicely. So good little 1-2 between George and Miggy. But yeah, I don't know, I feel like George, I brought up that heat that he had with Ethan a couple of years ago when he was a wild card, and he was surfing good back then and, you know, put the world on notice. It was a really tight heat. Ethan ended up getting the jump in the end. But I feel that George has improved on his surfing. You know, you rewind back to that heat, and then you fast forward a couple of years to now. You know, on tour, he fell off at the cut last year, got back on the Challenger Series, and now he's back on the World Tour. And obviously learned a lot during that time. But for me, it's evident that there's been a lot more going to the rail work. And I also think that there's a lot more speed in his surfing that he's carrying as well.
Yeah, there's something about what you learn from losses and how you pick yourself back up. And George kind of came in hot, found success early, then had to come down from the mountain for moments to climb right back up and feel that he belongs here. He knows he does. He has the confidence. And I just see how different this heat is going compared to the heat loss he had against Miguel at Margaret River that took him off tour. The nerves, the emotion of not getting started, the fear of falling off. It's a whole new script this year for Pitar. Knowing that he's going to surf in a full season all the way to the Pipe Masters in December. George has 3 7-range numbers. His last was the jackpot, 7-7-7, and he wants more. Just blowing that tail out on the down carve hook and then punches the fins into reverse. You're watching him just grom out right now in these unbelievably beautiful conditions at Winky Pop. Pupo showing off his backhand style and trying to stay involved in this heat, maybe his best so far. As a man they call Minorino is firing up from the steps. Low score for Miguel, a 4.5. His wave previous where he saw him do that tail drift, extended one, 5.97. So for Miguel being a veteran, he knows I'm just forgetting about those waves. He's got the Apple Watch on. He knows that George has just tons of 7s heading his way. His goal is to maybe match one of those on that last wave. Numbers in now for Miguel. He's falling short of the 7 range, 6.57. However, he's heading the right direction as he's building.
Oh, this wave was epic. He's tapping it as hard as possible. It's a bigger set wave. And then that turn, he was so late. He had no business going up there, but just beautiful extension, compression extension, and manages to finish that turn. And then here we go. This is George's last wave, and he's so on. But in saying that, I mean, this is the first fall that we saw. We saw him, he's just pushing it right. He knows he's got a 7.77, 7.83. What's he got to do to better that? He's got to go up into that excellent range. So I feel like that's why we've seen the fall. He knows he's got to push this. But yeah, from Miguel, that was really impressive surfing on the last wave. And look, he's still chasing a big score. He's chasing a 9. But more surfing like that, and yeah. We'll see where that last score goes.
I love his backhand attack, Miguel Pupo. There's an event in 2015. This was the year where he started off at Snapper Rocks. Medina just won the first world title for Brazil. Felipe went all the way to win over Julian Wilson in that final that day, but Miguel made the semifinals. He was just going down the line in these head-high rights at Snapper and going upside down under the lip in transition and then blowing the tail out. It was one of the best backhand combinations with his finesse style that I think I'd ever seen at the time. He was so comfortable when he winds up, and he's starting to build on his numbers. So judges were playing a bit of catch up with the flurry of action that we saw. 5.97 to 6.57. That was the wave where he extended the tail slide. Miguel just went into the excellent range at 8.5. So now turns in the best number of the heat, outdoing George's 7-point run performances.
Yeah, it was a bigger set wave, and he teed off so nicely. You could really see that he was hitting those first couple of turns with a lot of aggression. And then the last moment, I said he had no business getting up there. And to your point, Joe, just so late. And just with no worries, just thank you, just glide up there. And so weightless in his approach and stuck it. So really rewarded for the bigger set wave, the nice timing, and then just how late and critical that last maneuver was.
Miguel Pupo just turned in his 74th excellent range score in his wonderful career that still has plenty of time on it. His best score at Bell's 9.37, 8.5. Excellence to kick off your world title campaign in 2026. Not bad. He's chasing a 7.10 to catch up to Australia's George Pitar. We'll be right back. hope you're enjoying this first heat of round 3. Miguel versus George. George out front, but Miguel threw down an 8.5. Oh, we see our beautiful contest site. Let's see where Vaughn Blakey's hanging out.
Well, the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy is, of course, stop one of the GWM Aussie treble. And this is the Tank 300, the ultimate prize for the best surfer over the course of the 3 Australian events. Have a go at this piece of machinery. It is an absolute weapon. Jordi Smith and Isabella Nichols were the 2 surfers who took this thing home last year. Who's going to take it home this year? We're going to find out. But if you come down to the Rip Curl Pro and check out the GWM activation, you can have a go on this racing machine over here. And believe it or not, the top scoring driver from the Rip Curl Pro will get a 1-month hire of the Tank 300 free. How good's that? You win this thing, race that Tank 300 on the screen, you could be driving it for a whole month free of charge. Get a feel of the power of these GWM Tank 300s. How good is that?
That is so good, Vaughn. So good. Jordi Smith got to drive away with one last year, taking over the GWM Aussie treble with a quarterfinal here. Big win at Margaret River. Back to this one. Petard throwing down that beautiful top turn wrap. Punch out the pocket. Nice and easy. Speeding into a tail blow as he's down. He's really been giving us a lot. His 6th wave ridden. 3 7s. Throwing away a 7.0. Miguel Pupo now with priority has just been building. 4.5, 5.97, 6.57, 8.5. George talked about this matchup when he joined us in the booth yesterday. Just knowing the experience of Miguel Pupo, seeing him heat up right in front of his eyes, that's got to be a scary feeling, Flick.
Totally. I think also now that Miggy's locked in an excellent wave, Miguel knows what that feels like now, you know, as a surfer and as a competitor. While you're out there, you're logging score, you're logging what certain scores feel like, you know, within your body when you take off on the wave, what that certain wave looked like when you paddled in. And he's such a veteran. He's put in so much time in every sort of scenario possible. So, yeah, George obviously alluding to the fact that, hey, look, yeah, okay, this is my matchup, but there is no easy matchups. Miguel is obviously the veteran here, and they're always really tricky because, yeah, look, 7.1 is not a tall order right now. I feel like the conditions are really beautiful. I mean, we were just talking in the break how much we want to go for a surf. It just looks so inviting, and there's a lot of opportunity out there. Obviously, we've seen, you know, even just look at George's scoreline. He's got 3 7s on the board. That last wave, you know, he made that last turn potentially another 7. So there's a lot of good waves on offer, and I think that's a scary thing for someone like George. You know, he doesn't have priority, knowing that, you know, there's plenty of opportunities out there to lock it away another 7, and it's well within reach for Miguel.
Like, if you're driving up to your local and it looks like this, you're surfing all day. It's like sun shining, offshore winds, head-high running rights that are going super fast down the stretch, and you can do big turns, air. It's basically all out there for you. I know you got more than one surfboard in your last order from Lost. What did you end up with? Tell me about your quiver, Flick.
I was pretty spoiled rotten, really, but yeah, I ended up with 5, so I'm a lucky girl.
You deserve it.
Yeah, so thanks, ma'am, thanks, Matt, thanks, Lost. She's a lucky girl. But yeah, I'm yet to get off my favourite. It's the Retro Ripper. Well, I'm addicted.
And that's what you'd be riding today.
Oh, totally. Yeah, the Retro Ripper all day, every day.
No brainer. Well done. 7:40 on the clock. Brief hold. Well called from our contest officials, and Renato Hickel back on with a fired up George Petard. Last Australian in the draw on the men's side, came out with just 7s all over the place.
Oh, he's absolutely flowing with Winky basically around lunchtime. I was going to say this morning. We've just clicked over, but the Channel Islands is looking so nice underneath his feet. Really smooth. I mean, maneuvers that are so progressive where he's just releasing the fins each time. He's coming out with so much control. But Miguel has fought his way back well and truly. Locked in the 6.57 and then said, thanks very much. I'll lock in an 8.5 for this last wave. He knew it too. And look, George is out in front. A couple of 7s on the board. But the danger is that Miguel has the excellent score of this heat, only chasing another 7 to get through with so much opportunity on the table. I guarantee you we're going to see these guys have another swing at it. And probably going to be more sets on the way. It looks like there is.
Priority is with Miguel Pupo. Needs a 7.10 to take the lead off Pitar. Starts with a high line. Wide open face. Blasting the first turn well. Clean top turn. Throws it off the lip line and shuts it down. 3 smooth moves from the Brazilian vet. Now George Pitar. Up and out. Looking to hold priority with 6 on the clock. That's the first wave George has ridden without completing a maneuver in this entire matchup.
Yeah, obviously he saw it stretch out and he wants to remain with priority to the rest of the heat. You know, I'd say this last wave of Miggy's going to be looking pretty good. So George has obviously heard the crowd probably on the cliffs up the top, you know, and I'd say he's like, okay, I'm going to probably need something here. Let's break down what Miggy got done because this was absolutely beautiful. I mean, any grommies out there studying backhand technique, you know, case and point right here. This is how you do it. Upside down 3 times, and the timing for him has been impeccable. Yeah, so George would have heard those screams knowing, okay, Miguel has gone to town. Time to kick out of this wave and get priority because I'm going to potentially be needed to chase a score. These are all the things you can do even before this score gets logged in, you know. George would get a pretty good sense, and look, it's a smart move from George because, Miguel just absolutely belted that thing.
And the story for George being the last Australian, it's a bit opposite for the Brazilians. Miguel Pupo's got serious backup in the draw with him, including the reigning world champ, Yago Dora, who's coming up in Heat 5. The classic one with world champ Goofy Foots, Italo Gabriel Medina, Samuel Pupo, you know, Felipe Toledo, a Bells champ, 2-time world champ, has Fioravanti in Heat 6. So from Alejo to Miguel, they are just running through the draw so far, and they've been causing those upsets that have been knocking the Aussies out of the field. So it's a promising sign for a Brazilian to potentially take home the iconic bell this year.
Oh yeah, I mean the odds are in their favour for sure. Wow, I mean look, I don't know, I mean like you look at the draw, yeah, the odds are definitely in their favour. I think there's some other big names still in there. My eyes go to Heat 3, that All-American matchup. Jake Marshall, Griffin Colapinto. I think whoever advances out of that is going to, you know, get a pretty hefty confidence boost. Jake, obviously, incredible form last year out here. Griffin coming incredibly close to, you know, making his mark here down at Bells as well. So still some, and Jordi Smith too. Next heat coming right up. He's rung the bell before. And obviously looks incredible when, you know, things get bigger on the bowl.
That is a happy celebration for a long-serving member of the championship tour. Miguel Pupo has gone excellent in back-to-back waves, an 8.5 and an 8.27. George started with a flurry, having a blast, taking all kinds of waves. You're starting to wonder now, those 5s, those 4s that he was just running after. Did he get a little carried away? Or was it just the veteran knowledge of Miguel playing his own game and just slowly heating up and taking over control of this matchup?
Miguel, for me, I think just being the goof, he knew exactly what waves he wanted. It's so clear the waves that George was taking off compared to Miguel that they were very different. George's were moving super fast. When I reflect on this heat, I think Miguel too, he's had those bigger set waves too, and therefore you hit a bigger section. Obviously it's not the bigger the wave, you know, we're not in a big wave comp, not the biggest wave wins, but like, you know, the bigger the wave, naturally you're gonna have more energy, more spark behind those turns, and the turns are gonna look bigger. So yeah, you gotta give it to Miguel because he has really stood by and really backed that game plan of just waiting and being patient for those bigger set waves, and 2 excellent scores.
God, he's seen so much in his career. You think about when he came on the scene, he was around, for example, like when Kelly won his 11th world title in San Francisco. He was such a grom. I remember Miguel ran downstairs. They had all these white Kelly Slater towels, and he had one signed for his entire family. Oh. It was such a special moment seeing Kelly honored that, you know, now one of his peers on tour was so stoked to, you know, have a piece of history. You know, Kelly would have competed at events that his dad, Miguel's dad, was at, Wagner Pupo, back in the day. And you saw a bit of Andy. You saw those just big names, the Hobgood brothers, and now going all the way into today, just preparing him for everything on tour. And back then he said he just relied on talent. He was so good naturally. He wasn't the guy spending time in the gym. He wasn't really doing all the hard things off the beach. And once his brother came on tour, he's like, I'm going to put in a bigger effort. And all of a sudden, results started coming easy for him. He's like, hang on, I think I'm treating this like I should have maybe when I qualified. The win in Tahiti was insane. It was a long time coming. Taking out the local favorite, Kauli Vost, in a shootout. He'll have that memory for the rest of his life. Is one of the hardest finals at Chopes to win.
Oh, yeah, especially coming up against Kauli Vost. And, you know, if you know anything about World Tour surfing, you know that Kauli Vost has officially qualified. This is his first full-time year on the championship tour this year. So that's not an easy win to have at Chopes. You know, we talk about iconic, you know, events that you want to win as soon as you qualify for the tour. Obviously, Bells Beach, you want to ring the bell. Pipeline, Chopu. I mean, Miguel's won one of those events, and yeah, no one can ever take that away from you.
What a view on the Victoria flight cam, seeing the beautiful green colors of the ocean here at Winky Pop, seeing all the way down to the bottom. And now seeing our surfers split decisions. 25 seconds, George trying to save himself in this heat. Wanted payback from Margaret River last year when he fell off tour with Miguel getting past him. He's been ripping. He just needs an 8.94 now, close to a 9 to turn this around. It's a smaller looking wave, and he throws it down, but incomplete. Adriano de Souza, Bell's champ, world champ, proud of Miguel's performance. Started off with 4s, 5s, and 6s, and finishes off so sweet with a couple of big 8-point rides. And his second appearance into the quarterfinals at Bell's.
Wow, really maintain composure too throughout that heat. You know, not an easy thing to do when you hear surfers like George Patar, your opponent, dropping 7 after 7 after 7, and you're just sitting there waiting for your moment. He teed off right at the end. Those couple of 8s were done within 10 minutes. So hats off to Miggy for getting the job done.
Australian surf fans will then focus on the women's draw for a hope that an Aussie will ring the bell this year, as George was the last one standing. Jordi Smith coming up next against Baron Mamiya. We'll be right back. Miguel Pupo enjoying his time in the state of Victoria and here on the Surf Coast, loving life in Australia. Always does. He's a seasoned vet. He's been here so many times. He knows how to soak in the good times, but also focused on his job of trying to turn in his absolute best every time he puts the jersey on the championship tour. He just slowed down a fired up George Patar. One of the greatest battles we've seen in this contest. Let's hope Jordi and Baron keep it going for us. Smith representing South Africa. Baron Mamiya representing the North Shore of Oahu and Hawaii. Owning pipeline these days is Baron. Back-to-back wins. As he'll be a favorite at the end of the season. Baron starting things first. Getting coached by Luke Egan once again this year. There's a little drift of the fins out the back. Nice placement of those snaps in the pocket. Arcs it right back to the lip line again. Hitting that section well and starts off on his feet. It's always going to be a tough matchup when you have Jordi at bells. For his power, his strength, being a past champ and coming off a season where he finished #3 in the world. Jordi's first wave up and down.
Wow, the first of Barons. I mean, that made me sit up a little bit straighter in my seat because the waves are cooking right now. It's absolutely pumping at Winky. They're just so perfectly groomed. You've got those like traditional little corduroy lines coming into the bay, and just Baron teed off so beautifully on that first wave. Multiple turns down the line, really connecting with every section. Little bit of progression, blowing the fins out of the back there. Completed the wave, so it's going to feel good for him. A nice confidence boost going into, you know, this is a tough draw right now coming up against Jordi. So let's have a look what happened on this first wave with Baron. Releases the fins there, carrying so much beautiful speed throughout this wave. And it just keeps tagging. This is the gift that keeps on giving here. And did well to kind of find the space in the lineup to, you know, get this wave, you know, off Jordi. Jordi remained further on that upper section of the reef. Baron, you know, kind of making a break for it down to the lower section, and yeah, turned in a nice score.
Nice start there, and I know one man is enjoying this afternoon is Kaipo Guerrero out there on the ski. Kipes, what an afternoon we have, and wow, what a quick start for Baron.
Yeah, beautiful, right? Hood's off. It's absolutely picturesque out here, beautiful. Baron Mamiya checking the Apple Watch. Looks like he opened up with a 6.67, so good start for the Hawaiian, Joe.
That's right. You had a front row seat, Kaipo, watching Baron grow up, and he's always going to be dangerous at slabs on tour, but really has been improving a lot on these performance venues.
Last year was his breakthrough year, right? Actually having some great results outside of Hawaii, like you said, at performance type of venues. So he continues to build his skill set as a surfer. I've been really impressed on all the work that he's been putting in, both developing that skill set and also, you know, with Channel Islands and the boards that he's been riding. So he's looking sharp right now. That first wave, I saw most of it from the back, but every single time he hit the lip, all I saw was fins and spray.
Kaipo, how different is his season going to be? You know, we've had the start at Pipe for a while now, where he's kicked off world #1 in 2 years in a row. Now that it's the season finale, worth more points. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, it's going to be crazy, right? That's going to be that's the ultimate proving ground. It always has been. But think about even, you know, the South Pacific leg between Tahiti and Fiji on the regular tour. I mean, someone with the skill set like Baron and Barrows could be a world title contender.
Thank you, Kaipo. It's a whole different script this year. Baron's feeling it out. He's been in the yellow jersey in the past after the first event, but now Pipe's the finale, which could really help him out in a world title race. Smith in motion. Beautiful time turn, one of the classic modern day bells and Winky Pop surfers. He'll climb the finishing move and ride out without a problem. Baron will look at the next one. Not sure if he will commit, and he does now. Looking for an alley-oop, he gets it. Going for a nice finish in a reverse and shows off that he can go both directions on demand.
That was really cool. The alley-oop into the reverse, so that was rad. And now it looks like we're gonna have a bit of a battle.
That's right, you can see Baron kind of cut off George real quick to try to get a little leap on Jordi, who's always been one of the best paddlers when he really applies himself. He's kind of the surfer, you know, where he can cruise at times, but when Jordi feels like letting out the roar, he'll really put himself in a paddle battle. You can tell he's already kind of cruising. He's like, you know what, you can have it, Baron. Go for it. I'll wait and just answer back. Look at that. He didn't even really give it to him on this one.
It's pretty interesting, right? I mean,
deciding, you know what, I'll save my energy. And Barron's looking like he'll able to get first priority. Let's start with Jordi's last wave.
Yeah, look, what I'm noticing, he's on a mayhem, so we know he's been experimental with equipment all through last year's season, opting for the mayhem today over at Winky, and look, it's looking really nice underneath his feet, and behind him, Barron, this is the moment Joe's referencing, he goes for the oop here, so opting to go the opposite way of momentum, and then goes with momentum with the reverse. So, look, this first maneuver, nice. Second one here, probably would have liked to have got maybe a little bit more pop. But, I mean, look, it's just a great demonstration of what's within Barron's wheelhouse. But I go back to Jordi's wave. I think I just really liked how he wasn't really chasing it. He picked a really nice wave with, you know, allowed him to get a little bit of open face there. Looking forward to seeing where the judges go with these two numbers.
I think it's fun to see Barron show off what he can do in the air. He does some giant airs on the North Shore. But to show off that he can do an alley-oop and not repeat the same rotation, once you nail it once for those air guys, they could just go right into that flow again. So much more difficult to do the alley-oop, then go the opposite direction right when you land. For a two-turn combo, it's two air combinations back-to-back. And like you said, they weren't gigantic height-wise, but very technical, especially the last finishing move. And he should get rewarded for it. Jordi kind of allowing Barron just to not even deal with the paddle battle. So Barron got first priority. And maybe it was because Jordi felt confident about that last wave, which is already into the excellent range again, like he did in the opening round. 8-1-7 for Smith. Last for Barron, the two aerials he threw down, 7-3-3. So Mamiya, priority out in front. Jordi, the best number of the heat so far. And the South African needs a 5-8-3 for a lead change.
This is cool because what we've seen right now is there's two very different approaches to Winky. Obviously, the more traditional approach with Jordi, you know, staying on rail. And that's the surfing we love and we've known from him. And then you've got the more progressive approach from Barron. And judges rewarding, exactly to your point, Joe, you know, just how difficult it is to go from, you know, rotating one direction to the following and that next maneuver, and just such a quick transition time. So I love seeing that. And it really makes you think, you know, there isn't just one way to, you know, get the recipe done or, you know, bake the cake. There's multiple. So let's have a look at Jordi's first. So this is your traditional power surfing. All your traditionalists are watching this being like, wow, this is how you surf Winky. You know, this is literally it. And then he goes up and taps that last section. And then you've got all the progressive Groms watching this, you know, the new age attack on what Winky is. And that's Barron just going to the air here. And it shows, you know, the creativity and innovation. And yeah, it's just two totally different ways to do it. And I love it.
7-3-3 for Barron, but the best score, Jordi's 8.17. He had an 8 the other day on the bowl, and so he's still in rhythm and feeling the momentum from his performance from last season where he finished #3 in the world. Well, George Pitar and Miguel Pupo put on a show. Miguel just kept building and had back-to-back 8s. He's hanging out with Jesse Starling.
Yeah, Miggy completely flipping the script in that heat. It started off, it was all going George's way. Then you locked in two big 8-point rides. I'm scared the board's going to fall over. It's winding. That was an incredible turn of events there right at the end of the heat.
Yeah, I was feeling confident, you know, with my board and with the work I've put in over here and at the ball. And I was like, I just need the wave. And I looked at Adriana. Adriana was like, come down, like, you need a bigger wave. That's it, you know, the surfing is there. And I caught 2 bombs and that was it, yeah.
What's it like, you know, seeing your competitor just spray going flying in the first 10 minutes, knowing that you've got it in you to get it? But George, he put up a really good fight at the start of that heat.
Yeah, George is amazing surfer, you know, especially on right point breaks. And I knew he was going to post 15 points. So I knew I had 16 points on me. And I was just hoping the wave was going to show up. And I trust my board, you know, this is a board that's been magic lately, so I knew my board was really good, and that gives me confidence to do whatever I want, and I got the wave, and it was nice.
Now, Miggy, there's this constant story about goofy footers and bells and how it's really time. Let's see another goofy footer take the win. Obviously, Cole adding his name to a pretty short list of goofy foot champions. What is it going to take for Miguel Pupo to be the next goofy foot champion here?
It'll take a lot of waves, you know, and a lot of snaps, but I'm just happy I made a heat here at Winky. It was the first time ever I made a heat over here, which was nice. And all the last heats I had here, I posted up some good scores, but I didn't make the heat, so I'm happy this time that I finally made one.
And of course, you've got your beautiful girls at home. We'll let you say hi to them.
Beijo pra todo mundo, boa noite, amo vocês.
Thanks, Miggy. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Well done, Miguel Pupo, putting together 16 plus total, an excellent heat performance, and did his best work in back-to-back fashion. George Pitar is probably just scratching his head because he was just covering so much ground with those open face hooks and carves and throwing down variety, all with a lot of speed. And it came down to a world champ coach headspace, just going, how are you gonna win as a goofy out here? And De Souza's like, you need the bigger waves. Just be patient. Let George just fly around the lineup. And he was kind of capped at sevens. And the point of difference was more wall, more vertical opportunities for Miguel Pupo. And he'll feature in his second quarterfinal appearance in his career at Bells.
Yeah, it's cool to see. I mean, obviously, I goof myself, and I love to see the goofies doing well. And I think it really is. It was just the tale of waiting for those bigger sets, and naturally those turns are going to look bigger. I think also he had a really good point. He just he did pick those waves that were a little bit slower and allowed him to really square up off the bottom.
Well, we know Bryan had a stellar start to the season last year, winning pipe for the second consecutive season, had the yellow jersey. But to break down really what happened in his world title hunt, we go to the Bond University athlete health check. He entered lower trestles last year, world number 5. Ended up tweaking his knee at lowers last year and never made it back into that top 5 picture. He ended up with a 17th in Rio, 9th in J-Bay, 17th in Tahiti, where you know he's a favorite to win. And he ended up having to watch the world title show from home over in Fiji. He did the best he could to recover, and he was really grateful to have a long off season to then just to make sure that he could mend up and prepare for 2026.
Yeah, I mean, it was the longest off season we've ever had. We had a few athletes doing that. You know, you've had these niggly injuries you've had all year, and yeah, you want to rehab them. We had Jack get surgery. We had Tyler rehab an injury, didn't surf for 7 months. So yeah, perfect time to do it.
We start diving into the world title story, and starting with Bryan, who's got the lead over Jordi in this heat. The big topic for him is, what will the Pipe Masters do for him as a world title contender now that it's at the last event of the season, like it traditionally always has been, but also worth 1.5 points times the points, so 15,000 points on the line, and he has truly been unbeatable the last 2 years in a row on his home break.
I know, it's pretty deadly, right? When you put it all out like that. And you also have the regular season. I mean, other places that he's been will be really great at. Obviously, think about to his barrel riding prowess. You've got Chopu on there, then back to back with that you got Cloud Break. So they're 2 events where he could perform exceptionally well. But yeah, you look at Bells, that's where we are right now. 2 is staying. We've got the Aussie treble at the moment. Straight over to Margaret River after this. Snapper Rocks. We've got a new edition. What's it been? 50 years since we've seen a World Tour event at Raglan? Was it eventually almost 50 years ago?
Gosh, it's been a long time, right? And just stoked to see something fun, a brand new event. Everyone's been trying to get over there to figure it out quickly because we'll be there before we know it. You think about Bryan, it's like he's going to be a favorite over Jordi at Chopes, at Giant Cloud Break, at Pipeline, and Jordi's probably favorite everywhere else. And Bryan's so aware of that. He's like, okay, there's certain events that I want to work on, and you've seen serious leaps at all these locations that he wanted to study, and that was a big reason he called up Luke Egan to help him throughout this season. For Pipe, he doesn't need a coach. He's like, I've got that figured out. But his goal is to be #1 of the world at the end of the season. The Championship Tour Pipe Masters format, 36 men, everyone welcome back after the tour gets a bit smaller through Abu Dhabi and Peniche. But the whole tour will be at the Pipe Masters, along with the top 24 in the world for the women. And the whole thing we're gonna feel out, well, for the first time, is going 15,000 points. What's that going to mean for Barron? How low can he be? Does he need to be in the top 10 to have a chance? Will he need to be a little bit higher to be coming close? It's a lot of fun to kind of predict what we might see, because this is the first time we've ever had a format like this.
Yeah, it is cool when you sort of start crunching those numbers. And then also, you know, there's people that will, because that event's worth so much, I mean, even if you're not in contention for a world title, but you're still, you know, maybe not going to re-qualify for the World Tour, you still have a chance potentially of keeping your dream alive. So really everyone will be so hungry for that event, and it kind of will force best performances from not just, you know, the people fighting for the World Tour, but people trying to fight for their life on the tour as well, and that back half of the draw.
Yeah, what a statement to go back-to-back, not just at Pipe, but any CT venue, to show that you own that event and you are truly the best surfer in the world on that platform. It's pretty rare for a surfer to accomplish that, and that's something Barron's done in his backyard. Jordi Smith put a lot of time and effort into improving at Pipe as well over his career. Bought a house right next door to John and really saw serious improvements at that platform, and so he'll be comfortable. He's put in so much hard work in heavy water waves, and coming off a dreamy kind of sentimental season for him last year, winning an event on his dad's surfboard in El Salvador, enjoying an all South African final with Matty McGillivray. That meant a lot to him. Picking up 2 event wins, his first at Margaret River over Griffin Colapinto. No one's talking about a next chapter for Jordi Smith yet. He's still living in this one.
Yeah, totally. And I think we're all really interested to see too, you know, where is he going to pick up after that last season, because it was this dream run really all the way through to WSL finals, and you know, it would have been that sort of story, you know, what a fairy tale finish, you know, for him. And I think it's fun to see, you know, in this heat right now that he's dropping excellent scores. He's looking so ready, and he's jumping around with experimenting with different equipment still. Obviously, we just saw he was on the Mayhem, you know, all last year. You know, you spoke to it, Joe. He won on his dad's design Smith shape. So it's cool that it feels like to me his head's still right back in the game, to your point, Joe. The chapter ain't over. It's still, I'd say, halfway through.
That's right. 15 minutes on the clock here. Jordi still with the best single wave score, 8.17, but it's Barron with the lead. Jordi just chasing a 5.83 to move to the quarterfinals. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, it takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
Great to have Bonsoy as the presenting sponsor of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. What a great team that they have put together on the championship tour, and also reporting live in the water with Kaipo Guerrero, doing some great things in pro surfing and a lot of different levels. There's a great umbrella you could sit under there, that yellow one, to watch the action at Winky Pop, which has been really entertaining, not just this afternoon, but this morning as well. As we will get caught up with what happened during the break. Jordi Smith caught this wave, Flick.
Yeah, so he's trying to back up the 817. Let's see what he's got. Nice little fiery snap out of the pocket. Jabs it up into the lip again and goes to be a little bit more progressive for that last turn. And right behind him, we see Bryan just streaking down the line, really loading up that first maneuver there. But that's all she wrote, trying to kick out right in front of Jordi. And looks like Jordi might put in the big ones here. We're seeing a bit more effort from Jords this time to try their shoulder to shoulder.
And now taking a little more of an angle on Bryan. The one before, he just kind of let Mamiya have. This one looks a little bit more physical. A couple of little tangle ups with the arms. Not giving each other. Oh, there was an elbow there, Flick. Oh, another little crack right there. And Jordi's like, all right, I've had enough. Take it. Jordi actually gets the priority, though, on the call from upstairs, right when he was kind of over the arm battle. That was exciting.
It was exciting. Everyone obviously, you just see how much it means. And it's a critical moment in the heat. That's what it is. Both surfers are so aware of it. That's why Jordi this time has been like, no, mate, I'm going to put the big ones in and really, you know, take it to Bryan. And Bryan understood how important that moment was too, and who ended up with priority potentially can control the rest of this heat. You know, Jordi's chasing a score, so Bryan definitely didn't want to give him the priority there. Makes sense as to why we saw that get, you know, fiery.
Most aggressive paddle battle we've seen so far in this event. Jordi Smith, a past champ in 2017. As we come up to the All-California matchup coming up next, Jake Marshall and Griffin Colapinto. Flick, there was a time when these two were the two biggest names in the NSSA Southwest Open Conference in Southern California. Griff from San Clemente, from down south in North County, San Diego, and Sanitas, Jake Marshall. And back in some of those formats, there's like 6-man heats sometimes, or even 4. But they didn't care who else was in it, just each other. There's stories of them paddling each other up and down the beach. It was like they were unaware of anyone else competing. They were so competitive with each other. All that mattered is beating each other. And, you know, last year they were talking about it, and they were going, you know what? Thanks, man, for pushing me. There was just mutual respect for going, I think it actually paved the way for our accomplishments in making the championship tour. They had the fiercest rivalry. They've remained good friends, and now they're on the top stage together.
Yeah, it's so funny, those kind of stories. Like one of those stories, all you wanted to do was just beat each other, and it didn't even matter if you weren't even winning. It's like, as long as I beat Jake, or as long as I beat Griff. That story is like as old as the test of time, really. You see it in so many generations. I feel like, you know, another one that comes to mind is just, you know, Mick and Joel too. I mean, they were so competitive, but also best mates as well. Continue to be best mates to today as we see Jake walking up the point there, but I'm really looking forward to that battle. Like I said earlier, I had Jake in my fantasy team just after the performance that he put on last year on the bowl. Probably his best heat to date. I think he dropped a 9.8 and another 9 in that heat. And for me, I was like, whoa, okay, your rail game is absolutely on point. He has a really good read on the bowl too. And, you know, we'll see what happens in this next heat, because obviously coming up against Griff, you know, runner-up in the world, Tiago Dora last year. So it's a hard heat, but you know, you look at the conditions that we've got for the next couple of days, and they're looking pretty nice. And it's looking like, you know, a bit more swell on the horizon, potentially a start of the bowl. And Saturday's looking really beautiful too. So, yeah, things start, you start taking that into consideration, those sort of traditional, conditions that we look forward to when we come down here to Bells Beach. And, then you can kind of start figuring out, who might have the best chance.
I mentioned Jordi's win for South Africa, last surfer to win a bell for Hawaii on the men's side, John Florence, back in 2019. There's been a lot of Hawaii champs. Andy Irons went back-to-back in the early 2000s when he was just owning professional surfing. And there was an all-Hawaiian final at Winky Pop, which is special to our hearts. It was with John Shmuka and Sonny Garcia. They were two sparring partners, basically brothers. Sonny got a 10, and as Shmoo always told us, Sonny looked and laughed at his good buddy, and Shmoo's like, oh great, here we go again. And Shmoo got the runner-up bell, Sonny got the big bell. But it was a great moment for Hawaii, a great moment for just two great friends, two unbelievable surfers that are just so dear to our hearts. Those would have inspired, guys like Baron Mamiya to represent Hawaii on the big stage. There's always been a great connection with Bells Beach with really solid Hawaiian performances.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think to John as well, they would have inspired people like John and, the incredible rail work that he's, put on display and really put the world on notice with. But look, we're really getting down to crunch time in this heat.
Yeah.
We've got 6 mins on the clock.
And Kaipo, it's interesting, when you have a kind of feisty paddle battle, it probably feels even more awkward than when you go to a big lull and you got to sit and stare at each other.
Yeah. What have you noticed that's been going on just for the last, I don't know, 8-10 minutes?
Just quietness.
Since that,
lull.
nothing.
Yeah,
nothing. That's the thing, is there's no like insider option. There's no like paddle up the point option. It's just nothing or a two-wave set. So staying focused is really key. I did see a set hit bells, so I'm expecting maybe some mid-sized waves to come out here. But yeah, just being focused, and you have to execute when you have that opportunity, because these lulls are lengthy.
They certainly are, Kaipo, and Baron just being so smart in this heat and being aggressive as well. He's not afraid to call himself an underdog in a matchup against Jordi. He knows what Jordi's accomplished out here and putting pressure on him. Jordi is the experienced guy. Maybe he doesn't get that from most competitors on tour, Kipes.
Yeah, and you can see from that paddle battle also that both surfers want to own this heat, want to be the alpha in it, right? And so Baron not backing down, and looks like he's paddling into a nice little groomed wall right here, Joe.
That's right, under priority. We'll see Baron just kind of roller coaster down the line, building the speed on that CI. There's that fin drift with control, and then completely blows it out. He really was just aware that there was a tiny section. So he'll throw that one away. Luke Egan there, one of the best goofy foots of all time. Inducted into the Australian Surfing Hall of Fame, right next to Britt Merrick. Britt, started making boards for Mamiya a few years back. They made a great board for him at Pipe that started working everywhere down the track. He's got a great beard. Dad Al Merrick shaped boards for surfers like Lisa Anderson, Kelly Slater, Tom Curran. We could go on and on. Going into the CI factory up in Carpinteria, it's one of the cleanest surfboard factories I've ever been in. You can almost eat off the floor. For shaping and foam dust, it's just so pristine. And they got some great people that work there. Up in that Santa Barbara region, they've got Rincon. They support the Rincon Classic. It's a great community. So guys like Baron are not from that region, and Joao Chianca, they get to hop over to Santa Barbara, work on surfboards, and then prepare for the tour. Baron's last to throw away, but Jordi's still sitting and waiting. This lull is just extending the drama of this matchup.
I feel like we may have like a small little pulse. I mean, I'm having a little look over my shoulder and I'm seeing a few little lines start to move through the bowl, so you know what that means. Only probably about 60 seconds until we start to see them hit that winky lineup. As you can see, they look small though, so.
Can hear Kaipo a little bit there saying there's some waves coming through from his angle, so there could be something here. Jordi only needs a 5.83. He already has an 8.17, so for Barron, he's just hoping that the ocean stays quiet. It would be an enormous victory if he can get past Jordi at a wave like this. And for Barron in the world title race, he knows he wants to be in the top 10 picture before Pipe. Closer to the top 5 would make him a very dangerous competitor for the world title at the Pipe Masters. And it would come down to key heat wins over guys that have won big events like this one. Barron's got a great sparring crew. His best friends in the world back home, Makana Pang, Kalani Rivero, Noah Beshin. They get clips together. They're not just surfing pipe, that's their favorite, but they'll just shred all the performance waves all throughout the North Shore of Oahu. Minute 45 to go, and this lull is extending. We had a flurry in the heat before with Miguel and George that allowed Pupo to be selective and just wait for those premier waves. Now at 90 seconds, Jordi knows he's just got to pick a wave if it comes down to something towards the inside. Jordi now committing to this one, needs a 5.83, and he will get into this one. The man from Durban, South Africa, trying to avoid a round 3 loss, floats that first section. Drives off the bottom on the Mayhem, a solid power hook on a small open face. He's probably feeling he needs more than this. Reaching for the air game, full road incomplete. Misses the finishing move. Left chasing a 5.83. Barron sees the fall and is holding his breath thinking, did I just upset a giant? Last score, 3.27, not close, and that'll do it for the Past Bells champion. And last year's world number 3, Barron Mamiya, takes the win and will move on to the quarterfinals.
Whoa, this is massive right now for Barron. I mean, this was a really, really tough heat draw. I mean, so many people would have, you know, had Jordi in their fantasy surfer team, and, you know, you can see the elation on Barron right now because this means so much. Advancing through the draw, he's onto the quarters. This is a big moment for him, and yeah, I mean, Barron surfs so well. We obviously saw that really progressive style approach from him with the 7.33, and it would have been nervous times for him right at, you know, waiting to see what happened if a set did come through that lineup, because Jordi, you know, he had that excellent wave, but yeah, a tough pill to swallow for Jordi. Not much opportunity there towards the end of that back heat, so this next heat, if you take off on a wave, it's going to be crucial that you convert.
Barron Mamiya, a giant win, taking out one of the greats at Bells, moving to the quarters to compete with Miguel Pupo. Guaranteed at least an equal 5th to start the season, but you know he's going to want a whole lot more. Coming up next, the All-California battle is about to start. Jake Marshall takes on Griffin Colapinto. We'll be right back. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By Mophie, empowering you to live your life untethered. Power on. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Volley Shoes, official footwear of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the show. Well, Thursday, April 9th, will definitely bring us the biggest heat score totals of the event, some classic matchups, and more to come this afternoon. Right now, we are going to see Jake Marshall taking on Griffin Colapinto, Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett here for the call. And Rich, love this heat on paper. These guys came through the amateur system over there in the States, battling one another. A great rivalry, which we're going to see play out here at the elite level now.
Yeah, this is a really cool matchup. You know, good friends, and well, both from the USA. And Jake Marshall a little bit further down the road from where Griffin lives, around the San Clemente area. But you know, they've both got very similar weapons in that silky smooth carve on the front side, as we see live action of Jake Marshall up and riding.
Jake was on fire in this contest last year, had some big heat score totals. In fact, his highest ever heat score total. And he is clicking back into that form, speaking with a lot of confidence in his post-heat interview after his first performance, and went to launch the big lean air there, but couldn't stick it.
Yeah, no, I can't say that I've ever seen Jake go for one of those manoeuvres, so a little bit surprised. Perhaps it's something he's been working on, but maybe just getting to the finish of that one with a big hack on the end section. But let's have a look at the replay nonetheless. Big swooping carve off the top. A more aggressive snap with a better angle on the second, driving hard down the line. And another beautiful swoop to tail release. And right near, you could just see Jake pumping. He had so much speed at that point. Perhaps the alley-oop in this wind may have been a better choice, but you can see Jake just, yeah, a little bit of frustration there. But here's Griff.
Yeah, let's see if Griffin can punish him for that error and not finishing off. Beautiful swooping carves on the outside here. Now moving through to the inside, getting some tighter pocket work done as he moves through to the inside and gets a dynamic finish. Great variation there. And it is going to be one up to Griffin after that proper opening exchange. They did have a couple of throwaways. Waves ridden during the break, 3.83 for Griff, a throwaway 0.5 for Jake Marshall. And we're waiting on those numbers to drop for that second exchange, but pretty impressive stuff there from last year's, one of last year's magic performers, really. Griffin stopped by Jack Robinson in the semis, but he looks super sharp.
Let's have a look at the replay here. Griff on his opening ride stays nice and high, drops down. A beautiful slice. Turn number one. Number two, he holds the rail line a little bit longer. Clean snap on the third. Beautiful wrap to release. And then the fifth, closeout re-entry. So really tidy wave here that he put together well. No real glitches or catches that I can see, Ronnie, but love this second turn. Drives through that a little bit longer. Transitioning very well. Even that one there, you can see just got all that weight on the front foot coming out of that turn. And that one there, beautiful wrap. Roundhouse and gets that little bit of release and then gets the tail free on the final turn as well. So some real progression in there and great variety.
It was already surfed in one of the heats of the event up against the wildcard Dane Henry, who really brought the fight to Griffin, applied the pressure early. But Griff's going to start this one on the front foot, a 7.5 to Jake Marshall's 4.83. The feeling here from Rich is that he left some points on the end of his opening ride, Jake Marshall. Maybe the wrong turn option with this howling offshore wind blowing. But Griffin Colapinto, he's got those big individual turns he can go to, Rich, but it's been impressive to watch him just construct heats with the combination of major moves without having a crack at the just piecing those waves together with multiple turns and just saving those big moves for the moments when his back's up against the wall. It's been pretty impressive, the evolution of his performance.
Yeah, he can get it done, you know, on the wave face. You know, when I compare these two guys, you know, Griff has just got this incredible air game that he can tap into. But on the face, they've got similar weapons, that big front side slice. They get creative with it, and we really saw Jake Marshall dip into that in last year's Bells event, dropping some of the highest numbers of the entire event window. And he'll know that little mistake on that opening ride, he's going to have to tidy that up, because Griff is, you know, he's proven in that in his opening heat against Dane Henry, there was a little crack in the door left ajar, and he just absolutely walked through it, pounded it, kicked it open, in fact.
Kybes, plenty of history between these two. It started way before they got onto the championship tour. What did you make of the opening exchange there?
I like the 7.5 from Griffin. I think he was restrained, but I just do want to highlight the technique of Griffin Colapinto, getting really low off those bottom turns and getting into that rhythm. Now that was, to me, that was Griff at medium speed. I think you guys spoke about it, when he digs into his, you know, real arsenal when he really needs it. But right there, just solid surfing for a solid score, a 7.5, and just with really good bottom turn, really good top turn, and really good rhythm in between those turns.
This is where he ignited his big run last season, Kybes. He was in danger of being cut from the tour coming into Bells, but a semi-final finish got him back on track and started this magic run, which has continued, obviously, into this first event of the year.
I mean, this is a great event for him, right? He's made the semifinals last year. He's been final before here with Cole Hauschman the year before, and so it seems like this wave, both Bells and Winky, play to Griffin's skill set.
Most definitely, yeah. I think he's one of those guys, Rich. He likes to, such a student of the game, and he loves to tap into the history of the sport, as all these competitors do. But you know, Griff will often reference, you know, some of the greats that he's gone back and looked at footage of them and the way they approach this venue, and sort of look to, I think, incorporate a bit of their approach in his own surfing. Joel Parkinson in particular.
Yeah, that's the name that I had in my mind when you were just going through that statement. And you know, sort of there's shades of Mick as well, but mainly the influence from Parko, just the smoothness of it. But Griff has, mate, he has become a real force out here at Bells Beach. You can tell he's really comfortable out here, whether we're at Winky or Bells. And surprise little kick in the swell too. We're seeing these sets coming through still with lots of scoring opportunity.
Big story of the event this year has been those upset results and big names, former winners falling out of the mix. Jesse Starling, Jordi Smith goes down to Barron.
Yeah, he definitely does. Barron, Jordi is never an easy competitor to draw, but especially here, he's got so many incredible results. Coming into the end of that heat, you know, he has an 8 in his lineup. He only needs a small score. Tell me, what is going through your head when he's on that wave in the dying stages?
It was like, so basically when the heat started, we kind of started pretty far up, and then I seen this little lump coming in, and I just bolted straight down the point, and I got the first wave, got the 6, and then paddled back out, and then that wave that he got his 8 was, the wave was so good. Like, it was a perfect wave, and I was like, oh, shoot. Here we go. Like, it looked like a J-Bay wave, and I was like, we all know how good Jordi is at J-Bay, and, you know, any right point, and he got an 8, and then I took off on the wave right behind it, and I kind of stood at the top and looked out the back, and I was like, oh, is there another one? And I was like, oh, no, okay. And then the wave, like, kind of sucked. Like, it didn't look that good. And I was like, all right, screw it. I'm just going to do an air. And then I did my first air, and I was like, oh, okay. I'm going to do another one. And then I did another one. I landed, and I was like, oh. And then he was, like, right next to me, and I jumped off my board, and then I, like, made it back out before him. I got priority, and then I was like, oh, okay. And then at the end, it's just, like, it was slow. Like, I think we sat there for, you know, 20 minutes or something, and not really anything else came in. And yeah, when we got the last wave, the wave was pretty small, and then I seen he kind of like missed the first couple sections, so I was like, okay, it's not gonna be a 5. And the heat was basically over. He just went in, and yeah, I mean, it was pretty nerve-wracking. You know, at the 2-minute mark, I thought I seen a wave coming. I was like, oh, and then he took off on that little one, and then I knew it didn't eventuate into anything, so I was stoked.
Still scary. Obviously, as well, that wave where you got 2 airs on it, it's no secret, you know, you've been making a really big effort to prove that you can win in big waves outside of Hawaii. Trying to get more progressive in your heats, is that something that you really want to bring to the table this year?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to just launch myself into the flats all the time, you know, like 2016, 18, 19, you know, I would do airs all the time. And then I started competing like on the QS, and then I qualified, and then like, you know, you don't really want to get hurt. So then like I kind of like stepped away from like doing them a lot. And I remember in the off season, I kind of just made it like effort to myself. I was like, hey, like I'm going to do airs again this year. Like I know I can do, you know, big airs, and I've done them, you know, over the years at home and stuff. So I just wanted to kind of bring that in to the contests. You know, I've been on competing, this is my 5th year on tour, and I haven't really showcased that yet. And I kind of forgot about it. And yeah, I mean, this year, you know, obviously I want to try and do airs and stuff, but, you know, I just want to put together good heats and surf good, and I'm stoked with how I've been surfing.
And obviously at Bells, we know it's prestigious to win here, but there's a pretty short list of Hawaiians that have won this. Big names, Sonny Garcia, Andy Irons. What would it mean to have Barron Mamiya up with those names?
Yeah, it's great. You know, that'd be super cool and stuff. But I'm just focused on surfing heats and trying to win as many heats as I possibly can this year, and see where that leaves me at the end of the year.
We love it, Barron. Thanks for your time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Massive heat win there for Barron Mamiya, and I think validation of the hard work that he's been doing with his rail surfing, and just refining his equipment, working with Luke Egan the last couple of seasons, and it feels like they're getting the fruits of the hard work that they're putting in. That's a huge victory, and we'll see how he performs. He'll take on Miguel Pupo in the quarterfinals as we look to set up the rest of the quarterfinal bracket here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, 63rd edition. And we know we're going to have someone coming from this top side of the bracket chasing a first Bells title. Still a couple of former winners in the bottom side of the draw coming up, and Felipe Toledo and Italo Ferreira. So that's going to be fun to watch unfold. Both of them have huge heats that they've got to get through, and if they keep moving through, they'll obviously be on a crash course to meet at some stage in the event. As we see Griffin now looking to back up the 7.5, loading up, throws that board, tries to whip it out into the flats, but the 27-year-old can't reel that one in, so it's a throwaway. Jake Marshall will get priority on the outside, and he'll want to convert. We know that the conditions are sort of lending themselves, Rich, to a little bit more freedom for the competitors on the open face. It's less about finding those sections. They know they're there. It's about piecing these waves together. But little hiccups along the way have really cost some of the event favourites. So, you know, you don't want to waste those limited opportunities.
No, definitely not. You know, Jake just holding down priority now, so it's actually a good move, I think, for Griff to put a little bit more pressure onto Jake and try and get a wave underneath his priority. Just put another score on the board. He's currently sitting as that 3.83. Wave as a backup, which you know, he knows he's going to get rid of that, but yeah.
Yeah, Jake Marshall, you know, we talked about his performance in this event last year. Massive heat score total of 18.33 in the second round. That was over on the Bells Bowl. But he did have a couple of great performances here at Winky too. Has always performed pretty well here. Has had one previous head-to-head clash. That was with Griffin, and it was here at Bells. That was in the quarterfinals in 2024.
Yep.
Excellent heat for Griffin, that one. Put together a total of 16.9. That wouldn't be lost on Jake. Got something standing up here on the outside. Marshall with priority, sizing this one up. Griff making him think about it.
Wow, how groomed is it right now? The wind is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, they let that one slide through, as you can see, just a little too small. Even Griff is kind of aware that, you know, he's going to get opportunities without priority to potentially improve on his lead at the moment, but what he doesn't want to do is take himself out of the takeoff zone when those quality sets roll through, because they have been coming in twos.
Yeah, exactly, and you do not want to miss that. It sort of puts you off rhythm. You get out of sync with the sets. It looks like Jake Marshall, he doesn't have a choice. Of course he's going to go on this wave.
Draws off the bottom, gets on that rail and just sweeps through a beautiful opening move, kicks the tail, fins above the lip, chasing down a final turn here, climbs over the section late and does really well to stay on his feet. That's a combination of 3 major turns.
Oh.
And on the outside, Griffin, a rare slip up. And the frustration evident on his face there. Jake Marshall's about to put up a pretty good score. Needed a 6.51 to get himself into the lead.
Yeah, a couple of good spicy carves to open that one up and manufactured that final score, Ronnie. That wave just started zipping down the line and Jake was in danger of getting caught behind. Let's have a look at the replay. Beautiful wall in front of him here. Jake, for a tall guy, 6 foot in stature, just ropes that opening carve, gets a beautiful drift on that second one. And then you can see there the wave started chasing down the line and he was in danger of missing that third turn. But just through sheer strength and incredible talent, just throws his board up on the final move. Let's check that second one. See how the tail and the fins got completely free. So for a little moment there, a little split second, he got a little weightlessness. Let's see what happened to Griff outside. Just overcooks that opening turn. And it looks like the heel side edge just digs in. Yep, just catches that front edge and goes over the falls. Look at that canvas that he missed. So big opportunity there that goes begging for Griffin Colapinto.
That was the wave that he wanted too. You know, Jake Marshall took the first wave in the set. That one looked like it stood up beautifully on the opening section. Marshall turns in a 6.83. Griffin falls on that first turn and Marshall takes control of the lead here. Colapinto now after a 4.16. Griff still with the benefit of the highest single ride in this heat.
Yeah, a little bit of false sense of security here. Jake Marshall out in front. While it would feel good at this point in the heat, it's still not safe by any means because the highest number goes to Griff. And I think the judges got it bang on with that 7.5 versus the 6.83, the spread there. Griff slightly with the edge.
A couple of smooth styles to enjoy on the long walls here at Winky Kipes.
Yeah. Similar styles, right? But a little point of difference. And I just think Griffin's a little bit looser and maybe a little bit more kind of freestyle. And then, you know, Jake just with rock solid fundamentals, right? That is a flawless surfing in the fundamental department. And think about where they came from in Southern California. San Clemente, you got a lot of beach break, you got the pier, then of course you got lowers. Jake, he's driving the other way to lowers from Encinitas, but also down there in North County, San Diego, a number of reefs, you know, like Seaside and Swamis, that would probably help develop, you know, that smooth, carvy style of Jake Marshall.
Yeah, definitely. Good pickup. Yeah, I think Jake's really started to open up his rail turns a little bit more. I think when he first came on the tour, quite over his front foot, Rich, and now he's got a lot more leverage in his surfing. Opens those shoulders up and really does let go of some great extended frontside carves.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. He's learnt to use his height and leverage to the best of his advantage. And over the years, there's been amazing surfers who have done it. You know, Luke Egan being one of them, fairly tall guy. Even Andy, you know, and Jordi, these guys, Parko, these guys are 6 foot plus, and they actually make themselves look smaller in a way, but the way that they can go through their turns and the way they compress the lower body. But Jake has been spent a bit of time in Hawaii in January and just specifically Rocky Point. And man, Jake was definitely one of the standouts there.
Well, Jake Marshall has the lead at the moment. Griffin Colapinto after a 4.16 as Canoa Igarashi, last year's runner-up, gets ready to hit the lineup. Well, the WSL has partnered up with the RACV Torquay Resort during the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. The surfers gathered for the annual pre-season award celebrations. It was a fantastic night, hosted beautifully, where we saw multiple world champions on hand, celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. I want to say a big thank you to RACV Torquay Resort for hosting us. Everyone had a ball. The world's best were dressed to the nines, and our world champions gave their speeches in front of their peers. Of course, there was only a small handful of title contenders when they won those titles in Fiji, so great to get everyone together. And the RACV Torquay Resort is definitely worth checking out. Nice golf course there too, which just after the awards was enjoyed by Kelly Slater. A couple of Melbourne Storm players came down to have a hit with Kelly, Harry Grant, Tyron Wishart, and also a couple of very well-known AFL players. Tom De Koning, TDK, who's an absolute superstar down here and a huge surf fan. He'd be tuned in watching these heats unfold at his preferred break, Winky. And at the moment, Jake Marshall and Griffin Colapinto, their horns are locked. 11.66 for Marshall, the heat score total, and Griffin Colapinto just shy 11.33. But we know there's going to be another big exchange here. Griff doesn't need a lot, 4.16. He's got the highest number of the heat. Not by a great margin, but it just means that the requirement for this second score isn't going to be that big, and he'll be well within reach. But let's talk about Griffin's turnaround last year, Rich. It's one of the best we've seen.
Incredible.
Started the first 4 events and really just had nothing to speak of, and was a long way from that final 5. The fire started here at the Bells Bowl, and he carried crazy momentum through the back half of the season.
Yeah, he sure did. He surfed his way into a 3rd place finish here at Bells last year, and from there it kind of kick-started his year, because before that it was lackluster, and it wasn't through any lack of performance. He's so good. He's one of the best talents on the tour that we have, and we will have for the next decade or so, but just the scores weren't dropping. He was coming up against hard heats and he just wasn't getting the wins. So that pressure of actually not making the cut was so real, but credit to how good he is as a surfer and how good he is as a competitor, dug himself out of the hole.
Oh, I really feel like he might have one of the strongest mental games of any of the surfers on the tour. Just the way he dealt with those losses and kind of just took a broader view on what was happening, and just sort of believed that those contest results would come. He went straight over to Margaret River. He finaled there, got another final in Rio, 2nd place finish in Tahiti, and obviously finished the year a world title runner-up. But, you know, I think the magic of Griffin's act is frontside or backside. He's a threat, and there isn't too many surfers on the backhand at the moment that are able to wrestle event wins away from those really strong goofy footers.
Yeah, I cast my memory back to the final in Fiji, and that's some of the best backhand surfing that I've ever seen done ever at cloud break, and ever full stop. It was 6-foot cloud break, and Griff was just kind of playing with it, toying with it. I do need to mention his brother Crosby, who you know, he also dropped a clip, perhaps even a little bit bigger. Might have been 8-foot cloud break, and again, some of the most polished and high-risk backhand surfing I've ever seen. It was interesting last year too. Cros was also in a very similar situation where he was under threat of not making the tour, and he kind of jumped into Griff's slipstream as well, and then started banking the really good results, and he ended up making the cut. So these guys, you know, these brothers, they're a formidable force. And Griff, you know, he's come close to that world title, and now with the new format, if he's in line coming into the last event at Pipe, you'd have to think he's a good shot.
Most definitely. He's making a move at the moment, only after a 4.16. Did take a fall on his last ride, so needs to clean that up and gets on the attack. Rips through that first carve. It's a cut down to maintain speed for a big finish here. Loading up. The stance will widen. He'll go to the air, flips the rotation, and he's going to pull it with ease. You can see it coming from a mile away. Super high strike rate with that turn. Only after a 4.16. He will take the lead in a moment, but Jake Marshall's still going to have time on the outside to chase him down.
So polished. Didn't overdo the air at the end. It wasn't overly inverted. He just went for the percentage play, kept the board somewhat horizontal, but still dynamic enough to lock it down and get the manoeuvre done, and he will get the score. Let's have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo here. Just see that back foot placed right on the kick, and there it is. Gets that horizontal spin, pretty much lands with the tail of the board facing the beach, and then it's an easy correction from that point. But just so stable through the air.
Yeah, clean. Ripped that little cut down, turned short, and just went gunning for the end section. I think he identified pretty early that wall wasn't really standing up the way he had probably hoped when he paddled into that ride. So just adjusted his line and went for a big finish instead. So waiting on those numbers to roll on through. And fun just reflecting on the magic turnaround for Colapinto as we go to this replay once again.
So that little slice there where he kept gunning down the line. Right here he's going, am I going to turns? I've got one check here, and then right here he's already thinking, I'm taking to the air. I can see the section down the line. And a pretty textbook air reverse, taking nothing away from just how difficult these things are. Just Griff making it look really easy. Pumping for speed, which is everything in these situations. Clicks it and just takes off, projects out towards the flats. He wasn't going to risk landing on that explosion where the wave was actually breaking. So he projects out into the flats, that flatter part of the wave, and gets the completion.
Wants to get the bottom of that board facing that offshore breeze to stick it to the feet. You know, you go too high above that lip, you don't get that projection out in front of the wave. There's a good chance you're going to lose touch with your equipment. The IC score updates dropping across your screen there. 5.93 for Colapinto. The requirement for Jake, a 6.61. 5.5 minutes to go. And Griffin eyeing off maybe an insider. This one's got a pretty good wall on it too. So he gets some speed up once again. Rips through the first carve as he's done so well on each of his rides so far. Loading up. No oncoming section for a big finish there, though. Just over 5 minutes to go. We've been talking about Griffin's season. I think Jake Marshall's on the verge of breaking through for a massive result too. The performances are starting to come more frequently for Jake.
Yeah, it's when you start thinking about competitors and whether they've got it, what it takes to win events and then win events consistently and become a name where we're throwing them in the world title conversation. Jake's right there. You know, he's the performances have been speaking for themselves, basically. You know, the rail game, the power, it's all there. And mate, he is by no means an easy draw.
Yeah, well, he's taken on and beaten so many of the best early on, getting the jump on John Florence at Sunset. I remember that heat. But even in this contest, to make his way through to this point in the competition, getting over Chianca, not an easy draw, and he did extremely well there. But yeah, getting some big numbers. I think there's a performance level that competitors have to get to in order to elevate themselves into that sort of top 10 conversation. Jake got there last year, getting into the excellent range here at Bells, and just showing the kind of surfing that, you know, on its day will take down the world's best. But he's got a major roadblock, Rich, that he's got to bust through.
Well, he's got to get through this heat to start off.
He does. And then when you look at his best ever finishes at the championship tour level, they're all quarterfinals. He hasn't been into the semis yet, and you're not going to get yourself to the top end of the ranks without semi-final finishes and better.
Yeah, and I was just actually looking at the results here, and a couple of those quarterfinal finishes have been here at Bells. You know, he's starting to work this joint out. He had the 17th, 33rd, and then he's gone 5th. But that in itself is a mental hurdle. You know, if you've only ever gotten to the quarterfinals, to get to that semi, to break through into the semis, and then to break through to the final, and then to get a win, they're big steps. Because, you know, it's not easy to get the wins. They come, you know, sporadically through your career.
A good segue to the Trestles victory there, Rich. But let's dive into the GWM heat recap. and see what Jake Marshall got done early on. Love that flex on the tail, whips that board through the turn, and then coming through to the inside. Just needed the big finish, and he potentially turns in a huge number, but he left some points on it. Griffin, he's had some great rides, but he's had some mistakes too, but cleaned them up a little bit quicker than Jake.
Yeah, for the most part, very clean rails. The transitions have been seamless. And Jake Marshall, just beautiful carving power rail work here with a little bit of flair, and that's the difference. It was a bit flicky and spindly a couple of years ago, but he's really injected a lot more power and intent into the manoeuvres, and just reading the waves ever so well. And this is the big air at the end for Griffin Colapinto, driving for speed, gets the launch almost sort of ballerina-esque with the arm extension above the head through that one, and that of course helps you sort of go through that rotation, that pivoting action really quickly.
Yeah, well executed. You know, made it count. You know, I'm sure Griffin's reflecting on not only his first performance in this event, but this one as well, and thinking you got to start cleaning up some of these falls. But he's up again, trying to improve on the 5.93 now. And this is an extremely well-served wave already, and loading up, has plenty of speed for the rotation on the finish. It's swift, he's hanging on, getting a little bit bogged down in that white water, and he won't get the completion there. But plenty of spark in the opening combination. And Jake, even though, you know, it's nervous times for him, I think he's played it right up until this point. He's got to drop anchor here. He needs a bigger wave, and he might potentially do to Griffin what Miguel Pupo did to George Pitto, who looked extremely strong on his wave, surfed with a lot of speed. But there was just no denying Miggy earlier on. He got those two good waves and he surfed them extremely well. So that's what Jake's after here in these final 40 seconds. He needs a set wave ASAP.
Yeah, he does. And with 30 seconds to go and on reflection, Ronnie, like that last turn on Jake's first wave, if that 4.83 was a 6.83, and potentially if he had done like a massive alley-oop or spinner, it could easily be that score, and he'd actually be out in front right now.
20 seconds to go here. Will Marshall get the opportunity? Griffin holding the edge over Marshall head-to-head. A victory in a quarterfinal heat back in 2024 here at Bells. And Jake gets his opportunity here. The clock winding down. He needs a 6.61, needs to start strong. And explodes into the first section. Knew he had to push hard. There wasn't a whole lot of wall on that wave down the line. And Jake is going to let it go. And there is frustration, clearly, because he had Griffin on right on the ropes, right where he needed to be. I just had to push on that first section and just pushed a little too hard.
Yeah, just overextends, loses the control of the fins out the back. Watch this. So pushes hard, he had to, gets that tail free. The back foot just comes off the tail pad. And that's basically like taking your hands off the steering wheel with no control. Stonerwood slow-mo gives us, you know, the time to really get those insights and break down what happened. But that man there, Griffin Colapinto, wasn't a comfortable victory. He had to earn it. Jake took it to him. But yeah, Griff moving on through.
Yeah, I think just with their rivalry coming from those junior days, you know, there's probably some nerves there. And Griff did have some uncharacteristic falls, but you know, ultimately he looked brilliant on the 7.5 especially. And he is powering on through to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a quick break here. When we return, Alejo Munez takes on Canoa Igarashi. love our time down here on the Surf Coast. And who'd have thought from 1962 when Pete Troy and Vic Tanto put a card table down there on the beach and rocked up with a small box of trophies, that the event would evolve into what it is today, the longest running surf event on the tour schedule. 63 years of history has been created here, an unbelievable honour roll, and obviously some magic performances and world-class surfing has gone down here at Winky and over on the Bells Bowl, and we're going to see a little bit more right now because we've got Alejo Munez, a tour veteran representing Brazil, taking on Canoa Igarashi, who got himself one of those small iconic Bells trophies last year, but everyone wants the big one, Rich, and they want to get their name up on that incredible honour roll, which goes all the way back to that inaugural year, 1962. Glenn Ritchie took the event out. And then when Rip Curl came on board in 73, Michael Peterson got the W. And so many of the sporting greats have taken the trophy here.
Oh, they sure have. You know, this has been one of those events that almost guarantees you a world title if you get a victory here at Bells. And Canoa Igarashi, he has gone so close, getting second here to Jack Robinson last year. You know, and just that little the little ring of the little bell just doesn't quite do it for you. And I'm sure Canoa would love nothing more than to actually get the big one. So, you know, he's been so good. Opening couple of heats, he's been in great form, working with Jake Patterson. That real kind of zippy, lightning fast style of surfing will be really suited to the walls here at Winky Pop. Nice pace to Canoa's surfing that matches his style of wave.
He's kind of established himself as one of those top of the order threats each season. Canoa Igarashi, 28 years of age now, 10th year on the CT, just the one championship tour win, and it was a super impressive one. 2019 got a win over Jeremy Flores in a hard-fought final at Karamas. But he is one of the more final surfers, and yeah, 6 finals he's had. And pretty impressive where he's collected those runner-up finishes too. Mentioned Bells here last season, also had a second-place finish at Trestles. But the other 3 runner-up finishes have come on the North Shore, Sunset Beach, Pipe in his rookie season to keep his place on the CT. So impressive.
Yeah, very well-rounded for sure, and a real student of the game, always thinking, always working on equipment, working on technique. Really in touch with, I guess, the mental game around it, the feelings and emotions around competition. But mate, Bells hasn't been an easy one for him. Up until last year, it's sort of been a bit of an Achilles heel event, which is surprising because you would think that he would do well here. But up until that second, he only ever got a 9th as his best place finish.
Yeah, well, pretty impressive cracking the final. No surfer representing Japan has been that close to getting their name up on that trophy. And when you think about, you know, wins by country, UK, they've got one, courtesy of Martin Potter, our good mate. South Africa, through Jordi Smith. Brazil has started to collect the victories here and had a few surfers join that honour roll. The States have had 8 champions. United States, Hawaii's had 8 winners. They've always fared really well here. 41 wins for Australia, but obviously the event was basically a domestic contest for a good period and didn't go professional until 76. And as soon as it did become an international meet, Jeff Hackman was victorious in 1976. And a lot of great Hawaiian champs since. And Joe mentioned Sonny Garcia being one of the greats down here at Bells. Had a memorable final with his good mate, the late great John Shamuka, who was also just a superstar commentator, one of the original broadcast hosts in surfing. Miss him a lot. 27.5 minutes to go here. So there is a chance, Rich, that Japan could have a bell ringer this season. Also got Leonardo Fioravanti left in the mix, chasing a title for Italy. And then, of course, Marco Mignot representing France still in the mix. So they're all chasing it. And the other one is a guy that's performed really well at this event. And, well, Indonesia would light up if Rio Waida was to get all the way to that final. He's just a couple of heats short just a couple of years back. Just on 27 minutes to go here. A bit of a quiet start to this one, but what do you like about these two surfers? Who's got the edge and who's going to have to step up here?
I think in terms of variety of repertoire, I think I'm just going to give the nod to Canoa. I just feel like he's got that air game that we don't typically see from Alejo. Alejo, in terms of their approach to the wave, a little bit wider in his stance, tends to have that real aggressive top turn. A very fast redirection of the board is his go-to move, whereas Canoa tends to mix it up a little bit and really work the entire face of the wave, as we see Canoa up and riding now.
Yeah, Canoa with a lot of speed here, flying down the line. Just a brilliant back foot jam there. Puts the board a little more on rail and gets to the inside and sets the fins free. Yeah, that felt good. That's a powerful start to the heat.
Yes, yeah, a very clean start for Canoa, and would expect nothing more. Just neat and tidy. I'm sure Jake said, make sure you go out there and on the first wave you ride it to completion. Don't overcook it. Just get that score on the board, because the inconsistency of this swell puts emphasis on completion. And Canoa did just that, so I'm expecting a pretty decent score here. Let's have a look at the replay, and Canoa, great looking ride, stays high and then drops down, gets all that speed for that first snap. You can see the compression now, the extension there, a lovely little layback snap. He doesn't hold on to it for too long because there was more work to do down the line, and then that final turn, you can just see that drift. Now this angle is going to give us a good look at this opening and final turn here. So bang, quick snap, and you can see the board still angling down the line. Compresses so that he gets all the speed for that moment there. And then just watch the tail come free on this final turn. Bang, gets that little bit of drift. And a real stabbing turn to finish things off.
Such a consistent performer. You know, rarely has a dud heat. We go to CT by the numbers, you can see that he was right up there last year with his heat win percentage. Always kind of hovering up around that top 5. Pretty impressive. 6.67 start for Canoa Igarashi. Working with your old travel sparring partner, Jake Patterson, who I think is the perfect person for Canoa, because he's such a measured, calculated human, and Jake is just a competitive animal, is probably the best way to describe it.
Yeah, he works out a way to get a win, you know, even if you're not the favoured surfer, I guess, on paper. He'll work out a way to sort of bring your weapons to the fore and put your best surfing on show, and strategically and tactically, he's incredible. He sees things that other people don't, in terms of positioning, you know, rhythm of the sets, and when to wait, when to go. That's why so many lean into his talents.
He seems to be able to sort of reignite some competitive fire in surfers that have been, you know, on the tour for a long time. Steph Gilmore, yeah, he worked with in the past, got her fired up, and he's done the same for Canoa Igarashi. Really, if you're listening in when they're getting prepped for a heat, it's just all about, you know, a real basic game plan. But I think the ultimate goal is to just get them fired up, get them amped for a big performance. 6.67 is a really positive start.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's one of the key roles of the coach, is to get the surfer to feel 100% confident in their decision making, their game plan, board choice, how they're feeling, you know, so that they're out there ready and 100% committed to the process. Jake's got a really good way of doing that. He's, you know, mate, he's honest. If he's got an opinion, he'll give it to you. He won't shy away from it.
Yeah, even if you don't want it. Well, Griffin Colapinto looks sharp in that last heat. He's just arriving to his camp.
The splits was gnarly.
Oh, on the first one?
Oh my gosh, we just had hard in throw. Oh my god.
I didn't hate it off.
Too many Pilates. Well done, man.
Thank you.
tested you. Like, it wasn't the shootout we're looking for.
That set, I don't know, it's just like,
Awkward.
I was like, carve, snap.
Yeah. Awkward high tide. Like, it was a big one, but it didn't, like, chip up nicely to get in. It's like surges.
Yeah.
So it's hard to pick that first section, eh? And then you were out running, just going for the punt. We're like, just surf this thing, come on. Oh, shit, again.
Oh.
I like it. What else?
So I definitely made it.
Always, like, there's always heaps of winky. Throw stuff at you, right?
How's the last day Jake got? Pretty good.
Yeah, he had to go big where he did because it went a bit small and dribbly. But he only needed a 6.
I wasn't in his way on that one, right?
No. I was like, the plan up there too. I was like, oh.
I was kind of like applying pressure, like almost looking over because he was like looking at him.
Frothing.
You know, because I know when people do that, it's like, oh. Look at it, so. Play it again.
Nah, the wave didn't. It pitted out in the wind.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that was like such a weird to fall on that one. It was just like, what? And I kind of was like feeling...
Right. Good mental attitude to get back on your horse.
Yeah.
Had to go get it done.
Yeah, I was telling myself
the best.
Felt good though. I was like ready to rip.
Yeah. Looked it. But yeah, that for me, that set just did the surge.
Were you tripping?
There you go. It's pretty cool to listen in sometimes and just see how the surfers are feeling about their own performance. You can tell Griff's not overly hyped. Just with that fall, he's kind of really diving into it. But Tommy reassuring him that, you know, it was one that didn't really stand up on the reef, which forced him into a bit of indecision on how he's going to tackle it. But yeah, I think he'll surf with a little less indecision on sections like that as he emerged through the contest, because he kind of survived one there. Jake made some mistakes as well, and as a result, Griff found an edge.
Yeah, and I think that's why Griff was kind of leaning on it and couldn't let the point go, because he was like, if I had actually surfed that wave really well, I could have put a lot more pressure and a bit more distance in the scoreline.
Alejo out there with priority at the moment, announced his retirement in February. He's wrapping it up at the end of this season. He has been just an absolute warrior, fighting his way back from surgery on both his knees. We'll get back to that in a moment, but right now we're going to see Igarashi deep on the point here at Winky, and has the speed to find the open face a couple of times, looking for a finish down the line, loading up, swings that board into reverse, back out on the open face again, now looking for a big finish on the inside, kicks the tail, pinpoint timing as per usual. And that's going to be a nice little number to throw up against the 6.67. And you can see what Alejo's thinking. Wait for those bigger sets and do your thing. And here he goes, loading up, the veteran, into the pocket. Just cuts that first turn short, wanting to get down the line, but isn't presented with a steep enough wall to lay down one of his trademark frontside gaffs. But I mentioned the hurdles that he's overcome. Alejo, it's just been a magic return to the CT for him. He had an 8-year break, one of the biggest ever for a CT campaigner, and was just so committed to showing his son what resilience looks like. He's a champion surfer and has always brought a great attitude and fighting spirit to the CT. And he was emotional after his first performance. He was sitting out in the lineup wondering whether this is going to be his last heat. And credit to him, he got the jump on last year's event, the 2024 event champ, Cole Hauschman. That's a massive first round clash.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a huge one. Now let's have a look at this backup ride for Canoa Igarashi. Just connects with that first snap, keeps all that speed going down the line. A beautiful carving check turn almost, and then again, just, gosh, he's in such good sync. Just does the blowtail air reverse and continues on. Just gets settled again, and some emphasis on that final ride. It was a funky little air rev, that one. Just a little pop. Didn't have too much height or projection, almost like a functional little maneuver just as that section flattened out. You can see here there wasn't much of a ramp, so he had to actually manufacture the turn. And then again, the feet shuffle back into position. What Canoa does really well is just keep all that speed. He's so light and nimble the way he surfs. but it doesn't look like it's without power when he performs the turn.
Yeah, he did well, Kipes, to find some space then and turn in another 6-point ride.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Under priority too, Ron. And Canoa's paddling back out. I gave him a polite little golf clap, and he looked over with a sly little smile, knowing that he's kind of playing this heat almost halfway through and playing it really, really well. 6-point ride, 6.67, commanding right now in this heat.
Yeah, and Alejo, we've been talking about him, Kaipo. He's proven to be a very resilient character over the years. This is going to be his last Bells event. What have you made of his performance so far, defeating Cole Houshman?
Well, Alejo's just a career, right? Falling off of the championship tour, spending years on the qualifying series and the Challenger series to get back here on the championship tour, and now fulfilling that mission, closing that chapter and moving on, focusing on family and his life even away from surfing. I think it's a great story. I think Alejo Muniz has accomplished a lot in his career, and he's shown that he is a steely underdog, and you can never count him out.
Hey, Kipes, looks like the wind's just checked up a little bit. Tide's starting to fill in. Is that affecting things out there?
Maybe. I mean, the lulls are coming through for sure, and also the wind it's still offshore, but it's clocking a little bit more side off and kind of blowing into the right a little bit. Hasn't seemed to affect the surfers yet, but if this does kick up a little bit more, that chatter could be problematic.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it. I know you'll be paying close attention to it. Thanks very much for jumping into the conversation there. And yeah, Canoa Igarashi, perfect start, really. Pressure's on Alejo. He's had a few runs here, but has never cracked the quarterfinals here at Bells. So he's up against it. But that's, I think we're going to see an inspired performance from him this year, just knowing that it's going to be his last shot at the iconic trophy. 15 minutes remaining.
So well liked amongst not only his peers, his Brazilian countrymen, but you know, globally. He's a likable guy, and you know, earned a lot of respect with just good, no-nonsense, gritty surfing. He's one of the most flamboyant surfers when he goes through his maneuvers. Very expressive through the turn. And again, I referenced that wider stance where he gets so much leverage and just sort of steps these turns. Puts a lot of power and momentum into each and every maneuver.
We've still got 14.5 minutes to enjoy this heat, but coming up next, we've got Lush's world champ, Yago Dora, taking on Marco Migno. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back from the Bonsoy Brew Break in just a moment. Welcome back to the show. We've got 12.5 minutes remaining here in Heat 4. Round 3, Alejo Muniz up against Canoa Igarashi, but there's so much happening around the contest. Let's see what Vaughn's up to.
Well, as you guys know, Fat Boy is the official e-bike of the WSL and a proud partner here at the Rip Curl Pro. And mate, these things are freedom. Fat Boy is freedom. It's about jumping on these things and heading off into the unknown with your best mates to discover uncharted breaks, adventures, and the best times ever. This is the Scrambler. I was chatting with Owen Wright just before. He's just bought himself a Fat Boy Harlem. He said it's the best thing he's ever done. And as you know, these things are all-terrain. They eat up the bitumen, they eat up the dirt, they'll eat up the grass. Nom, nom, nom. You know the rules. And don't forget, if you come down to the Rip Curl Pro, there's a QR code down there outside the Fat Boy activation. Scan that, put in your details, and you could be going home with one of these Fat Boy Scramblers. Telling you what, mate, Kaipo is right. Fat Boy! You! Stoked to have him on board. Check him out.
On you, Vorno. We will. And definitely going to scan that QR code down there on the event side. But right now, back to live action. Here comes Alejo hammering down the line. Plenty of speed. Let's see what he does with it. Huge float to get started. Finds the open face. Punches the fins, as he always does. And looks to finish strong here on the inside with another tail release turn. Just under 11 minutes to go. And Canoa on the back of those two 6-point rides has left the Brazilian vet chasing some pretty hefty scores here. But that's going to help his cause. He'll chip away at the requirement.
Yeah, I think he just was starting to do the calculations, figuring out that he was probably going to need 2 rides. So let's pull the trigger. Slightly smaller inside way, but geez, he got some speed here. Big projection floater around that section. Comes up from behind that section and connects with the lip. Nice slash on the face, and then this final turn there just punches it with a little bit of tail release.
Yeah.
So really, you know, there wasn't too much more he could do on that wave. He really milked it for most of the points.
The Victoria flight cam there view of Winky just shows the water clarity down here. Temps been pretty moderate, not the chill factor we're used to. But it is a sensational day, and it's also brought some big numbers. We're going to have a lot to break down in the way of highlights later on, and also a few upset results, but some great performances from proven performers down in these parts. Waiting on the numbers to come through for Alejo here, who exploded onto the ranks way back in 2011, had a 10th place finish in his first season. And that's his best ever finish at the championship tour level. Couple of semi-final results. And it was a stacked field, 2011. That's when Miguel Pupo, Gabriel Medina, John Florence came onto the scene. 9 minutes to go here. Canoa Igarashi, he's in a real strong position just with the solid work that he did on his first 2 rides. Looking forward to seeing Yago out here. He's got a tough draw, and Marco Migno, he's been just such a danger man against big names. And you count him out and he'll ruin your day. So I'm sure that Yago's not going to take him lightly. It's a good chance that Marco, with his strike rate, with those big projected full rotations into the flats, is going to go to the sky in that one. Just over 8 minutes to go here. Alejo pushing.
Yeah, just dropped to a 4.5 for that last ride. So perhaps just the judges thinking there was a lot of horizontal work done down the line. And only the final turn being the real exclamation point on that ride.
Yeah, so the requirement, an 8.17, an excellent score. And that'll be hard to find. I still think he's looking for 2 rides at this point against someone like Canoa, because Canoa hasn't even really been on a tall wall himself, and he's going to use that priority and really not look to take off on anything that's not going to provide more than a 6.
No, he's such a smart competitor, isn't he, Canoa? You'd have to think with 7.5 minutes to go, if Alejo's needing 2 waves, the inconsistency of the swell, Canoa with first priority, it's kind of the chips are stacked against Alejo at this point. Seems to be surfing well though. That on the 4.5, he certainly looked like he was all switched on. So strong, lower body, incredibly strong. So much power in the legs. Look at the shoulders on the guy. Looks like a rugby league player.
Yeah, trains hard. Knows that, you know, he has to physically be at his best to maintain pace with just the superstars at the top end of the elite ranks. So he's well conditioned. I think too, injury prevention is a big part of Alejo's training regimen, because I mentioned those 2 knee injuries, which really kind of killed his momentum as a CT campaigner early on in his career too. 2 surgeries. But he always came back and collected big results, Rich. At the qualifying series level, took out Bolito, won the US Open. You know, that's an impressive honour roll over there at Huntington. Won at home in Brazil.
He's had a great career, no doubt about it. And, you know, again, he's announced his retirement, so almost like a year of victory lap. Just, he'd love nothing more to get a CT win here or at one of these stops along the Tour 26.
I loved listening to him just talk about his retirement year. He's so proud to be a part of the Brazilian Storm, and even though he says that his mark wasn't based on results or performance, but it was really, well, it was definitely built on performance, but really built on discipline, commitment and professionalism. And that's the example that he wants to leave for the next wave of Brazilian talent, including his own son. He just wants them to never give up, be professional and stay disciplined. And yeah, it's really cool to hear that. And we're going to enjoy watching this final lap for Alejo, who's still in this at the moment, but has work to do. He's after an 8:17.
Yeah, and Canoa is just going to stay on him here and just shadow any opportunity when a set does roll through. Canoa will be right there. So tired, just starting to feel back in. I think it was a 9:30 low this morning, so we'll probably be looking at a 3:30, 4 o'clock-ish high tide.
Just taking in incredible images of this beautiful coastline. And it's a good opportunity for us to acknowledge that we're here on Jurark Wadawurrung country, and we acknowledge the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways that we're on here today. We pay our respects to Wadawurrung people, their elders past and present and future, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations people here today and watching at home on the broadcast. Take in that view. The Surf Coast is something to behold. You head down the coast from here. You know, you got the gateway to the Great Ocean Road, Lawn, Polo Bay. I mean, it's just such a pretty zone, right down to the Apostles Rich. Sensational.
It is just a remarkable coastline, as we see, up and riding.
Alejo just trying to chip away at the requirement here. Needs to really dig in, whips the board, trying to get out in front of this whitewater. And it looks as though he will get the finish. He's got a big smile on his face. How good is that? He's having a good time.
That's pretty cool, and certainly a dynamic manoeuvre. I don't think it's really going to affect the scores too much. The judges won't actually deem that one as a make, but you know, just shades of what Alejo's capable of nonetheless.
And on the outside, Canoa, he's just in that position of real power now. The requirement, still an excellent score for Alejo. Canoa's not going to give him any set waves that provide that opportunity. In fact, he's probably going to capitalise on them himself, but he won't give up that position at the moment. That one's just too small to take anyway. But yeah, it's kind of cool when you get this opportunity to give someone the, I think, their flowers at each of the venues that they've performed at over the years. And Alejo, you can tell, you know, it hasn't gone his way in this heat as we dive into the GWM recap, but he's still enjoying himself, and that's great to see.
Sure has. Canoa Igarashi started strong with beautiful turns like that, bringing us this fast-paced, energetic style of surfing. Light and loose with plenty of fireworks and dynamics. Just, he flares off the top so well, doesn't he? And then maintains that speed and just fits in the manoeuvres right in the in the right spot on the wave, just getting to the completion. He's only taken off on 2 waves and he's made them both count, converting and put together a healthy skyline. This is scoreline, excuse me. This is Alejo's best wave, streaking down the line. And again, some great surfing, but just not the opportunities that Canoa's been getting on his rides. But I really did like that closing manoeuvre with a lot of power that Alejo showed us there.
So 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. And at this point, you just don't see Canoa Igarashi giving this heat up, Rich. He'll starve the opportunities for Alejo with his priority. And he's, you know, a quality set comes in, there's every chance that he ups his scoreline as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Canoa's just not going to take his foot off the gas here, though. He's going to make sure that if he takes off on a wave, it's going to either be blocking Alejo or it's going to be a no-brainer that he can potentially get better than a 6-point ride. So
yeah, he lets this one go, and Alejo finds some room and a section to launch into. But with that strong offshore breeze, he just got held up on the lip there. So just under 1 minute to go now. And Canoa just not making any hasty moves. Even on that one, he was like, look, it's a closeout. You know, the likelihood of him launching a big air in this wind on this wave is probably quite low. So that worked out for him.
yeah, it's been a really polished, calculating performance from Canoa Igarashi. He's looking very, very good, isn't he? You know, with the forecast the way it is, and we are expecting a little bit of a jump in the swell. Perhaps we'll be back at Bells Beach in the next couple of days. And we know that Canoa's really competent out there as well.
Yeah, well, Canoa, he happily takes this one and takes it right through to the shoreline. He'll break things down with his coach, Jake Patterson. A polished performance, just the 2 waves, Rich. A healthy heat score total. And, you know, winning the game of chess against Alejo there.
Yeah, it was that quick start, and he took control, surfed his waves really, really well. And Canoa fast becoming one of the favourites to take this event out.
We'll take a break here. We've got last year's world champion, Yago Dora, hitting the lineup next, up against Marco Mignot. Stick around, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, and by RACV, official resort and accommodation partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
Thanks for being with us. Round 3, heat number 5 has been fun here at Winky Pop, and this day just gets better and better. Sun's out, waves still groomed with some light offshores, and Now the biggest name in pro surfing heading into 2026 hits the lineup. Yago Dora, the reigning world champ, will have his hands full with a fired-up Rookie of the Year, Marco Mignot, who really revels in these types of little racetracks, loves a ramp, and likes to take down the big names. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier. We've been really maxing out the scoring potential today. A little lully at times, but some of the best air combos and some good carving platforms to work with at the moment.
Yeah, when the opportunity comes through, there has been some amazing turns go down. There's some amazing scores that have been thrown down this morning too. You know, we've had multiple excellent rides. I mean, the heat comes to mind. Miguel Pupo, 2 excellent scores. Erin Brooks, right at the early moments of the day, dropping an 8.9 on her backhand for 3 big belts. So the opportunity is there. Yes, it's slow in between, but yeah, it's just a beautifully groomed ocean today. Your typical, you know, corduroy little lines coming into the bay. The sun is out. The surf coast is looking spectacular.
It certainly is. Yeah, both these guys got to get dressed up like we all did for the WSL Awards, and they both got to bring home some hardware. For Marco, it was the Rookie of the Year award. And against a really heavy rookie class, he was thrilled to be up on stage. Had some beautiful words to say about his support crew, where he comes from, and what he's looking forward to this year. One thing he mentioned was just himself and his coach, Jason Aparicio, were going to locations for the first time, just starting from scratch. So this year, they're feeling much more comfortable. Marco starts off with the first wave, flaring little cutty in the pocket. Little fin blow off the lip line and blows the whole board out in a layback and recovery. Real explosive start. Ripping in these small conditions.
Yeah, getting so much whip and torque through that first turn. And yeah, why not? You could see that they were really jostling for that first wave too. Yago obviously really wanted the inside, said, you know what, you can have this wave. Marco, your Rookie of the Year. I'm not really interested in that. You can see Yago's repositioned after that wave, but nice way to open up. And yeah, you can just see how close they were. Yago, it's just so funny, these moments, you know. Yago, the current world champ, being like, no, you can have this. Marco says, thanks very much. That moment there, the torque, the tail release he got through that first opening maneuver, really good to watch, and just really hanging on to that last turn. So, I mean, it's going to be a respectable number. Nice way to open up. But what I'm seeing from these two guys, you've got to be thinking, I mean, these are 2 of the best aerialists on this championship tour, and we've got them right now in this heat. Yago Dora, obviously, on the backhand, and Marco Mignot on the forehand. So, I mean, it'd be cool if it would be an air show. Obviously, that wind's picked up a little bit, so making things a little bit more tricky, but...
Flick, when you see a paddle battle like that, where you're actually connecting with your opponent, we've seen it a couple times today, you know, especially the start of the heat where people are trying to establish position, being the alpha in the water. You're looking out to sea, you're like, God, it's a big ocean. Why are they getting tangled up? What's your take on that as a longtime competitor? Do you avoid that if you're you, or is it fun to play the game? Why do we see that so often?
I think it's fun to play the game. That's what it is. And also, you're jostling for that inside position. Priority isn't established. And it's also, the battle is begun before the, you know, basically before someone takes off on the wave. And if you can establish that inside position, it almost has seemed like a little bit of power, a bit of superiority in the heat. Yeah, and I guess, like, look, Marco got the first wave, and I mean, Yago gave that to him.
Yeah, it was the battle of just getting positioning, and the first ride turns into a 7.0 for Marco Mignot to take an early lead over the world champ. Will slow it down with Stone and Wood.
Yeah, this beautiful arc here. That was the one moment for me. I said they got a lot of torque out of that turn, and a beautiful fin release there for the second one, showing us quite a bit of the layback. So, and the fin fully disconnected. You can really see that on this Stone and Wood slow-mo. So really displaying a high level of difficulty there. And I mean, it's going to feel good because Yago was like, you know, no, you can have that one, that's fine. And Marco said, thanks very much.
Last heat won by Canoa Igarashi, and I believe his coach is probably proud of him. Jake the Snake Patterson, they're on the stairs.
It was slow, huh? Dude, the tide. Look at the rock we talked about.
Yeah, crazy.
It's underwater right now.
It's insane.
That's in 1 hour. The tide is roaring in.
I saw we were surfing over the top of where people were coming in like a heat ago.
Crazy. The tide is
Unbelievable.
I sent you everything it took,
It was
so maybe
good.
there's some.
Quick start. Exactly what we talked about. Good job. I didn't see one wave that I was like, I wanted to go on.
No.
Oh, yeah, like
we talked about, like you got to get the quick start while the tide still was low.
yeah, I saw it. That's why I went on that first one.
Yeah. Sick.
Yeah. Made it happen.
Go on the beach.
Let's go.
Let's go surf. It's Javi's surfing.
This spot's gonna be fire.
Nice fun breakdown for Canoa, his girlfriend there. She's ready to surf. Snake's ready to surf. Canoa will have a matchup with his childhood rival, Griffin Colapinto, in quarterfinal number 2. That's a classic, but made smart decisions, and I love how they relied on his coach's ocean knowledge with the tides to know that that quick start was going to be incredibly important. Here's the world champ jamming, going for a backside punt. It's a full rotation. Out in front with a nice snap. What a way to kick off your answer. Back to Mignot and slices it shut. World champ type powers from Yago Dora. Total commitment and risk on that opening section. And to do it backhand, hats off to the man. We've got a heat.
Oh, it was really cool. First of all, listening to those insights from Jake, you know, just talking about how much that, you know, we're approaching the top of the tide and how quickly it's filling in. As we see Marco having another look here, trying to back up the 7.
The French-Mexican getting moving down the line. Nice rails on the full swooping cutback, connecting with the pocket. Little speed turn there just to hunt down a ramp. Throw tail reverse. Spins it around with the whitewater. Easy pop, easy air section for a man like Marco to identify nice and early. I think we'll just have an air show from here on out. I'm down. That sounds fun to me, Flick. Let's go.
Oh, totally. I think when I looked at this heat on paper, you're just thinking air show for sure. You know, you got 2 of the best guys in the world last year on tour. You know, it was Marco's rookie year, and he brought us some great moments, and a lot of those moments were above the lip. And for Yago as well, you know, he, you know, was touted as a free surfer before he even really started thinking about the championship tour. As we looked to his first wave, and this thing was a thing of beauty. So quick, there out of the lip from that first progressive maneuver, and just stomps it with authority. Knew he needed to finish that one, and really, bringing it to Marco's 7, his first wave. Marco gets the back up. Not too often that you can go for, you know, a roundhouse cutback on a wave at Winky. He gets that done, and he goes for his own version. Here we go, air reverse. You see this heat on paper, you know that this is what it's going to come to, as we see flurry of waves.
The world champ on wave number 2 connects well with the lip and ends up winding up for the fin throw reverse. That is a tough maneuver to pull. You can see how gnarly he is. He was delaying his bottom turn to have the lip project him into the flats, just a little off balance to right away. But to be able to throw variety on a fast wave at Winky Pop, it's one thing to do variety backhand. It's hard anyways, compared to front side. But on the fast-paced ball at Winky, it's incredibly challenging. I mean, Pupo talked about it earlier. He had his first heat win at Winky of his career today. And Yago always trying to mix it up with flair and variety. Judges still digesting Yago's first wave. They already had Marco's 7 early. They compare it. They say it's a half point under Marco's start. Yago 6.5, and now they'll score this one.
Yeah, so this is Yago's second wave. Goes up into the lip. Look, to go for this maneuver here, to your point, Joe, I mean, it's so risky. I mean, but his make rate is so high. There's no wonder he went for that. But already, I think these are 2 really crucial numbers, right? As we see that next wave drop in for Marco.
Last for Marco, 5.33. Last for Yago, 2.83. Last year's Rookie of the Year winner, Marco Mignot, putting pressure on the world champ in the first part of this matchup. Kaipo Guerrero, you having a good time?
I'm having a super good time out here. And you know what, we were expecting we know Marco's skill in the air. Obviously, we know Yago's skill in the air. I just wanted to point out, it wasn't that long ago that onshore wind was air wind, and offshore wind was not considered an air wind. Now it doesn't matter which way the wind's blowing. These guys are adjusting their ramps, their airs, going out into the flats to complete those airs. So it's you know, it's high tide and offshore right now, and you got to take a lot of skill to do the errors that these guys are doing. It's so impressive.
It's a good point. Yeah, it was like all those videos, especially Kai Neville was making Modern Collective. They're waiting for the onshore wind to blow to get those big rotations down. For surfers like Marco and Iago, it almost doesn't matter where the direction's going, like Kaipo was pointing out. They also have very sticky wax on their board as we go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo.
Yeah, this is a thing of beauty. This is the opening wave for Iago. He's got it on lock and so technical on the backhand. I think also this wave that he chose, obviously the tide's filling in as well, so that's helping, but on the backhand, he really needed to have a wave that was at a little bit of a slower pace to sort of go for a maneuver like that. So yeah, I mean, both of these waves right now are going to be, the first opening waves for both surfers are so crucial because we heard Snake talk to it. I wanted to mention this, that tide's rapidly coming in and, you know, you don't know how many opportunities you're going to get. So every wave you take off on is just so critical that you convert.
Very true. Well, it's heat 5 and we've already had some waves in this heat. Remember heat 3? Well, Griffin won that. There's so many stairs to walk up to the top to get to the interview. Well, Griffin's made it there and he's with Jesse Starling.
Griffin, big heat win against Jake Marshall. You guys have been competing against each other for over 10 years now, which is a really long time. You know each other's tactics in and out. Tell me, when you see Jake coming up in a heat, is a little bit nerve-wracking for you?
Yeah, I mean, Jake and I have become really good friends, and yeah, we're part of the Cali rally crew, so it's, you know, when I see one of the boys in my heat, it's always a little tougher, like, oh, you know, because we want to see all of us, like, advance all the way. But, yeah, with Jake and I have a lot of history all the way back to NSSA days when we were mini groms, and some good stories there. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty funny. We both knew exactly the tactics that we were going to do. Like, I can replay moments to when I was 12 years old with him down at Salt Creek, and we were so competitive. We were in like a 6-man heat, and we were so competitive with each other that we literally paddled ourselves out of the competitors area on the other side of a jetty where you couldn't even see us. And so that's like how far back it goes. So we know each other's strategies in and out, and yeah, it kind of went exactly how we thought. And but the, like, as far as strategy goes, and then the waves kind of, there was only one good set. I fell on one of them, and yeah, a couple fumbles, but we made it. Yeah.
As far as head-to-head matchups go on the CT, you actually have his number now 3-0, so it's starting to keep going more your way here. However, what I want to talk about is, obviously last year there was this big storyline of what's going on with Griffin Colapinto. It wasn't the start that you were ready for, and there was a question mark of, are we going to lose him off the tour? This year you're kicking off with a quarterfinal. This feels more like it for you.
Yeah, I'm just not scared to lose, you know? It's like, I went through such a gnarly losing streak to start the year last year that it's like, okay, I'm not scared to lose anymore. So, you know, after a full year, I think your talent eventually shines through. And even now, like, without the cuts, pretty nice to have that. So, yeah, I think just excited to be here.
Love it, Griff. Thanks for your time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Jesse Starling, Griffin Colapinto, happy to get through to the quarterfinals and learning a lot. It's one thing to lose and walk away. You could be bummed and just not want to spend time on it, but he looks right at it. And last year he dealt with every post-heat interview. He even came to the booth to call his younger brother's heats. He wasn't running away from the scaffolding and the contest after a tough loss like some people do, which, you know, you can respect, but I think it was really healthy that he would just digest it and move forward with the learnings and takeaways to become stronger. This is what Marco did during the interview.
Yeah, we saw 2 wrapping maneuvers, but I mean, if he sticks this thing, I mean, he's putting a fair bit of distance between himself and Iago, and then behind him, Iago takes off. A couple of big belts he gets done here, but same sort of thing, falls victim to the last maneuver, so both guys not being able to convert on that last section. You can see he just was super late there. Oh no, he does, sorry. Bad memory. He does convert, so Iago is definitely going to drop the 2.83. He's going to replace that. He was only chasing a small score too, so he's only chasing a 5.8. You've got to be thinking it's going to be close for sure. A bit hard to tell from that down the line angle, but those turns to me were looking pretty crisp and pretty vertical. So yeah, Marco with a little bit of a mistake there. Obviously he went so big on his last wave. You know, he knows he's got Iago in his heat and he knows what Iago's capable of. He's obviously the current world champ, so I mean, you can't blame Marco for going so big on that air, and he really does have those things on lock. So I'm assuming he'll probably keep trying too.
Marco finished 16th in the world last year and was ahead of guys like Joel Vaughn, Al Cleland Jr. It was a really fun rookie class even before the cut. Surfers like Jackson Bunch. I think most commentators picked Jackson at the start of the season to go all the way. It was just that hard to pick him, and it was Marco at the end who had some clutch heats. Remember in El Salvador, bottom of the tide was dropping out. He was just landing in the flats to knock out Griffin Colapinto. That was part of that story of those tough losses for Griff. Yago Dora's last wave is 6.17 and has just got the lead off Marco Mignot as we look at Marco's last wave on the replay.
Yeah, this is awesome. I really wanted to see this angle, just beautiful drone shot as you see him launch into the air here. I mean, he makes that. He's on his way to a great score. And then behind him, this angle I really wanted to see of Yago's wave. Just absolutely belted on the backhand. And this is the one that's, you know, it's got him up into the lead now. And I'm assuming he's going to be applying that pressure. He's sitting out there. He's got priority too.
Yago Dora is into his 6th start here at Bells. He's never made a quarterfinal, so a win here, he accomplishes his best result in the making at Bells Beach. His first heat he had, and the loss he ended up having in his first start are all guys that have moved on from competing on tour. He had Jeremy Flores and Matt Wilkinson in his first round heat. Wilco winning this event. He's on the banners coming down here to Bells. Jeremy super coach in the corner, guys like Cowley Vost and Vahine Fierro. He ended up losing to Connor Coffin in round 2, who's free surfing, fishing, growing his family. Yago at the moment, building new memories right in front of us in round 3, heat number 5. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back at Bells. We're gonna hit the road and we're gonna explore some other parts of this beautiful coast. There's a variety of things you can do and they're really close to each other. The sun's out again. It's actually lighting up the waterfall right there. Being a surfer, I'm always connected to nature, so it's really easy to come here and get connected to that. It's a privilege.
Yago enjoying his time along this beautiful coastline. He loves his life competing, but also takes it all in here on the Surf Coast in Victoria. Winner of the last heat, Canoa Igarashi, he's with Vaughn.
Canoa, congratulations, mate. That was such a surfer's heat in a way, because we heard you talking to Coach Snake and he was like, man, you just had to get started early, race the tide. Like, you weren't just against an opponent, you're against the elements out there.
Yeah, fully actually. I kind of laughed at him when he first told me before the heat, like, you should try and get your waves early on in the heat because the tide's coming up so quick. And I kind of giggled, but I swear it fully worked, because it feels like it just goes through phases out there, and I think every heat you have to sort of drop your standards a little bit on the waves that you're looking for. And man, but when they come in, they have the craziest shape on it, and it's so easy and fun to surf. that it's pretty easy to try and oversurf it. So I was kind of trying to contain myself, and it's crazy to think that I only caught 2 waves in 35 minutes, but that's sometimes that's all you need.
It is, mate. One of the real joys of this entire day has just been watching you fang down the line here at Winky as fast as you can possibly go and then just lay into those big rail turns. Like, how fun does that feel?
Man, Winky, I swear, it's pretty underrated. Like, the speed that you can generate out here is crazy because the angle of the wave, it helps you, it's almost like a constant wedge where it gives you this real nice trim. And so when I'm free surfing out here, I catch myself just pumping the whole wave and doing one turn. And I'm like, wait, that felt really good, but I only got one turn in a 30-second ride. So sometimes when I'm in the heat, I kind of have to tell myself, okay, go up and down, up and down. And then as soon as I feel like I see something that I want to get to, I can start trimming and finging down the line. It feels pretty good. So it's a mix of my surfer brain from gromming out too much.
Fully, man. Yeah, it's hard to do when the waves are that perfect and you've just got so much speed at your disposal. But, you know, Alejo was a dangerous competitor in that one. This is exactly the kind of surf that he brings out a lot of his best weapons. But in your next heat, it's going to be one of the classic old rivalry battles with your good mate, Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it was super nice to surf with Alejo. He's one of the legends of our sport. He's been on tour forever, and to see him come back and he's doing his last year on tour, big respect and big props to him. And it was an honor to be in the water with him, and it was really cool. And I always before I was on tour, so it's pretty cool to have those sort of moments. And then yeah, it's pretty funny. Like, and then all of a sudden the next heat will be a completely sort of opposite sort of feel of the heat, where there are two young guys and we're kind of both starting out our. I mean, we're still pretty fresh on tour, so the game plan's always the same, but I guess the feel for the heat is different for the people watching. I mean, for us, I guess it doesn't really matter who we have, but there's always that kind of we glance at each other and we'll sort of giggle, and we know that we want to get each other. So, I mean, yeah, quarterfinals. This is where it all starts really kicking in.
It does, mate. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I think what you're alluding to there is your two young guys who are 100% going for world titles this year, and it just adds that extra bit of spice. But congrats on a wonderful performance. That was so fun to watch, and we look forward to seeing you in that next heat against Griff.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to say one thing to my fans in Japan. みんないつも応援ありがとうございます。本当に今日は大切なヒートで、やっぱりこのラウンド3っていうのは本当に大切で、ここからが本当の勝負がスタートって感じで、やっぱりクォーターファイナル明日か明後日やっぱり楽しみで、これからこのまま頑張っていきます。応援ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So good to catch up with Canoa Igarashi. Thanks, Vaughn. Canoa with some great words to share with Alejo Muniz, on his send-off, his swan song. He made the announcement he's moving on from competing on tour after this year, so that was his last Bells heat. And then also anticipating fireworks in the Griffin Colapinto matchup in the quarterfinals. That was one of the strongest narratives that was delivered in Apple's Make or Break kind of reality show, inside look at pro surfing that had a couple of seasons. It was Canoa and Griff going for the same goals and sharing the same sponsors these days, fighting for final 5 spots. Canoa knocked Griff out at the last minute one year. It's been radical watching their friendship, but also intense rivalry of pushing each other to the limit, similar to what Griff just went through with Jake. He's got just as much fire with Canoa. Little back and forth paddling, a lot of energy in this one, but Yaga's the one tracking down the line. Big part of the Mayhem stable, ends up just searching on that wave. But are you feeling a little spice out there in the water right now?
Yeah, I think you can see it. The moment he stood up, he just looks fired up. And I feel like maybe in a little bit of frustration there too, that wave not really offering what he wanted. I feel like it's pretty evident on that wave just how much the tide is affecting it, slowing this Winky wave up. Kind of, didn't really have the scoop he was looking for, and obviously now handed priority to Marco, who's not really chasing a big score.
Well, we knew he got to the back half of the draw in round 3. He was just filled with Brazilian absolute legends and world champions. Gabriel Medina, we're still just so stoked he's back on tour after that injury. There's Felipe a Bells champ, 2-time world champ. He's coming up next against Leo Fioravanti. Italo and Gabriel are already matched up, so they're going to have some world champ Brazilian just collisions on that side of the draw. Iago on heat 5, so he's on that bottom half as well. Just the way the seating worked out. Felipe, he's got his trainer next to him, his manager. He said he loves being around a lot of people. He doesn't really just want to hang out by himself. He wants to be with friends, family at all times. And it kind of shows in his surfing. He's energetic. He wants to feel something when he performs. And when he's in front of an audience like at Rio, where thousands of people are screaming his name, he goes all the way. He's had 4 titles there. He's such an energy guy. So you can tell he's trying to psych himself up, because it is a bit quieter in heats at Winky Pop compared to Bells. As we see Iago step off. You have this severe cliff, so it's a bit harder for fans to actually check out the action from the top. They'll enjoy it on the Jumbotron. Where Bells, you get that amphitheater, the stairs, the eruptions, and guys like Felipe lean into that to fuel their performances.
Oh, totally. I mean, it's such a different vibe. We see Leo walking out for his heat, but yeah, even just like, the post-heat debriefs that we see with the coaches, right on the shoreline on the rocks, everything's quite quiet, it's quite mellow. You don't have that intense sort of vibe, and yeah, obviously that's going to play in a different surfer's sort of game plan. And you touched on Felipe, feeding off the energy on the opposite side of that. People have different ways of tapping into that flow zone, or that flow state, and sometimes it might be, someone likes to chuck the headphones on, they like to meditate, maybe they don't actually have anything playing on the headphones, it's just to have that moment of peace.
Fun heat still with 6 minutes on the clock. These guys missed each other all year last year, and this is their first matchup as we look at the GWM recap. It started off with trying to outposition each other. Arms collided on the paddle battle, and then Marco escaped right into this 7.0.
Yeah, Iago actually gave him this wave. Iago said, yeah, no worries, mate, have this one. Then he fired back with this own version. 6.5 for this one, with the rotation here out of the top. And just so solid on his feet. He already knew, he's like, okay, I'm on my way to a good score here. Let's just tidy this up. Let's get the finish. And he backs it up with a 6.17. This wave here, just a couple of nice vertical belts on the backhand. And this is the wave that got him back into the lead. So up until this moment, he, was sitting at the back with priority for quite some time. He pulled the trigger on a wave. And so now he's handed back priority to Marco, who's only chasing the 5.67 at the moment. And, we've got just under 5 minutes on the clock. So, I mean, it's a pivotal moment right now. And also you've got to be thinking, Iago's the current world champ, and he's a world champ for a reason, but so there might be a bit of movement. But yeah, he gave priority away on that last wave. So it looks like we are going to have a set here, though, which is good news for us, good news for spectators. Going to have a roll of the dice here.
4:25 to go. It's up to Marco if he wants it. We'll have the world champ take this wave under priority. Surfing right into a snap second turn. He's got the flow down the line. Iago trying to force a backside punt. Didn't have enough of a runway to really get his body over that board again. But he knew it. It was a small wave, and he took a chance. Now Marco repositioning. Marco also looking for his first shot in the quarterfinals at Bells, just in his second start of his career. Marco did get past Crosby Colapinto, who is a strong pick to go far in the contest. That was a big win for Marco to kick off his season. Iago got past like a family friend, Mateus Jordi, who's part of the new rookie class. And Iago, due to his dad, who's a super coach, who's coaching Mateus, he's gotten to meet some big names early in his life. He got to watch his dad coach Adriano de Souza do his world title back in 2015. Leandro's name globally started building because he's attached to world champion runs, also with the world junior title with Lucas Silveira. Right around that time, that's when Iago got the wild card into Saquarema without any CT experience. However, he was like with a brother with Adriano, who ended up winning this event in Saquarema. Iago made the semifinals, so it was actually really relatable with the friends that he was surrounding himself by due to his dad's connections in the surfing world and where he grew up. And then he saw himself belonging, and all of a sudden a new dream popped up where he's not a free surfer, and he wanted to go for a world title, and he accomplished that, just like De Souza did back in 2015.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about how Iago came onto the scene, and he really was just this crazy, freakish free surfer who was incredible in the air, still is today. But really, he's still able, you know, if I think back to some of the best performances I saw from Iago in the last couple of years, or maybe where I started to really take notice that he'd really put together, you know, what it means to put together a good heat and figured out the strategy. I go back to that moment in El Salvador a couple of years ago, 2024, where he finished runner-up to John, and that event, what he brought to us in the air and how he formulated a heat was absolutely incredible. The different variations in the air, as we see Medina just getting in the mood.
Yeah, little nap time maybe. Just staying calm, getting the oxygen there, getting focused, got some good music. And I love the partnership that he has now with Adriano de Souza. You know, it's Adriano's mind for surfing was built different. It was built from coming from nothing. Came out of a favela. His brother bought a surfboard for $7, gave it to Adriano, and he just surfed every single day. Pinga, who's the manager for a lot of these guys, like Felipe, was like, oh my gosh, this kid rips. I'm gonna help him get sponsored, take him around the world. Brought him to Australia. He won the world junior title over Jordi Smith. And when Adriano delivered his world title speech, he basically said, sorry if I bothered you in a heat, it's not personal. And everyone just was like, wow, this is gonna be good. And he's like, I was never on covers of magazines. I was never invited on video trips. And he came from just the ground up and worked his own playbook on how to become a world champion. He sat on guys that were unpopular. Usually the heroes of the tour, they got space in the water. Adriano's like, no, I'm here to win. I came from nothing. I'm gonna paddle all around you and make you uncomfortable. And now everyone does that. You know, he kind of opened the door to be like, are you here to win or not? And it's now been accepted as a fair part of the game.
Yeah. Honestly, I think, you know, just the battles and the different struggles and the resilience, you know, that went into that world title making is absolutely incredible. And, you know, when you can contrast that to so many other people on tour and, you know, what their different upbringings would have been like, and that hunger and the desire is just so strong as we come to a close in this heat.
So the ocean goes flat at the end. Marco waited for a wave that didn't come, even after getting the best score of the heat at that 7-point ride at the start. Left chasing a 5.67. And officially, Iago will make his first quarterfinal appearance at Bells with a 6.5 and a 6.17. Showing the confidence of that yellow jersey, of what he's accomplished. And now he's gonna have more personal bests at this event. Iago moves on. Coming up next, it'll be Felipe Toledo's turn for the Brazilian Storm as he takes on Leo Fioravanti.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia, by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy, and by BioGlen, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia.
You're watching round 3, heat 6, Felipe versus Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo way up the point there. Down the line is Felipe Toledo in a good position to get things started. One of the fastest surfers on the planet is starting to float the section. Still lunging off the bottom. How about a big open face hook for Toledo, and then attacking the end section and stepping off. Man, he's quick. And he does it in a very stylish way where he's patient. It's not like he's just overreacting to get speed. He knows how to generate it with his surfboard and his perfect technique. Can take off so much deeper than most and make sections that look impossible to make.
That was incredible. That one, if I single out one maneuver on the wave, it's the carve. It was insane. There was so much power and speed as he went into that turn and just held the rail for such a long amount of time. For me, it's the favorite carve I've seen so far of this event on the men's side of the draw. Just really beautifully done, and yeah, to your point, Joe, just so much speed that he carried throughout that whole wave.
Felipe Toledo gets a 7.17 into his 10th start here at Bells. He's got a hot streak of every event he's been in. He's turned in at least one excellent ride as we watch the speed again.
Yeah, this is so cool. Really smart decision there to float that section, and this is the moment where he just lays the board down, and I just love that he just extended the rail line. There was so much speed that he had on offer going into that turn too. It just threw so much spray, and yeah, it was a thing of beauty.
Leo's turn to answer. The Italian paddling, and will set up this open face, his opening ride against Toledo. Draws that classic little layback in the pocket. Pushes that wrap out in front. Has the spring-loaded attempt for the reverse. It's not an attempt, it's a make for number 46. These two have known each other for a long time, even at heats together about a decade ago. They've kind of missed each other in the last few years. We know Toledo did take a year off after his second world title, but their more recent matchup was at the Surf Ranch, the wave pool event in California in 2023, so they were due to meet up here. What'd you see, Flick?
Yeah, I like this as well. I love the layback jam. I think it's a nice paced wave, you know, and the fact that he gets the completion here, it's going to feel good, especially, I mean, he would have heard the beach announcers be like, okay, Felipe has dropped the 717. I mean, he would have known, okay, I've got to do something to keep it pace here. This wave had a lot of variety too. He had the layback jam here, and then he's able to go up into the lip, and then it finishes with that bit of progression there at the end. So this is a nice way to open up. And look, if the last heat is anything to go by, I just keep, sound like a bit of a broken record, but you really got to convert on every opportunity.
You certainly do. Two big names going head-to-head together. It's 3-2 in one-on-one matchups, so pretty even when you look at numbers. Their first matchup goes way back to 2017. Excuse me, 16 in Rio. Felipe got that. Then in 17, Leo got a win in Portugal, so it was going back and forth. Leo beat Toledo at Pipe in 2021. Toledo got Leo back in Newcastle, then the Surf Ranch, and now they're here in 2026. Felipe representing Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil, and after about over a decade in San Clemente, the family has returned to Brazil. His home break of Lower Trestles that he enjoyed multiple world titles on, and now deciding to go back to his home country. Big congrats to the Toledo family. You know, Mateos, his brother, just had his first baby. So they're absolutely thrilled. Leo's first wave, 6.77. Felipe, 7.17. So we've got a heat, another close start to a round 3 matchup today.
Yeah, I like this judging. I think it's pretty spot on. I think both of these guys deserving of those scores. I feel just that little bit of extra nod coming to Felipe, just with so much speed carried through, you know, all his maneuvers and a lot of variety. So yeah, I think that's spot on.
Leo Fioravanti getting married in the off-season. He really enjoyed that off-season, had so much fun. Sophia Wilson, now Sophia Fioravanti, she's here watching her husband compete. They're always traveling together. She rarely misses an event on tour. Loves to surf as well. She's got her own company, her own businesses. Her uncle is Benji Weatherly, who I think a lot of people know, one of the funniest people you'll ever meet. A lot of video parts in the Taylor Steele movies. So much fun to hang out with Benji. Incredible golfer, so Leo plays a lot of golf with him when he has time to be at home on the North Shore. So he always has a lot of backing when he's competing at pipe, and he's had 2 close decisions in the pipe finals. First final he was in, it was against Jack Robinson. That probably stung. Maybe the one that stung the most, though, was the tiebreak decision that didn't go his way against Baron Mamiya last year. But man, he's so resilient through several injuries of his career. He just always comes back better, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think the second loss at pipe, it's going to sting. That's one of the trophies everyone wants to hoist above their heads, and no one can ever take that away from you when you win at one of these iconic events. You know, Bells is one of these iconic events. Chopes is one of those iconic events. And his time will come. I mean, he knows what, you know, is required from him to advance through so many heats out at pipe. You know, he's put in the reps. He's obviously got a house there. He spends a lot of time in Hawaii. He spent so much time there. He's been traveling to Hawaii since he's, what, been about 10 years old. You know, when he, you know, used to surf at Quicksilver, be part of the, you know, Quicksilver King of the Groms, used to travel the world with, you know, Canoa, Jack Robinson at the time. But he'd been on the program for so long, put so much time in. I think the time will come again. But yeah, look, Leo is a resilient athlete. You know, he touched on the injuries. I mean, he's had a fair few of them. He's had, you know, dislocations. He's had, back injuries, and these are serious things. And to bounce back from that, I feel like it's just all adds into the bank, you know. It's like the resilience bank, and every time that something like this happens and you have to bounce back and sort of have to, you know, work out how you're going to fulfill that time while you're injured, it's downtime. Yeah, I feel like you're so much stronger for it.
Sometimes these guys go just too fast to really understand how they're getting it done. Well, we have the 6.77 for Leo, Felipe 7.17 on the Stone and Wood slow-mo.
Yeah, okay, so let's break it down. Bigger high line for Felipe. Felipe goes for the float. Leo goes for the layback carve. You can really see here that Leo picked a different type of wave. His wave, quite a lot slower. Felipe's, the speed of this thing, it's moving a lot faster. Leo does get the progression there at the end, but I just feel with the kind of wave that Felipe selected, just with that extra speed that it was carrying, it allowed him to move, yeah, obviously faster down the line. He carried that speed through his turns, and that's where that just got that little jump on the points.
Fioravanti blitzing the first turn. Always happy, exciting energy in his style and approach. Puts his arms behind him on that open face carve, back to attacking the roof. And he'll run out of room and step off. On the racetrack now is Felipe. Big drives, big wind up, giant, perfect example of a full rotation. Didn't have to slide around reverse at all. He was already just landing so perfect. You know, in skateboarding, they call that landing bolts. When your feet are just in the perfect position on your board, you're not trying to reshuffle your stance. Easily one of the best in the world at that move. He's been throwing those down here at Winky Pop for over a decade. We'll use the Stone and Wood slow-mo on this one.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this thing is lofty. We already knew what he was setting up for, but the tail high, full rotation with the perfect landing. And he doesn't need a claim because, you know, the way he landed was a claim enough in itself, right? It was just so beautifully executed. You know, not a drop of water out of place, so to speak. It was so well done. And this is going to back up that 717 really beautifully. And great use of really what he had on offer on that wave. It just really was the one section, and yeah, he put it all on the line.
Felipe Toledo getting another solid number, a 7.5. And I like paying attention to streaks and stats and surfing, and Felipe is getting close to an 8. He had a couple of 7s in his round before on his heat win over Eli Hanneman. But to keep the streak alive that he's had at every showing at Bells, he's got to get at least an 8-point ride. Plenty of time to go in this one to get it done, just to move on and keep the streak going for us into next year.
I'm sure he will, especially, look, okay, there's plenty of time. The other thing is, like, okay, if he was to advance out of this heat, you got to be looking at the Surfline forecast coming up, and we've got some bit more swell on the way, bit more consistency. And you got to be thinking we're going to see a lot more excellent rides from all the surfers, you know, moving through onto finals day.
Big thing for the judges, yeah, they're just worried about comparisons and their separations, you know. So right now they have Leo's high score 677, and you know, they're keeping the separation nice between Felipe's best numbers, showing that Toledo's got 2 better waves than Fioravanti there. So a solid top 2 total. Leo basically needing a 9, but Felipe looks like he wants to do some more surfing. Team captain of the Sharp Eye program with Marcio Zuvi. And team managers like Yufu Penrose getting a lot of boards to this guy. He ends up losing the footing on that smaller wave. A guy who's gotten a 10-point ride for doing multiple airs over at Rincon, the other venue at Bells. That was back in 2017. He also had 5 9s in that event. And that 2017 year was also the year he did the double alley-oop wave at J Bay. There was about 7 10s in that event. And then there was a total shift in the scale in 2018, where it was then really hard to not just get a 10, but then to get into the 8 to 10 point range. But Felipe managed still to get there. We go to CT by the numbers, and Toledo makes sense. He's all with alongside the greats of average heat scores at Bells, going back to 2008 till now. Fanning on the top of that list with 4 Bells titles. Tied for the record with Mark Richards and Kelly Slater.
Yeah, I mean, when you think Bells, you can't not think of Mick Fanning or Joel Parkinson also in those stats. I think, yeah, they're definitely 2 of the best to ever do it. Kelly comes to mind. I think it was one of the first times I've ever watched the full CT down here. It was the year that Kelly took off on that pretty much closeout and did that full rotation, right? Was he against Mick Fanning?
He was.
Yeah.
It was pretty wild, that punt, because he was against Mick. But Kelly's a favorite everywhere.
Yeah.
But what I noticed about that final was it was very obvious this Australian crowd wanted Mick Fanning to win. Remember, I was standing next to Neil Ridgway, who works at Rip Curl, and Kelly does this giant punt. He's going, that's not an 8, is it? I was like, well, it might be a 10.
Yeah.
But the crowd was just silenced when Kelly just threw down that 10-point ride in one single move, which is not really what you're used to at Bells.
Exactly.
It was such a gnarly air. It still would be a giant score today. Mick did answer back, got another one off the bull, got the victory. Man, those guys had an intense rivalry. They had so many good finals over the years. Could watch them surf forever, at especially iconic venues like this. It wasn't the easiest, but you know, it's funny because Kelly's got the record with MR and Mick, but he always said it wasn't the easiest event for him. You know, he's had every result in the book at this venue. For Mick, he just got even more polished as he aged into his 30s. Then he got even more consistent on the bull. And for MR, the story for him, poor Bugs, you know, he beat him 3 times in the final at Winky Pop and Bells. That's when MR would introduce the twin fin and just could do circles around people. And then 81 came around and Simon Anderson introduced the thruster design, and it changed our world completely.
And poor Bugs again. He got run up that year as well.
Right. He's got 4 mini bells.
Yeah, remember that morning he came in the booth, we were having a little meeting before the day started, and he was just reminiscing on those times. And still stings just as much, I think.
Yeah, definitely. If you're missing Bugs' voice, he just went back home to the Gold Coast. He'll be joining us for the call there at the third stop with the GWM Aussie Treble. Third stop with the world title race as well. No cut this year, but we will shrink down the field when we get to Abu Dhabi and also Portugal. And then the whole tour rejoins at the Pipe Masters. Priority with Leo Fioravanti, chasing a 7.9. It is Toledo in motion. Carve, tail release, total control. He will just enjoy that coping. Like little 50-50 grinds in skateboarding. Now he's out in front, blows the tail. How radical was that in the flats? And now still hunting. Wanting another big section on the coil up, and goes upside down to push himself even further above the lip. He's into his 30s now, but still likes airs just as much. Jumping off his board there. Almost thought he might be signaling maybe his equipment. We'll see. He might just be talking to his coach or his support crew. Yep, and he looks like he's all right. Just back to paddling back out. Sometimes there's that board signal when it flexes, but he's feeling solid. 717's his low score, which he's trying to improve on. Missed the finish there. And now Leo Fioravanti will take a turn to the racetrack at Winky Pump. Flying down the line, pick your points. Here it is. Nice clean arc in the pocket. Only one maneuver. And that won't be enough to take the lead. Felipe still in a good place.
Yeah, totally. I think prior to these couple of waves, I think the interesting thing to note, like Felipe didn't have priority, and he was sitting so far up the point compared to Leo, almost surfing two very different parts to Winky. Felipe on this like upper section, this is the one, like Leo was really nowhere to even sniff into this wave or have a look at it. But I mean, these little floats were really cool, you know, they just look fun and free flowing and real floaty. And then this moment, just so locked in, another beautiful landing. If he sticks this last air, you got to be thinking potentially he's on his way to, I mean, rivaling another 7. I mean, he sticks that, he's potentially on his way to his 8, Joe, that you've been waiting for. But behind him, Leo, just this wave, just not really cooperating with him, just running off down the line so fast. And yeah, not really what he was looking for. Having another look here too, so. Couple of waves moving very fast. Felipe looks like he's going to pull the pin here.
Does he have an 8 for us? Carves in the pocket, Toledo. Just pushing that sharp by through some real full flat sections. He knew that wasn't going to change anything, but just keeping the motor running. Being a world champ, a 2-time world champ, he was a part of the world champs heat. More of an expression session to kick off the event. Now driving down the line, Fioravanti's got a huge ramp. It's a flyaway reverse attempt. And now he's hustling to try to see if he can get out the back in time. It'll only get harder if he doesn't have first priority. You can see Felipe further down the point, so Fioravanti's got enough space to get back to the top, to at least pick the set wave that he wants to try to come back from one of the best here at Bell's. Toledo putting on a show. 7.5, 7.17, big full roads. Can't wait to see what he does on the back half of this matchup. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy, and today Winky Pop is the canvas and the modern day master is Iago Dora, getting over the top of Marco Mignot in that last one. Mate, when you're the world champ, I guess you've just got to get used to people wanting to get in your face a little bit, wanting to hustle, and at the start of that heat, you and Marco got into a little bit of that.
Yeah, for sure. Mark was a really tough opponent. I knew he was going to be hard to beat, especially at the beginning of the heat. It was going to be really important. We knew about that. I ended up making the right strategy in my mind, but he got a smaller wave and ended up turning into a good score. So he did great on doing that. And yeah, just the heat kind of only happened in those first 15 minutes of the heat, and then after that it was kind of flat for us. But yeah, just happy that I managed to get through.
We heard Jake Patterson saying earlier in a heat with Canoa Igarashi, you know, get your waves early because the tide's filling in. You know, what did you identify out there as the waves that were going to get the job done for you?
Yeah, I think as the heat went by, the waves kept getting a little flatter, less face to it, and my waves in the beginning had a little bit of a face. My first wave was not that great, but I got a nice air on the beginning, so I kind of pushed the score a little bit up. But the other wave kind of had a nice face, so I got a nice sequence of turns. But other than that, the waves were pretty flat and really hard to pick the eyes out of it. And yeah, just and then in the end, just died on us.
Oh yeah, man! I'll tell you one thing I found crazy from my perspective is like this wind is really, really strong, and we've just seen Felipe take to the air. We saw you take to the air. How hard is it to keep control of your board when you've got that much wind coming up the face?
Yeah, it's hard. You really have to set your angle right and project to the right place. You know, if you want to land in air when it's this windy. It's not like straight offshore, so it's still a little bit side on. So if you really hit it at the right angle, you can still do it. But yeah, it's tricky.
You're into the quarterfinals, mate. How many gears are you holding back right now? I mean, are you approaching every heat with just 100% go, or are you leaving something in the tank there? Because it does feel like at the moment you are just cruising with that world title string.
Yeah, I'm always ready to give my 100%, but I still really haven't had the opportunity. And yeah, just my hits were more thought out and more strategy. And yeah, but I'm hoping for an opportunity to really get some big scores and open up.
Fantastic, mate. We all look forward to seeing that. Iago, congratulations, quarterfinals at the Rip Curl Pro.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, Vaughn. Thanks, Iago. Coming down to heat strategy, but there's just a different vibe when you're the defending world champ, and he's wearing that yellow jersey so well. You know, sometimes the follow-up to a world title can be your worst year on tour. I've talked a lot with my good friend Martin Potter about that. Potts was like, well, the party kept going. You know, you finally get it after 8 years of trying, and you kind of let off the gas a little bit. Derek Ho had the same thing happen to him in '94. As we look at Leo Fioravanti, quick jam off the lip, fun looking wall, carved a tail slide, belting the lip again, 3 just flashy types of maneuvers, and going for a lofty kind of late punt, but falls. That was a crucial air that he needed to land. Felipe loses the footing on his rotation. 8:40 to go.
I think if Leo made that last maneuver and maybe got there a little bit earlier, I mean, I think he was potentially on the way to getting that score, because it was a really nice wave. It had a really nice bowl to it, and he was surfing it at such a good pace. And yeah, I mean, that was tough to not make that, especially at this moment in the heat. It looks like they were getting a couple of waves, though, roll through into the base. You can see Leo just darting down in the bottom, in the left bottom bit of your screen. So potentially he might get a look in here down the line.
Felipe in motion. Still our heat leader. And the past Bells champ is now setting up a little top turn just to speed, cover ground. There's a float. This one still just rushing in front of him. Finally throws down an open face hook into a crazy tail throw finishing move. That is just so hard to get down the stretch of that wave. It is so quick. For a lot of surfers, that section would be a closeout. And he made that, then had enough speed to actually down carve it, then throw the tail out the back. Amazing.
It's so hard to throw the tail too when it's so offshore. Like you generally, when it's this offshore and a little bit sideshore into it, you're kind of trying to stick to the face of the wave. Just like the tail blow. I mean, here we go. Let's just watch him set up for this first. Float here, the projection he gets, just the board is moving so fast under his feet. But yeah, that moment there, it's not an easy turn to go through to in that section. So Felipe is just so on. But yeah, unfortunate, you know, I think back to the last of Leo, if he'd made that last air, potentially rathering that score that he's chasing, the 7.9. So this is going to be, the good news is he is out the back with priority, but oh.
So Toledo on his way back out, showing how fast he can go. There's like a tempo to it too when he's racing. He just is in such a great control. It almost looks like he's controlling the sections of the wave, and the greats do that. It's like they can slow things down while they're going 100 miles an hour to identify big sections so you can just react. So spontaneous, one of the best on tour with variety. That's always been the case. His first win of his career was back in 2015 at Snapper. He's got 16 total and 2 world titles these days. Here's Leo on the speedway at Winky Pop. Great rails on a beautiful down carve hook, right back to the lip again. Third turn, a big tail release and putting it all out there on the open face. The Italian strikes back.
That was awesome. That was so, so cool. Really composed. I mean, and it would have been so hard to remain composed. He, like, only moments ago was he just on that last wave, didn't get the completion. Get back to that, because Felipe's up.
Felipe hasn't been pushed too much in this heat yet. We'll see if he's inspired to do something big here, just up and out. Now kind of checking out the time. He also can see Leo's scores on his Apple Watch. So he'll know immediately if anything changes here. For Leo, that's that true grit that he's made of. Always just patiently keeping himself in heats, never giving up. Let's check out the Rip Curl replay here.
Oh, I just scratched into this one. This thing, I'm just like, oh my goodness, this is real traditional rail surfing. You know, all the old guys right now watching this like, that is definitely how you surf girls, and Winky just loving this style of surfing. And that last maneuver, I mean, are you kidding me? That was insane. For a carve and then to have that much progression, it was almost shades of, you know what we saw from Ethan Ewing and Lower Trestle's finals day, the variation he was giving us on those carving maneuvers. That is what I saw here from Leo. Talk about progression and just really putting a stamp of authority on that last turn. I mean, he's going to be fired up after, you know, that feeling that comes from sticking something like that.
That was so insane. What a finish. And you know, sometimes you get carried away thinking you got to go for crazy airs to come back, and that's just Fioravanti being so sharp. Getting the wave, speed's a big part of the judging criteria. He had loads of it. And every single maneuver was so big. And the combo, man, that was insane. Clear excellent surfing from Fioravanti and the lead change. 8.5, putting pressure on Toledo for the first time in this heat.
Oh, that was cool. This is such a big moment right now. You know, he's had a couple of rolls that trying to, you know, make something happen. The wave previous to last, I mean, it was looking good. He fell on that last maneuver, positioned further up the point and only just scratched into this wave. And I mean, it was just so beautiful to watch. You know, you look down, I mean, we could look at scores right in front of us. You know, obviously you drop the high and drop the low, but I mean, the one judge even went as high as a 9. This is the fat boy ride of the heat. You can't deny it, the 8.5. This is just traditional, beautiful rail surfing. I mean, this is just a beautiful romance. It's Leo and Winky right now, and it's incredible to watch.
Every angle is going to look brilliant on the fat boy ride of the heat. He needed it so bad to turn it and laid it all on the line under pressure. How big was that turn? You're going, okay, is he gonna hit the lip? Nice top turn to finish. No, he blows his board out. Just so explosive on that finish. So many different ways to get a big score. Fioravanti now applies pressure to a two-time world champ who has priority. Felipe needs a 7-7-8. And the streak of excellent scores is on the line. Felipe's delivered at least an 8 in every appearance he's had at Bells going back to 2013. And now he needs one of those just to move on to the quarterfinals. This is big.
Oh my goodness. That turn of Leo's on the 8-5, the last one, that's my favorite turn of the event so far. That thing was crazy. It was just so beautiful to watch. It's put Felipe into, you know, it's backed him a little bit into a corner, but we know what he's capable of. He's already dropped a couple of 7s, no problem in this heat.
It's such a rad turn, and a few guys have it. Connor Coffin has it. I've seen him do it quite a bit as a big finishing move or even a starting move on a closeout. Dane Reynolds, probably where Connor got inspired from, has a wild version of it. And Leo just threw down his take on that big top turn where you blow your board out. That was insane. And for the lead too, as we slow it down with Stone and Wood.
Oh, just this wave is a thing of beauty. This is, you know, Leo right now and Winky is the romance we want to watch. And this turn, this is the one where we're going crazy for. Just so much progression, tail slide out of that moment. And it's got to feel good to stick that.
He's such a precision surfer, you know, just like Canoa is, where all the rails are always in the perfect spot. And when they add that spontaneity of that explosiveness and something maybe you're not expecting, it's just demand that number to go high. 8.5, 45 seconds. Leo's checked his Apple Watch like 10 times in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Come on.
Just like, hang on, just count it out. 35 seconds. He's going to walk it again. Oh, yeah. Yep, I'm still winning. Yep, Leo, that is an 8.5. You got it, man.
Oh, man, these are nervous times, though. Let's be real. You're like, come on, why is this clock going 10 times slower than what it usually does?
He is just studying that. He knows he's against one of the greats at Bells, a guy that rarely falls before the quarters at this event. He hasn't beat Felipe since 2021 at Pipeline. And that's why he is just feeling the energy. What a big showing and a comeback victory. Taking out one of the giants at Bells. Leo Fioravanti turns in an 8.5, ends Felipe's excellent wave streak at Bells Beach, and goes on to the quarterfinals.
That was massive. This was such an impactful win for Leo. Super stoked to see how much he was still in the game, remained composed right up until, you know, basically 10 minutes remaining to get that 8.5. So hats off.
He's got the world champ in the quarters, Yago Dor. Speaking of world champs, Italo Gabriel coming up next. And how's this turn? Mofi power move contender. Well done from Fioravanti. Owen Wright's here. He's joining us for the call with Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett. We'll see you then.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia, by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy, and by BioGlen, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia.
We have been treated to some monumental battles, head-to-head battles, here on an epic day of competition of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Leonardo Fioravanti just fired up against Felipe Toledo, who was looking all the bit, the man to beat. But he has fallen out of the mix now as we get set for another big clash. And joining me for the call, Richie Lovett, and a very special guest, former CT winner, champion, Owen Wright. Good to see you, O.
Good to see you, fellas.
Mate, you've stepped into the booth at a great time, because call it what you will, Godzilla versus King Kong, Predator versus Alien, I don't know, Darth Vader versus Luke Skywalker. This is a battle for the ages. Italo Ferreira up against Gabriel Medina, who's making his CT return. And yeah, this is a good litmus test for where Medina's head is at competitively, and what kind of form he's carrying, because Italo's been on fire for a number of years now.
Yeah, that's it. I have been hanging for this heat. It's a goofy, absolute battle of the Titans in Brazil. I can't wait to see what happens, man. I watched Gabby in that first round really closely, and he went straight to the air in his first wave. So
I think we can expect a bit of that here as we see Italo getting things started here. A gold medalist, a world champion, a Bells winner, starts with a flurry on the backhand.
Wow.
Lightning fast. I guess, you know, when you start to break these two down and look at the strengths, Italo's speed can be a real point of difference.
Yeah, I was just chatting to Parish Burn before coming into this booth, and I was like, well, what do you think? And I'm like, well, they've both got power, they've both got speed. Italo probably faster, but Gabby probably got more power, and there's still really good waves out there, so it could be just like this. It's like a dead match heat. Yeah. But look how fast he's going here.
Amazing.
Yeah, so I think if there was any question mark around how much passion and intent that Italo's going to bring into this matchup, it's evident after that first ride. He was going Mach 10. Here we go. Here's the reply from Gabs.
Looking forward to watching this one. Medina now in response. Hammers the pocket for the first section. Keeps a down-the-line flow through that second turn, and kind of floats through the third move. Needs this wave to slow up a bit so he can really unload some of that power that Owen Wright was celebrating just moments ago. He goes to the sky, though. The rotation is swift. The landing is perfect. And it's a big opening exchange between these two Brazilian greats. Italo up again, loading up, and throws everything at it, and somehow he's going to reel this in and get the completion. We kind of lost him, but we're guessing that he got back to his feet there. A remarkable start to this heat. We knew it was going to be a show. And these two, they're just throwing absolute hammers in the opening exchange.
Oh my God, I'm just losing my mind on this exchange.
Well, it was setting up to deliver, and it's already delivered just in the opening 6 minutes of this heat. Gabrielle, incredible final turn on his wave, and Italo backs it up again. We need to get eyes on whether he made that final turn.
I think he did. 6.83 for Italo on his opening ride. Medina sort of found one of those winky waves, though. He had to chase the section, so he made up for it big time with that final turn.
Yeah, you can see Medina just sitting like a little lower in the water than Italo. With that, I feel like he's got that bit extra power on him, and but like, his flow, they've both got this crazy flow, down the line speed, and I mean, launching into this end section, you can see him just eyeing it off. Like, you know, this is what he did in his first heat, and he just stomped it cleanly.
Full rotation too.
I mean,
it was 360, full rotation in the air, before he reconnected. And then this is Italo behind him, just driving for speed, eyeing off the moment to take off.
Oh my,
and
what's that?
I'm actually not too sure what the board did an air rev. And he actually did an extra spin on top of the board.
Oh, and he fully made it cleanly.
I don't think we've ever seen that in competition done ever before.
No, that he was so corked out. Like, watch this, tail up, around, and then it just flips out straight to the beach.
That is amazing. Yeah, he just kind of lost contact. The board flickered, which kind of gave you the impression that he kind of flipped over, but it was so inverted. And the landing, even though there was sort of a bit of recovery time in the foam, it was only a split second, really. Got back out in front of it. So the judges, they got a lot to digest from the opening exchange here, and they need to get these numbers right. They've been spot on, I think, with their scoring throughout. There's been opportunities too, I think, for a little bit of flight out there today, but more often than not, the surfer who's got themselves on those set waves and delivered that powerful surfing down the line, Miguel Pupo against George Pitar, who looked razor sharp.
Yep.
And even in that last heat, Leonardo there with Felipe, he kind of punished Felipe for going to the sky and taking a couple of falls.
Man, if you could do the Miguel Pupo out of full rotator like Gabby just did, I mean, shut the door. Like, but both of these guys in this heat can do that. So that's what's making it so crazy. I'm on the edge of my seat about this.
Yeah, absolutely. Judges taking a little time here. I think they're actually just trying to digest what happened.
I think worthwhile digesting that.
Yeah, for sure. Take your time. Make sure you've got to get it right. It's important heat in the scheme of things. This could be an important, you know, match-up in terms of who gets the competitive edge, who gets the one-up in this, what you assume is going to be a battle that's going to happen all year long.
Yeah, amazing. You know, it is extremely early days to be talking about a world title campaign, but you've got two of the actual favourites for the world title campaign with an opportunity to stall each other's success at the opening stages of the season. And we got Medina, who dropped a 7.27 on his first wave, up again. That's a stronger opening move here from the three-time world champ and Olympic bronze medalist, who floats the boat, gets back out in front, drives up into the pocket, rips his board through a couple more backhand snaps before finishing with a vert on the inside. And a powerful flex stance on the finishing section here.
He's on another level right now. That was insane. And look, straight for the answer back.
Italo on this F1 inspired equipment. The Tibby Patterson's just been looking so electric under his feet. He drives up into the pocket, spins a reverse out of a nothing section. And now lines up another exciting finish here on the inside, climbs high, stabs that board vertically. And he's got a couple of scores on the way now, 25.5 minutes to go. We had the four Brazilian world champs in the bottom side of the draw. And obviously we saw Leonardo dispose of one of them, but it is going to be epic watching these showdowns continue as we move through this contest potentially.
This is giving me J-Bay final.
That's
like,
it.
It's giving me like really big vibes. Like these two are taking it to each other just like they did in J-Bay.
2019 was a big world title push for both these competitors, and we're going to get back to that. But why don't you take us through this opening turn? It was beautiful.
Oh, this is beautiful surfing. Like for me, I really connect with Gabby's flow here, and it's got that Miguel Pupo flow. I think he's got a bit more flow than Italo, but here he just links it all together so well and just absolutely freaking goes to town the whole way. That finish turn, he loves it too. Like, and then here you've got that bit more of a, it's a bit more spark to him. It's a little bit less flow, but he, you know, like.
that's the spark, isn't it? That unpredictability.
Yeah, that's the 20 cans of Red Bull, isn't it?
Yeah, a little pump of the fierce. So the wild throwaway air that Italo somehow reeled in, scored a 7.83. And I'm sure that's got the fans at home kind of asking some questions. You know, it's such a dynamic move, Rich, but what do you think the number went there?
I just think that there was an element to the air that was not in control. And when you read the judging criteria, they want to see these big innovative moves and the critical elements, but it needs to be done with control and flow, and that's pretty important. So there was, by his sheer remarkable talent, he somehow wrestled that maneuver to a finish, but that's the reason I think that it didn't go excellent.
I think the thing that held it back was the landing. I think if he got his board in that inverted position, flickering in the wind like that, it just added so much flair to that turn. But they want to see you land bolts these days. They're really on top of that. Medina, on the other hand, you know, a great series of power turns, an exciting start and a big finish, 8.33. And he's got the heat lead at the moment, but there's still so much time on the clock. Has been the first 10 minutes of this heat have been unbelievable.
Well, you said it was going to be a litmus test for Gabriel Medina. He's acing the test at the moment. Incredible. That last wave, the speed and the pace on that just let him really open up, square up on that first turn, whereas the wave before he had to do the down the line work, and the second half of the wave is where he could square up, but that one from start to finish just let him really dive in.
It's really impressive how Medina can just have that time off, come straight back to this type of competition and be world title guy, you know, and surf a wave that's like, okay, I've got Italo, the fastest areas, like biggest aerialist on the backside here, and I'm just going to cut deep lines, do flow, and throw big exclamation points at the end of it. And like, it does it all. To me, it blows my mind.
We've got our first breather here, so we're going to take a moment to get our breath back and just digest what we've seen so far in this heat. But the last one, Vorno, really an underdog performance from Leo against one of the favourites to take the Bells title this year. It was a huge finishing ride for Leo to get the victory.
Oh, mate, even Freddy Krueger has nightmares about drawing Filipe Toledo and these sorts of cons, but in typical fighting form, mate, you just knuckled down, and when that wave came, you just started swinging at it like Thor's hammer, pulverised the living daylights out of the thing, and got that amazing moment where the score gets read out, an 8.5, like, fair dinkum, mate. It was the best wave of the entire event up until that point, and it must have just felt like heaven was shining on you, brother.
You know, surfing against Filipe, he is one of the GOATs, one of my favorite surfers. In these conditions, I knew it was going to be very, very tough. And I just kind of, you know, went into the heat like, you know, all or nothing. And obviously he had 15 points. I had a score that was good enough to keep myself in the heat. And I just tried to be patient. I rolled a couple times and the wave didn't give me what I was looking for. And that wave just had a beautiful wall. I almost didn't catch it. If you see, I paddled so hard for it. And then as soon as I was, you know, gliding, I'm like, wow, this thing's really gonna slow down. And it's funny because I was bottom turning and I could see him and I'm like, that's Filipe Toledo. I'm gonna have to push really hard if I want to get him. It was almost an extra, you know, motivation. And I was just glad to finish the wave off and do the surfing that I wanted to do in it. And then here the score was pretty special.
Oh man, we heard Canoa saying earlier, you know, there's a real crisis when you're on waves out here at Winky, sometimes a temptation to oversurf it. Like, I don't know if you could have even oversurfed with what you did on that wave. Like, it was just every section was perfectly timed and you just nailed it so well. Like, where's the limit there? Because it looked like you were going 110% the whole way.
I was going 100%, but I just saw that first turn really, you know, come from behind that was going to let me open up. And I'm like, you know, this wave is really fast, so it's hard to open up. And with this wind, so I'm like, this is it. If I can open up right here and then finish it off, it's going to be a big score. And, you know, managed to get that first carve, got the second turn. And then I was, you know, getting ready for the third turn. I'm like, I think I have to do an air to get the score. But I've been, you know, working a lot on my big laybacks with a nose pick kind of slide. And I just trusted my instincts, went with what I know what to do, you know, focus on myself and what my surfing is. And I'm really glad that it paid off.
Oh, it paid off big time. That last turn was just mwah, chef's kiss, mate. It was so good. Yeah, I mean, tell us about the moment when they read out the score, when, you know, you're up against a two-time world champ, a Bells champion, and you know you've done your best surfing and they give you that moment. We saw what it meant to you, but what did that feel like?
It felt incredible. I really think it was one of the best heats of my life. I think it has to be, you know, against Filipe in these conditions. I gave it everything I had. And it was pretty special. I had my wife, Ramsey, my filmer, Tommy, and my coach when I was paddling back out, and they were screaming and, you know, clapping. And it really felt like one of those moments that I was pretty sure it was the score, but then you never know. And I was paddling back, my heart was going really fast. And when the score came out, it was one of those special moments, but there were still 5 minutes to go against Filipe. He needs a high 7. I'm like, yes, that was amazing, but I don't think it's over. So I was trying to calm my breathing, you know, I was breathing really softly and, you know, trying to calm it down so that I was able to, in case a set came, hopefully get another one and, you know, back it up even better.
Mate, what a performance. Into the quarterfinals, and rightfully so. That was just one of the highlights of this whole event, as I said, and a great way to build some momentum going into the quarters.
Thank you, and a big, big hug to my family and all the Italian fans back home. It's very early in the morning, so thank you guys for watching. Vi voglio bene, grazie per il tifo. Si va ai quarti. Dai.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Vaughn.
Oh, that was, yeah, I'm so pumped up. All right.
Yeah, Leo, a performance that's got everyone really amped, and including these two surfers who are out in the lineup. The opening exchanges have been huge. Medina has the lead at the moment, 7.27, backed it up with the first excellent score of this heat, 8.33. Italo's given us fireworks as well, 6.83 in his opener, but that's a throwaway score now. He's got a 7.83, needs a 7.78 at this stage of the game to get himself the heat lead. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, also got Owen Wright here in the booth. And we've just been marvelling at these two. They've got plenty of head-to-head history, and it goes the way of Italo. 7 wins to Gabby's 4. But have a look at the bottom there. They've had 3 finals matchups, and you reference one of those great battles in a year these two fought it out for the world title, and it went right to the last heat of the year. But Medina getting the jump on Italo in a high-scoring final at J-Bay. And Italo getting him back when it counted at the Pipe Masters.
Yeah, I mean, that did hurt Medina at the end, but that J-Bay final, that to me sticks out as some of the best goofy foot surfing I've seen at that wave. Gabby went to another level past Italo at that stage. And, you know, to me, that already, like, seeing Gabby here now, he seems to be cutting a bit deeper. He's still got those giant airs. And Vorno brought up a good point. You can over-surf this wave. And I think Italo's 6.33, he did that crazy Finner 360 thing that's probably too much. He could maybe slow it down a little bit like Gabby and put a big hammer away.
Jeez, I hope not. I hope he just keeps powering and throwing these big backside rotations at us. But yeah, always high-scoring affairs. This one's no different. Already these two are on their way to excellent heat scores. And yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun to see what unfolds here in the second half of this heat.
Well, he only needs a 7.78, and his air that he basically fell off on and then recovered, he got a 7.83. So it's like, well, if he just goes and stomps one of these things cleanly, you know, points are there to be had for him.
Medina, he was just such a force when he joined you guys on the championship tour. He just came on so strong, so talented, but competitively, I don't ever think we'd seen a teenager like him, so aggressive.
I had so many aggressive battles with him. The second he came on, I was going for a world title at the time with Kelly, and he came on as a bottom seed. I was one of the top seeds, and I just clashed with him straight away, round 3. And man, the amount of like shoulder-to-shoulder bargee, the confidence in him to do that straight off the bat I was mind blown. But hats off to him. Like, I was there to celebrate with him when he won in San Fran, and to celebrate his victory, because I respected how absolutely brutal he was in the ocean. Like, it was something I hadn't felt before.
Yeah. Amazing. He came on halfway through that season. They brought rookies on mid-season, and he had 2 victories in the back half of the year, which was just amazing, Richard, and quickly got himself into title contention.
Yeah, and there's guys like this that come along every couple of decades, really. You know, when Kelly came onto the tour, he was the same, showed little respect for any of the veterans and the guys that were at the very top of the ratings. And, you know, he's etched his name in surfing history now as probably maybe the most tenacious and aggressive competitor that we've ever seen in modern day pro surfing.
And what's funny is too, he had amazing respect for me on land as well, but in the ocean was just like, hey man, we're here to battle, like this is it. And then on land, he would come up to me and say, you know, he just absolutely dusted me in France first time he came in, and I was gutted. I was going for the title race, and I was like, hey man, you don't know this, but I picked up your broken board off the beach when I was, you know, 8 years old, and you were there in Marseilles for the, you know, ISA world titles and stuff. And he was just so respectful. He's like, it's still in my room, and like all this stuff. And I'm like, man, I can't hate you.
Yeah,
you're the best.
I know, but a lot of competitors kind of had to overcome their fear of surfing against Medina. Italo is someone who's found that edge over someone that inspired him to greatness. But Italo, much like Gabby, when he came on the tour, he was a force as a rookie. He finished 7th in his first year, and yeah, he kind of dropped a little down the rankings in his sophomore year, but he quickly ascended the rankings, and he has been a fixture at the top end of the tour ranks for a long time. Been about 12 minutes since we saw that last exchange, so we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and see if these two can't bring life to this heat once again in the final stages. Welcome back to the show. Well, we've got two of the best who often achieve perfection on the judging scale. And if they do it in this heat, they'll score an A10. Yeti cooler. We've got Italo up at the moment. And he has already had a 7.83. He's after a pretty big score. He looks down the line and doesn't see the potential in this one, so kicks out, 11 minutes remaining. You know, you look at Medina's track record for turning in 10-point rides, 18 he's had in his career.
Are you kidding me?
No.
What?
Oh, come on, mate. We've got to talk about your performance in Fiji. You would have had a garage full of Yetis if they were giving them out when you were on tour.
I'd love to have that, but, you know, back then I don't think you got anything for 10s. At least they get something now.
It's even 10's not enough in itself. But, mate, it's been fun just to get you back down here. A long and very successful championship tour career yourself. And just like these two out in the water, an Olympic medal. Where is it at the moment? And, you know, how proud does it make you to look back on your career now and those amazing achievements?
It's definitely a proud moment for myself. It actually sits in my drop-off zone at the moment. It's out, ready to go, because I'm going to Japan next week. And we're doing a little thing for Rip Curl over there, and so it's coming over with me, which is back to where I won the medal. So a bit of fun.
Absolutely awesome. Italo, of course, has the gold medal from that same year. You shared the podium with him. It was a huge moment and backed up that incredible 2019 world title. And since then, I mentioned he's just rallied and got himself right back to the top end of the ranks year in, year out. To complement his world title, he finished for third, 2021. Another runner-up finished 2022. Dropped a little, 23, but back in the second position, 24, in the WSL finals again last year. He is one of the greats.
Yeah, it's you know, when he first came on, like, he obviously went straight up to 7, but, you know, these guys were doing such big airs, like he struggled with some injuries, and then like, after that little struggle, he came back probably 8 kilos heavier and just bulkier and musclier, and it just transferred into power, more speed and bigger airs, and it's just like he hasn't been injured since.
Yeah, it's a good point. You know, just that building himself up for injury prevention actually helped his rail surfing a lot as well, and he's a threat at every venue. You look at these two, Rich, they've won the most iconic events on the CT. The one that's really missing from Gabby's trophy cabinet is the Bells Trophy.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
All the years that he's been competing here, he's had 2 quarterfinal finishes and a semi-final finish. Other than that, he's been knocked out pretty early in the contest. So the form that he's carrying here is a huge opportunity to take it all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was, well, I think we touched on it the other day, you know, another one of his events where he kind of struggled with was Margaret River, but he worked that out and he got the win there. So I feel like it's only a matter of time before he's going to ring that bell. And, you know, if he can get through this heat, which is an enormous mountain to climb, he could potentially go all the way. But, you know, he's out in front at the moment, so everything's going the right way for Gabriella at the moment. 8 minutes to go with priority. He's out in front of Italo. Big scores on the board.
And he's still on the Cabiancas. Surfed it through the opening round over on the Bells Bowl, but he's had a shift up in his quiver. He's on a different board now, and this might be the one, Owen.
Yeah, I watched closely in his first round, and, you know, I felt there was a couple faults, and I was like, oh, I wonder if he's going to stick with the Cabiancas. And then this one, it's gone to red rails. I think he looks like he's on a magic carpet out there. Plenty of speed, plenty of power, and just launches the airs. So, I mean, it's good to see from him. It's funny when he first came here how much work he's done at this event to get himself into the contention for a bell, but it still eluded him. So it'd be interesting to see if this could be it.
Well, he's working with Adriana de Souza down here as well, coach, who's obviously won the event as well. So, you know, maybe that might be just that last little bit to the puzzle.
Deadly down here, one of the best for sure.
So just talking about Medina's incredible record, he's basically been forced last year into an extended sabbatical, but he took some time out, 2024. But even taking those breaks into consideration, what he has achieved is, you know, one of the most remarkable careers. When you look at the numbers here, Owen's 17 wins, more than any other competitor on tour, and he has a chance to extend ahead of Felipe, who's just behind him on 16.
Oh, wow, that's amazing stats there. I can't wait to see this year unfold with that, because, you know, those two are very competitive and always have been. And, you know, Gabby's kind of that, I feel, has really, you know, Adriano kind of paved that way, but Gabby came through and made that huge statement with the world title, and that's been massive for Brazil. Like, the career that he's had already is like, he could sit back and be like, okay, I'm happy, but to see him back here and see him with this much fire in his belly, like, just stomping that against his, like, rival Italo, like, this is, you know, this is game on for him, and it's cool to see that beast still there.
Absolutely. Yeah, just the number of excellent heats. You know, 124 excellent heats. Mentioned the 18 10-point rides, but the winning percentage is so high. You know, looking at the GWM recap, we can enjoy the highlights from the opening exchange. Rich, it's been a little quiet since this, but man, it started with a bang.
Oh, it sure did. That rapid fire attack from Italo Ferreira, and then backed up from Gabrielle Medina as well. Just found an absolute gem here. Did a lot of down the line work, and then the wave started to slow up, and then he squared up, and that's when he started to dig those rails a little bit deeper. And then he started steaming down the line, and it was all clear for liftoff. The full 360 rotation in the air, and silky smooth on the landing. And then Italo did this wild, almost a throwaway 360 backhand reverse air, but yeah, he managed to get the board back under his feet. And then the backup scored the best ride of the heat so far. I can see why, just blasting the first turn. And it was full throttle from start to finish. I don't think he could have surfed this wave any better. He extracted every point out of it. I mean, really, the only thing he could have done was maybe go to the air, but again, he just stitched it together so perfectly through that back end.
Yeah, amazing. Just looking at that particular ride, the 8.33. I think we've all been, as sort of fans of the sport and Medina fans, we've all been watching really closely to see how he's performing in free surfs. But that's always a really hard sort of place to gauge where Medina's at, because he's always been the guy who does his best surfing with the jersey on. That's the best wave I've seen him ride in this event window. And yeah, it couldn't have come at a better time.
Probably the most put together wave that I've seen at this event for Goofy Footer. Obviously, we've seen Leo in that wave, in that heat before. That was incredible, but that for a Goofy Footer, like, he didn't go to the air on that last turn because he knew how damaging he was throughout the whole start of that wave. Like, he's like, no, this is excellent and beyond. Like, and it's really, I think, one of his strengths against Italo is, like, when he wants to cut these deep lines, I feel Gabby's just got that touch a little deeper deeper set in the water, whereas when Italo gets his really, because Italo's faster, but I don't know how he sits on top of the water and is fast. Like, it's still just as powerful, but they're just contrasty, right? Like, and I think Gabby's played into his power here.
Yeah, both really impressive. Italo, he stings the lip, he slaps it so hard, but Medina punches it. And really, you know, Rich, you said earlier on in the event, watching one of the competitors surf, there is an audible thud or feeling to the backhand hits that Medina throws down. This has been an unbelievable heat, but can you believe that we've gone, you know, almost 20 minutes without a wave of note sort of rolling through? I think after the opening exchange, the ocean just went, hey, give us a rest.
Need to recover.
It's a little bit too much.
Yeah,
slapped, punched, all of it.
They're scared. They're scared to break down the line here at Winky now.
100%. I think we must be getting close to the top of the tide too, or we may have just passed it, and that's when we know that the ocean tends to have a little sabbatical and weird things happen. So it might just be a case of the tide killing it a little bit. But let's hope in the next 2.5 minutes we do see these guys go at it again. But, you know, you guys were talking about just how strong they are, but it's amazing to be that strong. Both these guys, they work out in the gym just all day long, and they're absolute ripped. But the ability to stay fast and agile and still be that powerful and strong, it's unbelievable, huh?
Yeah, it's mind-blowing. That's what, being on tour with them and seeing them go from, okay, they're agile and quick, to then all of a sudden, like, 8 kilos heavier and still just as agile and quick, and they're just these absolute, like, gym junkies, man. They're just pushing weights around, and, but then they're just still just as quick, still just as sharp, and that to me was like it blew my mind as a competitor to watch my fellow competitor just really make that much distance up and catch up to size where I've got natural size and things like that. They were just putting it on.
Absolutely.
So this is a crucial moment for Italo. He's up against it because he's up against one of the great tacticians here. Gabriel Medina has the lead. He's got priority. And he's so good at controlling these situations, Owen.
Oh, I haven't seen him falter in these situations, except for against me and Chopes, but that's about it.
Well done. Well done.
But I don't know if that's a falter. Maybe, maybe I got helped out. Huey played into my favour. But no, it was always a head battle with Medina, and look at him sitting down the line there. That's not by fault, is it? He knows what he's doing. He's gonna block the second that opportunity arises.
1 minute to go. We saw Italo for a second out there. The cameras were on him. He had a kind of like just a smile on his face, but I think he's just smiling at the situation. He has to, because it's so frustrating. You're in great form. You want to just go toe to toe and battle in exchanges, and he's kind of been robbed of opportunities in the later stages of the heat.
It looks like there's a couple little lines here. 40 seconds. They're going to get here, and there's 2 of them.
Okay, so tough decision to be made here for Medina. He's got the benefit of the highest number of the heat. If he takes this one, he is going to be trying to improve on a 7.27, but Italo too deep on this occasion. 20 seconds to go.
It's all over.
And now Medina, if he has to, he'll probably move to the inside here. He's going to let Italo have a shot at it. So dangerous with the backhand flare this guy possesses, but again, too deep, and Medina knew it. So this one is coming to a close. What a win. What a return to the championship tour for Gabriel Medina. The 3-time world champ, Olympic bronze medalist, has gotten the job done. And really starting to equal up that head-to-head history, but you've got to put your hands together for Italo as well. He brought a lot of fire to the exchange, and we're looking forward to seeing these two meet again.
Mate, I loved that heat. That was even though there was that big lull, I was on the edge of my seat. I just couldn't wait to see these two stand up again and go blow to blow. Bring on the rest of the year for these two.
Have a look at the scores. Super impressive. Medina gets the job done, and he is on his way to the quarterfinals. Owen Wright, an absolute pleasure to have you in here to call that monumental heat, mate. Enjoy the rest of your camp trip with Varley and have a good time over in Japan.
I will do, mate. Thanks for having us, boys. Love that.
No.
All right, we're going to be taking a quick break here, but with Medina moving on through to the quarterfinals, you can only imagine what's next.
"50 years deep." For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. A new world champion. Harnessing nature. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
the GWM Aussie treble, the best in Australia.
The double favourite.
Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia.
Tank 300 is yours.
Gabriel Medina making his mark on this event, the 63rd edition of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And maybe he wants to get himself that GWM tank, which is up for grabs for the most successful campaigner again across this Australian leg. 3 events, the Aussie trebles back on, but that was huge, Rich. And what a joy to have Owen Wright in here to call that heat.
Yeah, that was super cool to have Owen here. He's such an amazing talent and incredible career and, you know, first-hand experience competing against both these guys.
Getting set for the last heat of the round to set up the quarterfinal bracket on the men's side. It is Rio Waida up against Semi Pupo, the Brazilian superstar who's fast, flashy surfing will look very good here on these clean groomed walls at Winky.
Certainly will. Really even matchup, actually. I do like this one, Rio against Samuel. Both incredibly fast, both got that nice little whipping style. They both love taking to the air, so really evenly matched in my mind.
Yeah, Rio disposed of one of the surfers I felt was going to have a really good run here after a magic performance down on the Bells Bowl last season, and that was Connor O'Leary. So that was a monumental hurdle for him to climb over. And now he finds himself up against Sammy, who disposed of Jack Robinson, who took the contest out last year. So both these guys coming into this this heat, this head-to-head clash with a lot of confidence. And they have had a heat here at Bells in the past. That was in last year, 2025. Sammy got the jump on Rio. But Rio's shown that he can get it done here at the Rip Curl Pro as well, with a semi-final finish in 2024, losing out to Griffin Colapinto. So, you know, I agree with you. Both these guys, similar weapons. Rio, he showed his flair up against Connor O'Leary. He took to the sky a couple of times, which is great to see. It means that he's full of confidence at the moment. And Sammy, yeah, he just wants to start a championship to a year with the kind of form that saw him climb to 10th position as a rookie, because he has been bumped off the CT every year since that rookie campaign. The one thing he's been able to do is just reconnect with that winning feeling back on the Challenger Series. He's had some really impressive finishes to always return to the CT after being bumped the last 3 years. And he is going to give way to Rio here in the opening stages. Rio out in front. Quick whip off the top, up into the pocket. Gets that tail high above the lip as he rolls through, looking for a big finish on the inside. Bit of release in the tail there. And the wave's going to slow up in this stiff offshore breeze, but he's still going to work it over. The surfer from Indonesia, the first Indonesian full-time campaigner on the championship tour. And keeping that Olympic story going. He represented Indonesia at the 2020 Olympics. He was the flag bearer for the Indonesian team. And they absolutely love him over there. He's a superstar back home in Indo.
Oh, for sure. And one of the hardest working surfers on the tour, Ron. Just constantly in the gym, constantly traveling, always looking for ways to make himself better. Connected with the Sharp Eye boys globally. He gets a lot of boards from the boys at Sharp Eye Australia. But here we go. Let's have a look at the replay here. Comes around this section, clean snap, keeps the board moving down the line. Bit of a drift on the second one. And then again, just a little third turn there with some drift in the tail. And then a couple more snaps down the line here. Bang, gets the tail free on that one, and then a little floater to finish off right on the rocks here. So with this tide coming in, these waves are finishing literally right under the cliff face here at Winky Pot.
It was a big breather in the back half of that last heat. So, you know, fingers crossed that means that we see another one of those multiple set wave flurries come through in the opening stages here. 5.5 for Rio to kick things off. travelling with his brother, Ryuki. They've been spending a lot of time out here in Oz. They've already done a recon mission over to Raglan to get prepped for that contest. But Rio working with Glen Micro Hall in this contest, and you know, they've got a great partnership. And I think Rio Surfin's looking spot on for a big push. He's had a couple of big results, a couple of second place finishes on the CT now, and his best ever finish was 2024. He got inside the top 10, a 9th place finish. But man, we were absolutely gorging on what we saw just moments ago. Fawn, it was a battle between two of the absolute heavyweights, two of the Brazilian greats. Mentioned King Kong Godzilla, a battle of the absolute monsters, and Gabriel Medina getting the jump on his good friend.
Yeah, absolutely right, Ronnie. That heat did not disappoint. It wasn't just everyone at the contest side who was looking forward to that, Gabriella. It was everyone in the surfing world, man. Two titans going at it. How was the lead up to that heat, first of all, before we even talk about what went down out there?
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a tough one. In the beginning, we had some exchange, which was cool. That was pretty much the heat, you know, and I'm happy with the win. The ocean's really slow out there, but when it comes, it's so fun. My best one was a long one, and I just didn't want to do any mistakes on that one, and I'm happy with my 8. And I was praying for God, like, oh, give me, I want to get a 8. You know, it's been a long time I don't get a 8, so I'm happy with that. And Italo is a great surfer. I'm a big fan of his surfing, and it's always tough, you know, to go against him, and this time it went on my way.
It did, mate. The fireworks at the start of that heat, could you feel it? I mean, Italo was going absolutely turbo right behind you. You matched him, and then he came back straight away on the wave after, and it just felt like we were in stall for a huge, you know, toe-to-toe heavyweight bashathon, really, and that's kind of how it played out in the start there. What was the energy like for you? Were you keeping it cool, or did you know that something radical was going down?
Yeah, I mean, every time I was watching Italo, you know, because he was coming the next wave, and I was watching him, and he was pulling everywhere. So I was like, oh shit, he's coming, you know. And of course, I needed it to be like crucial, no mistakes, you know, 2 waves, and yeah, I mean, it's hard to go against those guys, but you gotta be smart, you know. I tried to play the game. As I said, you know, like I felt really connected to the ocean. I've been surfing a lot lately, and feels like gave me a lot of confidence. That's why I need 2 waves, man. I wanted 2 waves, and I was ready. You know, today was really slow, as I said. It's hard to compete when it's like this. Of course, me and Italo, we're talking about it. We love when there's a lot of waves, so we go like try to go big every time. But sometimes you play the game.
I was just wondering, do you know what your head-to-head is with Italo at all? Is that something you keep an eye on?
He got me a few times, but
it was 7-4 before that heat. Now it's 7-5.
It's always gonna be like that. Those guys, him, Philippe, John. You know, on my side, I just pray for, like, to the next one. It's my time, so it's always gonna be a good one. So keep watching, you guys.
For sure, mate. Last time you were here, you know, at Winky in particular, it was a really close heat, a frustrating heat in a way. This time around, you look completely in sync with this place and with Bells as well. That winning feeling, mate, you know, in your career, it's something that happens quite a lot. You've had a break from it. What's it like to just have that Rashi on and get the win?
Yeah, it's the best feeling, you know, that's why we compete. It's always feels good when you win a heat, and of course, this kind of places you want to serve you and another guy. So that's my focus. I just want to serve one more heat until the finals, because you're sharing the lineup just with another guy. It's the best feeling, actually. And I want to make hits, you know, so I can have it. And yeah, last year was a tough one. It was against Ethan. Ethan's great surfer out here. He surfs so good, and for real, I didn't know what to do, you know, and it was tiny, small. I just had to accept it, and but I was gonna be prepared for next year, you know. I was thinking about like how can I improve next time, you know? So that was a good one. And I'm happy. I'm in the quarters. Hopefully we get some waves. And that's it.
That's awesome, man. Well, we're all stoked to see you back. As I said, you know, fans of pro surf and just love to see you in the Rashi doing what you do best. What about a shout out for your crew at home in Portuguese?
Yeah, let's make it fun, boys. Muito feliz aqui, obrigado a todos que estão acordados aí. Feliz com a minha classificação. Foi com o Ítalo, sou fã, surfava muito, mas graças a Deus veio pro meu lado. E é isso, vamos para a próxima, quarta de final, torcer para boas ondas. Mãe, pai, família, amigos, tamo junto. Silvinho, Gi, beijo, obrigado pela torcida, tamo junto.
Thank you, Vaughn. He looks happy. He looks in form and ready to have another big push. Of course, 2024, I mentioned he took a bit of a sabbatical, Rich. He came back at the back half of the season, almost got himself in that final five story again. And then last year, the pec injury, forced into surgery, took the full year off, back to his best health-wise, and ready to ignite a world title campaign with a big result here. It's funny, he's into the quarters, but he's one of those guys that, you know, with all the success that he's had, he can comfortably already start talking about finals and getting there, whereas for other people, they can't project too far down that line.
There's didn't appear to be any ambiguity in his responses, and the fact that he is here, invested, wants to win, wants the title, wants the bell. Like, this is the Gabrielle that we know and love. And we missed him, man. It's so good to have him back, and you know, he lifts everyone's level as well. I truly believe that, you know, having surfers of his caliber on the tour makes everyone rise. It pushes everyone.
Most definitely. Well, out there in the lineup, Sammy Pupo is pushing Rio. Despite the fact he's in second spot, he dropped a great score to kick this one off. One of his searing razor-sharp rail turns on his way to a 7.5. Rio's got a 5.5, but he's got to drop a score to match Samuel Pupo's 7.5, you'd think, to have a chance in this heat.
Yeah, for sure. 2.5 points behind on the best ride. Sammy Pupo, just the single wave, and it was a good one. Geez, he's looking so fast and frisk. You referenced just how well he surfs in the Challenger Series. You know, he's been back there a couple of times. He's been kicked off the tour, but each time he seems to come back bigger and better, and he's done it again this time around. Sammy's just looking a bit stronger and faster. The JSs are looking mint under his feet. So everything's just all connected at the moment. And let's have a look at the replay of Sammy Pupo's 7.5. Stays up high, drops down. Big open extension carve. Wraps it around for the first turn. Bottom of the wave, top of the wave. Clean snap. Drives down the line. See that action, Ryan, where he's high lining and then coming down, driving for speed. And that's giving him that projection into these turns. That middle turn was sensational as well. A big wrap and then some tidy maneuvers all the way through to the inside. You can see just how much the water's come in, really just finishing up against the rocks under the cliff face.
Yeah, well, our run on the Australian leg of the tour, Rich, has kind of gone the same way as Sammy Pupo. We've called the events, and then we've been cut and sent back to the Challenger Series the last few years. As a result, we've gotten to see Sammy perform on the Gold Coast in particular, put some magic performances together. When his forehand starts to click on a long right-hand point break, I think he can win events. Waves like this really play into his favour, play to his strengths. And yeah, once his confidence starts soaring, he is unbelievable. He's up again here with a nice looking wall in front. Has that Felipe Toledo kind of spark in his surfing. And there is a really clean kick on the tail there. Ooh, loses it on that final section, just arrived a little late. But, you know, it's going to give him the number he needs to get himself into first position here. He'll force the rotation out of Rio.
Yeah, it takes a lot of skill at Winky Pop to have that down the line action and to find the speed to give you those moments on the wave. And Sammy's doing exceptionally well, staying on the top half, middle of the wave, and then he drops down, and then once the wave just slows up and he's got enough speed to perform turns like that. He actually kicked the fins out on that ride, just as you said, just a little late to that final hit, but Sure, there'll be other opportunities for him, but this will put him kind of way out in front and start to build a bit of pressure for Rio.
Yeah, just got that ability to, in transition, still let go of some pretty major turns. That second turn was, you know, dynamite. Exploded through the lip, nice spray off the rail. A shame for him he didn't get the finish. Would have probably pushed it up to a 5 potentially.
Yeah, agree.
So that wind was really flattening things out at the moment. You know, all these competitors are surfers at heart, and they just want to keep riding waves in these exchanges. So Rio really waiting for his opportunity to get on a quality set, looking over his shoulder, probably up to his coach, Glenn Hall, just making sure his position in this lineup is ideal, because this is a wave that can catch you out. You can get caught deep sometimes.
Yeah, and I think especially at high tide here, looks like Rio's taking some interest in this one.
Yeah, well, I think Sammy would have swooped on it if Rio didn't. Drives out into the first section. Just a transition hit now, can commit a little more. And driving down the line, needs a big finish here to turn in a 5.84 and get the lead back. Generating some speed, ramping up, throws the reverse, gets the extension, tweaks the tail, and lands it clean. Solid stuff, and he needed that finish because the wave was a little bit lateral.
Yeah, it ran away from him, and he really was committed to that down the line action towards the end of the wave. You know, in hindsight, should he have perhaps stayed with the energy source closer to the whitewash and started to rally up and connect all those turns? But I actually don't mind his choice here. And again, like Sammy, just pumping down the line, lateral turn to open things up, and then more angle, more rail line on the second. And right here, he's going to come committed. I'm down the line. I need to finish this in a big way. Waits for it to start to close out. He clicks with it, gets the rotation. Very clean finish.
Yeah, Glenn Hall watching on. He's got to be happy with that. You know, that's what you want. Conversion. If you commit to a wave today in slow conditions, you've got to convert. And it's feeling like it's going to improve on his 5.5, which, you know, is going to narrow the requirement or even give him the number he needs to get back out in front.
It was a pretty sick air, I got to say. That final manoeuvre was great.
Just not a whole lot at the start of the wave, unfortunately. So we'll see where the judges go with it. And on the outside, meanwhile, while we wait for the score to drop, Sammy Pupo is going to get started. Bit of a trip on the first turn, uncharacteristic really, but he is making up for it here. Really drawn out turn, grinding that board to the point of release, but just whipping it back down the line to try and find some more open face. On the outside, Rio, he gets a shot at wave number 5. Moves some water, lines it up, and can't see a ramp down the line, so he's out of there. And that is Rio's brother, Ryuki, there filming. Also an unbelievable surfer. Kind of almost had more of a free surfing approach. These two are the sons of a Japanese mum. That's where Rio was born, in Japan. Their dad's from Java. They moved to Bali as Groms and fell into just that leggy arm board riders crew down in the Padma clan. But these days, Rio lives up at Jimbaran Bay, spends a lot of time surfing Ulus. That's why he's got that unbelievable backhand that saw him go all the way to the final in Fiji. Let's have a look at the replay of this last exchange.
Sammy, first turn, just gets a little edge caught on the opening one, but then he cleans it up. This turn here on full wrap. Just, I can't believe how tight and high and the tightness of the radius of that turn was just remarkable. Sammy just whipping it around, lightning speed.
Yeah, Rio got the lead back, 7-point ride for the big air. And then Sammy's got a number on the way. He needs to get well, he didn't need a whole lot, just a 5-point ride. He turns in at 5.6 on the strength of that turn that you were just salivating over, Rich. And he's back out in front now. Rio needs a 6.11. This is a heat where the leader is changing. 12 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We've got a lot to look forward to here. Two informed surfers battling it out for the last quarterfinal spot. Time for the GWM catch-up, and there is so much to look at after a great day of competition. Strong performances in the second round. Lakey Peterson getting the jump on Erin Brooks.
Yeah, she sure did. She went excellent, and the adopted local down here at Winky Pop at Bells Beach, Lakey Peterson, she was in fine form and really just outpowered the youngster. She was in great form as well. Erin Brooks put some amazing waves together. But Lakey Peterson, excuse me, just showing her dominance and full veteran status.
Caitlin Simmers had a low-scoring battle with Nadia Erostarbe on smaller waves, though. Katie's creative lines, that drawn-out approach, just looks so sharp on the walls here at Winky.
Yeah, for sure. Not a bad showing from Nadia Erostarbe. She managed a couple of fives and a pretty good showing, really. A confident approach in her first event as a true member of the World Championship Tour. But Caitlin Simmers, she was in scintillating form today.
The heat of the round saw Isabella Nichols taking on Carissa Moore, last year's champ. Looked strong, she was patient, she waited for the bigger waves and delivered some powerful hits to get the victory over Carissa.
Yeah, she sure did. She got the best wave of the morning, and I think that was the difference. She converted on it, though. She had the confidence to turn that into an excellent ride. But, hey, we got to take our hats off to Carissa Moore. The mama, she's back, and she is in incredible form. I'm going to say she's even looking better than when she left the tour.
Well done to Isabella there. From there, we dove straight into the third round for the men, and some world champs crashed out. Felipe Toledo looked amazing, but it was impressive. Leonardo Fioravanti chasing down an excellent score when he needed it most.
Leo Fioravanti, we know that this guy's whole repertoire is anchored with power and flair, and he stuck to his guns and took it to Felipe Toledo. Got the ride in the final moments, and Felipe was in control, but Leo stole the victory.
A clash of Brazil's best in the third round saw Italo Ferreira taking on Gabriel Medina, and these guys brought fireworks in the opening stages. Big exchanges.
Oh, this was incredible matchup from the Brazilian world champions, and well, you called it a litmus test, and Gabriel Medina, he stood up to the test and passed it with flying colours. He only rode 2 waves, Ronnie, and they were absolutely mind-blowing. Vintage form. Gabriel Medina, he's back, got the victory, and this rivalry will continue for the rest of the year.
Absolutely. Some round 3 standouts on the men's side. Baron Mamiya came up against a dangerous Jordi Smith. He's got such a great track record at this venue.
Such a hard competitor to beat here. He's got such big reps, Jordi Smith. But this guy, Baron Mamiya, took to the air. He said he's been sort of just keeping the airs on lockdown a little bit over the last couple of seasons, but he's opened up his bag of tricks. And big congratulations from Luke Egan and his shaper Britt Merrick.
Marco Mignot, his second year on the CT, came out swinging against last year's world champion Iago Dora. Threw down some great turns, but it wasn't quite enough in the end.
Amazing performance from Marco Mignot, the Frenchman, but this guy here, Iago Dora, all the confidence and flair of a world champion. And he is just going about his business, doing what he had to do, and Iago looks just totally on point and ready to defend that yellow jersey.
Absolutely. Well, we're back to live action here, 7 minutes remaining, and the situation for Rio Ueda, it remains the same. Ueda needs a 6.11 to get ahead of Sammy Pupo here. Rio, he's got second priority, and there was a little exchange here. Sammy Pupo had a lot of speed on this section. Don't think this one went into his top 2.
Whoa, whoa. Yeah, just almost had too much speed there, and then behind him. This is Rio. Just a little, a little Rio as he drives down the line here, looking for that closeout section. Goes for the spin again, but unable to really complete that. So a couple of falls here in what will be the final heat of today. Just been an amazing day of competition, hasn't it?
Yeah, a lot to break down on the Stone and Wood post show. Don't miss it. Matchups are looking remarkable on both the men's and women's side. I'm sure there'll be a lot of banter about you know, what's going to unfold as we move closer to crowning our champions here at the 63rd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Just on 6 minutes to go here. Rio with an opportunity, chasing a 6.11. Needs to lay down some big tracks early on, and does. Deep carve right back into the bowl. Can he get a finish on this ride? He's on his way to a good score. Needs more. This wave getting a little sleepy for a moment, but he's just staying with the power source. Now starting to load up for the finish. Rips the board into reverse. Rides out. His coach throws his hands together for good reason. Bookended that ride with a couple of big moves. But the first carve was a nice point of difference. A kind of a different line he took through that bowl.
Yeah, certainly was. He held that carve, extended it out even longer than what we actually thought, and that surprised us. And he did some great work through the middle and finished strong with the air rev. Let's take a look at the Rip Curl replay here. So good looking wave down the line, gets high, drives down the bottom, extended carve. I love her on the transition, how he got straight back on the toe side rail. There was no pump, no glitches in between. Another roundhouse cut back through the mid zone of this wave. And then watch here, drives for speed again, gets the air reverse, tidies it up. Good exclamation point on that ride.
6.11, the requirement. Sammy Pupo throws his hands up and goes, what's that about? Well, Rio's on fire and fighting hard for his place, potentially in the quarterfinals here. Sammy's just holding that position on the outside.
Sammy had priority then?
Yep. Where do you see this number going, Rich? Because, you know, he had that carve, as you mentioned, he comboed it up beautifully. It was a deep turn, but there wasn't a lot of clout in the second move.
No, there was a little bit of downtime through the mid zone of that wave, but I do see it being the score. Just when I think about the requirement, 6.16, it feels like it is the score. I don't think it's going to go too far north of sort of 6.65, but I kind of see it being right there.
I had a feeling it was going to fall under personally. 5.8 is the score. I felt like, as impressive as that final turn was, you know, we've seen some unbelievable airs, and even Rio, the comparison's got to be made to his 7-point ride from earlier on, which had a much more flared out, inverted, tail high reverse on the final section.
Yeah, you're right.
And yeah, I think what he needed to do was give the turn out of the carve, the combo, some more sting, but the wave was starting to already run away from him, so he kind of cut the turn short to get back out in front of it. But I think he would have made it the open face if he just laid into that section.
Sometimes it's actually hard to judge how quickly these things are going to run off down the line.
So the requirement remains the same. Sammy Pupo, well, even in a lineup with a cool offshore breeze blowing, he was sweating there for a moment.
Yeah, for sure. But he's back in control now, given that it wasn't quite the number. Rio couldn't get there, so Sammy with priority, just under 3 minutes. So he'll play a defensive role here and try and close this one out. Rio's going to head to the top of the point, see if he can get some space, get somewhere where he can find a little wave under Sammy's priority.
For sure, Sammy Pupo is going to be really questioning what he does with his priority if another medium-sized ride comes through. Because Rio knows that he's got to give a little bit more. And yeah, Sammy, it'll be a tough situation for him to call it, because if a set wave comes through and, you know, you got Rio holding a 7, he'll easily be in reach of the score required, even if Sammy improves on his number. So it's going to be fun to watch these final couple of minutes play out.
It's close. It's only 0.3 off being the score.
Yeah, I think you know, there'll probably be a little bit of disappointment there for Mike Rowe. I think he thought that Rio had done enough then to earn the score. I just think the comparisons are being made too to some of those, you know, frenetic turns that Sammy Pupo has ripped through. Have kind of been the benchmark for rail work. I love the long line and the deep carve that Rio drew from the top of that wall right down into the bowl of the wave and then got back up there. But Sammy's has
He's ripped through his, with incredible power.
His knife through it a little bit faster.
Yeah, and I come back to that turn that he did, where he basically did a full 360 direction change through the hack at the top part of the wave. It was just done so fast.
45 seconds remaining here. Will he get an opportunity? Rio Waida, the Indonesian goat, up against Sami Pupo, who's looking to get his championship to a year off to a better start to relieve some pressure towards the back end of the year. And here we go on the outside, 20 seconds to go. And Sami has to take this one, and does. And let's see if he can't surf it up and better that 5.6. Nice rip off the top, back out in front. Bashes through the pocket. This wave standing up pretty nicely as he again just minces that final section. Rio on the outside gets to his feet. He's particularly deep on this one. It's going to shut down on him. And that was a well-fought heat from both surfers. But Sami Pupo finding the edge and probably about to drop the 5.6 and improve on his heat score total with that final ride.
That was such a strong finish to that wave. Decimated the final manoeuvre. And a very polished performance from Sami Pupo, and he's moving through. And guess what his prize is? He's going to match up with Gabriella Medina in the quarterfinals.
Well, he'll just be thrilled to be getting into the quarterfinals of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach for the second time in his career, and also starting the year with a real strong result, no matter what unfolds for the rest of the event. But he's surfing great, looking sharp. And he, I think, is breathing a sigh of relief there because he dodged a bullet. 7.83, that final score for Sami Pupo. So the heat score total, it grows. Impressive numbers for the Brazilian. And a place in the quarterfinals against Gabriel Medina. We'll be having a look at some of those unbelievable matchups on the men's and women's side, reviewing highlights from a big day of competition here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. But we do have that Stone and Wood post show coming up, and there is lots of big stories and highlights to break down. So stick around for it. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to step out. I'm going to bring in Jesse Starling. Flick Parmentier is going to join you, Rich, in the booth. And I'm going to go get myself a beer and watch this all unfold.
See you, mate.
welcome in to the Stone and Wood post show of what has been a massive day down at Winky Pop. We saw the women out there, we saw the men, we saw a lot of upsets go down today. A couple of Bells champions out of the draw. We're talking Tyler Wright, we're talking Carissa Moore. They are completely out of action. Italo Ferreira just got knocked out of the draw this afternoon as well. We've got so much to break down here. My name is Jessie Starling and I cannot wait to break it down with Rich Lovett and Flick Palmatier. Guys, you got to break it down firsthand. You sat in here all throughout the day. Rich, I'm going to start with you. The standout moment for you today. Tell me about what it was.
Oh my gosh. I just have to go to Gabrielle's performance up against Italo. That heat in its entirety was so entertaining. Got a little slow towards the end, but I mean, we got enough juice out of it in the opening sort of 10 to 15 minutes. So that was incredible. I'll just stick with that one. There were so many highlights, but yeah, I'll pass it on to Flick.
You stole my moment.
Oh, no, sorry.
How dare you? How dare you? So now I'm going to go back through the post show and have a look. Look, you know what? Okay, I'm going to go back to the opening heat of the day. Erin Brooks, she didn't advance through the heat, but she kept, you know, charging right up until that last moment and really put on an epic display on the backhand, dropped an 8.9. And I think it was just showing what was possible for the goofies out there pretty much at Winky Pop today, because traditionally it's a fast wave, caters to the forehand. And yeah, she got it done on the backhand. It was cool.
Well, speaking of the goofies, one guy who was incredible out there today, Miggy Pupo, took down George Patasso. Rich, how's the heartstrings? A little bit sore after this one. This was what looked to be a great start for George here. George was absolutely ripping in this heat and looked like he was in full control. It's some of the best surfing I've ever seen him do with a jersey on, and yeah, this one was had the crowd really sitting on the edge of their feet. George really just extracting every point out of the waves that he rode, and I think the difference is Miggy got the better waves and then surfed them up as well. So taking nothing away from Miguel's performance, it was absolutely amazing. This was just one of those heats where it was a bummer for someone to lose. Honestly, and Flick, you know, George, he had that 15 points set out at the very first 10 minutes of this heat, and Miggy just came firing back here.
Yeah, talk about composure, right? He really sat and waited, and these two waves came to him, the 8.5 and the 8.27, probably within the space of 10 minutes, and it was right towards the back half of the heat. To your point, Rich, there were bigger waves that were just that little bit of slower pace that really allowed him to square up off the bottom, and yeah, bigger waves, obviously more energy. He was able to transfer that into those turns, and yeah, Coach Adriano absolutely stoked with that result as he's moving on through to the quarters. But yeah, healthy heat totals.
Oh, absolutely. 16.77 for Miggy. You know, chatting to Sammy earlier in the week, and he was saying Miggy was really nervous for his first round heat. Looked fine in round three here, Rich.
No, he looked so good, and credit to him. That was a hard matchup. Regrettably, you know, we lose our last remaining Aussie out of the men's side of the draw, which is a bit upsetting. But anyway, I mean, you can't deny good surfing. The Brazilians have been strong in this one.
And obviously, now we look at the quarterfinals. 4 of those men in the quarterfinals are all Brazilian. Flick, did you see this unfolding? How's the fantasy team going?
My fantasy team's cooked. Thanks for asking. Thanks. But what I did foresee is you know, Italo and Gabby, you know, going pretty far into the draw. And when we saw the clash of the Titans this afternoon, that heat absolutely lived up to expectations. I did foresee Gabby going pretty deep into the draw too. So yeah, the Brazilian storm is well and truly in full force.
Yeah, let's break down this clash of the Titans. Rich, this was everything we wanted it to be.
Yeah, it was incredible, and both surfers on fire. Felt like one of those heats where they were bringing the best out of each other. They've done it before. They've matched up a bunch of times, and I think it's 7-5 maybe or something like that. I think Italo's still got the nod, but Gabrielle's coming. And, well, Gabs, he only rode 2 waves, but they were incredible. You know, one of them was an 8.33, and just check out this air. Pumps, 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 and then bang. Full 360 rotation in the air, smooth as silk landing.
On the backhand too. I mean, okay, let's just check out this one, because what in the world? He had no business, Italo, in making this air. I don't even know how you judge that. I mean, it was actually great judging, I will say, for these 2 moments, but holy, this heat, they bring the heat.
Yeah, it was this wave here that just had the perfect pace to it, and Gabrielle started to just sink those rails in a little deeper. Just look at the fans of spray coming off his board, and surf this one to completion. So rock solid, and that basically shut the door. And then Italo just unluckily didn't really get a chance to respond in the end, just due to lack of waves. But that heat total for Medina, 15.60. He felt good about that. He was quite animated in the post-heat interview as well, where we really, you know, he's invested. He's going for the title.
This is going to be one of those heats where it's going to come back and be vault footage in 10, 15 years' time. That was such an incredible matchup between these two guys. Can't believe Italo's out of the draw. Felipe's out of the draw as well. So many heavy hitters so far. But Medina, it's like he's never left, really.
No, he was in prime form today, and that competitiveness, the juices are already flowing, which, you know, signals danger for the rest of the field as we go through the rest of the year. But well, have a look at this, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach finals bracket. What are you liking, Flick?
The top half of the draw intrigues me because no one in the top half has the big bell. So that is cool. So we're going to, you know, see someone make that final and potentially have a swing of it. Bottom half of the draw, obviously, yeah, it's just, hang on a second, I've excused myself. I'm going to say everyone there, right?
Yeah.
It's really going to be exciting. But yeah, look, at the top half, it intrigues me. Griffin, Canoa, I feel like that's a matchup that's been going on for the ages. I feel like they've been battling it out for years. And I mean, Yago, obviously the current world champ, taking on Leia, who was in absolutely blistering form this afternoon with that 8.5. And then quarter four, I mean, you've got Gabby Medina taking on all Brazilian showdown, Sammy Pupo, who's been in fine form.
Yeah, I really love exactly what Sammy Pupo's been bringing to this event so far, taking on a guy like Gabby Medina. I feel like that's going to be a really incredible matchup. It's going to push Sammy to the limits. And he's the only guy left standing from the Challenger Series who's made it back onto the tour. He's in the draw. He's in quarterfinal heat number 4, and he's down there on the glass with Vorno.
Thank you, Jess. Sammy, that's your second heat at Winky in this Rip Curl Pro, and another good result, mate.
Yeah, true. I mean, I've done so many hits at Winky for some reason. Most of my contests here at Bells most of the hits were at Winky, so I'm kind of used to it. And to not have competed at the bowl, it's kind of crazy, but I'm stoked.
Well, you're still alive. You might get there yet, mate. But, you know, that was a really tricky heat. Rio's so dangerous. He has a lot of the strengths that you share as well, like super fast, fantastic rail game, can go to the air. What was your strategy going into that one?
Yeah, I mean, I've been competing with Rio since we were like 14, 13, so we know each other for a long time. It's kind of a normal heat in a way. I'm used to seeing him in the jersey against me, so I feel like we're both very similar. We have a lot of potential and similarities in surfing with the speed and everything in air, so it could go either way, but I'm happy it went my way.
Yeah, it did go your way, mate. Really beautiful rail surfing throughout that one. Lots of power, lots of speed, as you say. In your quarterfinal matchup, it'll be really handy to have those skills because you're up against Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. I've had a heat with Gabe before in Rio. I got one up on him, so I'm happy I have that stat, and now I can have more confidence against him in the quarters. It's one of the biggest names in our sport. For me, he's this second best surfer of all time, so it's going to be a tough one, but it's what we live for.
That's it, mate. Congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing that matchup.
Thank you, man. Let's go.
Not many people can say they've got one up on Gabby. Sammy Pupo can, and this is also just going to make us kind of unfold a whole new story here, Flick, where Gabby's going to want to get one back on Sammy here.
Oh, totally. I think what's really cool, you know, we just heard Sammy talk to it. He's looked up to Gabby his whole life and idolised him, and now he's going to finally have him, you know, for a second time in a heat. And, you know, we look at the Surfline forecast. He was speaking to it. It's funny, I haven't really had a proper heat on the bowl. And look, it is picking up. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we will see that go down on the bowl.
And Rich, of course, you know, you've been in situations where you come up against your heroes. Sammy, he's obviously just mentioned he's got one on Gabby, but you still just have those nerves. You know, he would have looked up to Gabby his whole life, and now he's got a chance to try and beat him for another time.
Really hard thing to do. You know, it's kind of master and apprentice sort of situation. And what Sammy needs to do, I think, is just really stay in the moment, stay with his own talent, stay with his own game, and not really worry about what Gabrielle's doing. If he tries to shift his strategy in any way, I think he'll falter. But if he just keeps doing what he's doing, because he's surfing so damn well, I think if he picks the right waves and opens up and does what he's been doing, he's got every chance of pushing Gabriella to the edge.
Oh, let's get to that quarterfinal. I'm excited for that one. The women, however, they got us started today. We rounded out that second round. Let's take a look at our Boost Mobile heat of the day, and it was a big one against Isabella, Nichols and Carissa Moore here, Rich.
Yeah, this was an incredible heat. Matched up really well on paper. Obviously, Carissa's got a couple of bells. And, well, Isabella, the defending champion. So, well, Bella just picked the best wave in this heat, and she converted on it. Just beautiful surfing, just connecting with the lip and getting to the finish on that one and getting an excellent ride. But Mum Power, Carissa Moore, is looking just so good, and she surfed her waves really, really well. Putting an extra spice and sizzle on it, but in the end, I think it just came down to wave choice. There was a moment in this heat where Isabella kind of faltered on a ride where she needed a score. She didn't get it, and then she managed to get another ride, and then she did get the score, and then sort of closed it out on wrist. But it was a really entertaining heat from start to finish.
Yeah, it came down to, I think, like the last 5 minutes. There was a two-wave exchange between the women, and I think this is the moment from Carissa. She was almost chasing like almost excellence here to jump back up into the lead. It was a great moment between, I guess, yeah, and to see Carissa's return to the tour, and just to see that she kind of is continuing that same form. I'd say better. I think she looks better than when she left. And I mean, the healthy heat totals here between the women. Obviously, Bella getting the nod here, just with that excellent wave. But you got to give it to Bella because she was very composed. You know, you touched on it, Rich. There was that moment where she was chasing it like a low 4 or something and baubled, and then she was like, "Hang on a second, I just got to regain composure here, and I've got to just sit and wait for that better wave," and she did. So. Nice little moment of, adapting in the heat, and yeah, it's a massive win, to get one over Carissa Moore.
I'm not going to lie, that heat absolutely ruined my fantasy team. I'm actually think I'm all out there, but Bella, she's going to get a chance to defend her title here. She's coming up in quarterfinal number 4. It's a big one against Katie Simmers, but Rich, which kind of quarter can you not go past right now?
Geez, they're all really good. I in particular, Gabriella Bryan is on some sort of tear here and is the power element in that whole quarterfinal bracket. Lana Silva, it was here last year where I feel like she started to believe in herself and really get that confidence and the understanding that she belongs on this tour and she can win events. So quarter number 2 is going to be super entertaining. Alyssa Spencer's most improved in my mind. Got a handsful with Betty Lou, with a couple of wins last year. Alyssa's also the very last goofy footer in the quarterfinal bracket, Flick.
Oh, yeah. Thoughts and prayers. Let's go.
Come on, the goose. Liz, she's holding it down. She is looking so good. You just mentioned it. So much better than what we saw this next time round. Her mindset looks better. Her surfing looks better. Another goofy footer got knocked out of the draw today, but she's a contender for the Mophie power move. It was Erin Brooks this morning. She had a massive, excellent score. It was an 8.9 for this absolute hammer here, Rich.
Yeah, well, we're expecting big things from Erin Brooks, and she delivered, unfortunately, out of the event, but undeniable just the way she approached this wave, top to bottom surfing, full commitment, and just in full attack mode, and that's what we've come to expect from Erin Brooks. So she will go in as a contender for the Mophie power move. But yeah, shame to see her go out of the draw, but that's pro surfing. That's what happens.
It's high stakes. It really is. Looking forward, we've seen the quarterfinals so far. We've got really big matchups. What we need now is waves. Rich, I love talking to you about the forecast. This is the surf line. Break it down for me.
Well, we have really struggled to get through this one. I'm not going to lie. It's been a challenge for our contest directors and contest organisers. We've had to duck and weave for over a week now. And I don't know. I think things are looking fairly straightforward for the next 2 days. The swell is going to increase. We've got all this energy that's moving up under Australia. You can see the colours there. That's what we love. Get out the textures and bring on the colour, because that brings swell. So, we'll see what happens. Obviously, we're going to rock up in the morning and check it out. But the next 2 days, 4 to 5 foot faces, head high. And then on Saturday, it's going to tick up a little bit more again. And we've got offshore conditions, so we're in a good position now. Quarterfinals, men and women, so we can kind of pick the eyes out of it. And fingers crossed we're back at the bowl.
I'm not going to lie, there's a little girl inside of me screaming, saying, let's finish this one off at the bowl. You know, I want to see the bell rung there. This, however, is our highlight heat to watch. Quarterfinal number 4 here, Flick, between Katie and Bella.
Yeah, this is cool. Obviously, 2 bells champs. They've both rung that bell. If you break this down, I think Katie Simmers, she's obviously got these unique lines, right? And maybe that's her point of difference, right? Isabella Nichols' more traditional approach to the bell. I think, look, really, if I just base it off today's performance, it's hard to say because I feel that Katie Simmers' heat was a bit wave-starred. Maybe they didn't get enough opportunity. She was surfing well on the wave she got. Isabella Nichols, on the other hand, obviously dropping, you know, the excellent wave. She was matched up against Carissa. You know, at the moment, I'd say there's a little bit of momentum with Isabella at the moment. Obviously, just she is the defending champion, but that also can come with expectation because you're trying to fend everyone off as they're trying to, you know, take the bell from you. So, yeah, it's a good matchup though.
She knows what it's like to ring the bell. She wants to ring it again for another time. But guys, it's time. It's time that we get into the BioGland Daily Dose. So many big moments to roll through, but we've narrowed it down to 5 here. Coming in at number 5, it's Katie Simmers. She moves through here, Rich.
Yeah, one of the favourites, former champion, and well, basically a phenom at 20 years old. World champion, and she's rocked the surfing world the last couple of years. And with all that flair, those unique lines, as you said, Flick, and with surfing like that, she's going to really push Isabella Nichols in the matchup tomorrow.
Early in the men's round, we saw a big matchup between Bryan and Jordi, but Bryan getting the win here, Flick.
Yeah, this was cool. It was like the progressive approach of Bryan that we see here. Goes to the alley-oop and then pops it the other direction for the air reverse. So it was a progressive approach, taking on the traditionalist approach of Jordi. And yeah, I mean, this is a big name out of the draw. You know, Jordi's rung that bell before. This is a big moment for Bryan too to advance further into the draw here at Bells.
Griff started off his year last year in not a way that we like, but this year he's into the quarterfinals. He's staying alive here, Rich.
Yeah, it was a really polished approach from Griffin. He pretty much stayed in control through the entirety of the heat with surfing like that. And you can see why he's been a permanent fixture in that final 5 series that we had over a number of years. And he's looking good.
And the Battle of the Titans. This is coming in at number 2 here, Flick.
I like your call, Jesse. This will be a WSL vault in years to come. This was epic to watch. I just loved, I don't even know what to make of that heat, that the air that I saw from Italo. That thing was crazy. He had no business making that. But then for me, I mean, Gabe, he got it done. He only caught the couple of waves, but you got to give it to him for being composed and just sitting out there for so long. I mean, all the work was done in basically the start of this heat. They were pretty wave-starved in the end, but just composure, and it's going to feel good getting past Italo. I mean, that was just, yeah, on paper, the dream heat.
And of course, coming in at number 1, Leo, getting an 8-5 and taking down Philippe Toledo here, Rich.
It shouldn't be underestimated what Leo did today. You know, taking down one of the favourites here at Bells Beach. We've seen Felipe deliver superhuman type performances here on the bowl over the years, and you know, Leo held his nerve, stuck to his gun, super confidence. He's another one again who has improved exponentially over the last couple of years, and I think it's a confidence thing for him. You know, the performances have gotten better, but he seems more confident to stick with his decisions, and that, you know, that wave that he just locked down to beat Philippe was just full-blown commitment to his own rail game, and he nailed it. So that was a huge one.
Yeah, that one hurt the fantasy as well. That heat in particular, those two that I mentioned, they actually completely torched my fantasy league team, but that's all good. We've narrowed it down. We've got great looking quarterfinals. Rich, Flick, love ya. Let's do this again tomorrow. There's so many highlights to go through today. Come back tomorrow morning at 7:45 a.m. for the call and enjoy those incredible highlights.
Giants kicking habits like a sin. I've been moving mountains just to feel alive again. I always win. take my shot. Let it begin. They've been saying that I need a little thicker skin. I'm not looking back, I'm stronger than I've ever been. I just see it, I'm different. I don't take no shit. I'll work till it's said and done. I'll show you I'm that one. I'll take the hit, won't move an inch. Oh, I'll take the pain, won't even flinch. Thousands may turn and run. I'll stay on up the sun. Oh, 'cause I'm that one. I'll take the hit, won't move an inch. Oh, I'll take the pain, won't even flinch. I'm that one. I'll take the hit, won't move an inch. Oh, I'll take the pain, won't even flinch. Thousands may turn and run. I'll stay on up the sun. Oh, 'cause I'm that one.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.